Good morning,
Sorry.
Chatty House.
Ramsey gets the belt again. That's 4 days in a row.
Ramsey is a hoarder of belts.
Like,
Somebody must beat him tomorrow.
He was at 8:50 this morning. And the next comment we have is Wheezy at 8:53.
Wow.
Man.
He's hanging out by himself.
Hey, is the whole Chatty House pulling up to Niners Bears in week 14? And speaking of that, I think I have the whole schedule memorized now.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I wrote about it enough last night that I think I've got it all logged in my noggin.
I have not looked at it.
Ayo.
That's why you're our expert on this.
Football games, kickoffs, black leather gloves. Cut the shit.
Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
What up, Dr. David? No.
No.
I mean,
man, come on.
I don't hate the idea. So, Scooter?
My new coffee cup is giving me...
Oh, bro. That's so cash.
Well, it's cash, but it's giving me like recall, like memory recall. So remember the old green thermoses from... Yeah, so my grandfather would have that, unscrew the top, pours coffee, and he smelled like coffee and tobacco. And so now
the official smell of grandpa's everywhere.
Yes.
Incredible. All right, we have 10 seconds to the legal. All right, here we go. Oh, it's the best day of the week. Happy Thursday, everybody. A happy Thursday to you listening on ESPN 1320. Maybe also those of you on the free Odyssey app. Thank you, everybody on Twitch and YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you would like to come hang out in the Chatty House, please do. Everybody's welcome. This is one big family here on the Insiders. I'm Kyle Madsen. That guy right there is James Ham. James, welcome to the finest day of the week. How was your birthday evening? I know you said you weren't going to have like a crazy big birthday bash.
No, it was good. We went out to dinner with some friends.
Great.
And then we went back to their house and watched Survivor, and that was crazy and wild. And
what a fun time.
Yeah, we had
That's
a good
my
time.
ideal evening. Dinner out and then
low-key.
vibing at the crib.
Yeah, I may have like taken a nap. Like, sorry, I fell asleep on your couch, and then I woke up and like watched
During Survivor, you fell asleep?
No, before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think we need to normalize that. Normalize napping in other people's houses.
I like to nap.
I'm a big nap guy.
Yeah, I like, especially because of the shift here and because I'm a late night guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't work NBA games for 14 years, and then all of a sudden you got to wake up early every morning. And so my clock now wakes me up at 6 o'clock in the morning, which is not when I would ever wake up. So
you were probably before this. You were probably like a 9 or 10 a.m. guy.
Yeah, it was usually during the off season. I'd wait until 8:39 every day to actually like wake up and get up.
Yeah.
But yeah, now it's like I'm up really early. But now I'm like in the middle of the day. I'm just exhausted. Like I need a nap. I need a siesta.
That midday nap is so cash. I've gotten very lucky because I have friends who are in the vein of when they nap, it's hours.
And
I'm good at like 10, 15 minutes. Little power nap. That's all I need. That's all I need. If I'm gonna go nap for multiple hours, it becomes a real problem for me. Bless you. It becomes a real problem for me through the rest of the day because then I'm groggy and then I gotta wake up again and then I have trouble sleeping. So hit me with that power nap. Sometimes I'll get home. It's the same deal. It just sometimes the week catches up with you, and about Wednesday, Thursday, I'm like, yeah, I need a nap today. If I lay down at 3:30, I set the alarm for like 3:50. Gives me a few minutes to go to sleep, a few minutes to sleep. Usually wake up a little before the alarm. It's the best.
All right.
I wake up feeling good. Hell yeah.
I like it.
The naps. Normalize nap time, particularly in other people's homes.
Yeah, I want graham crackers and apple juice sitting there waiting when I wake up.
I'm not saying I need a bed at the house. I don't need anything crazy like that. But hey, I'm gonna go sit on the couch for a while. I'm gonna go sit in the other room. I'm gonna just put my head down for a minute.
Okay,
that's all I need.
I'm one of those people that can sleep at any time, anywhere. Yeah, like, I could literally just fall asleep right here.
I would well, don't do that.
Well,
it'd be awkward for me.
It would be awkward, especially when I wake up.
Welcome to the Insiders. James is asleep.
102.5 is going, and I slept for I'm Rip Van Winkle over here. Like, is he dead?
Don't sleep here.
He's just sleeping.
Yeah, no, please don't sleep here. Sleeping on planes. If you're a sleep anywhere person, sleeping on planes is such a huge advantage to long flights.
Oh yeah.
Massive. Anyways, we're going to talk about sports. The NFL schedule came out yesterday. We'll have a bunch of NBA playoff stuff, and we're going to do some fun Kings offseason stuff as we really start to ramp up our coverage of that. But the NFL schedule came out yesterday. The 49ers have 6 primetime games. The Raiders have just 1 primetime game. That is Monday Night Football against the Falcons in Week 15. They do have a Black Friday game, though, against the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City. That is a noon kickoff in Week 13. The 49ers, their 6 primetime games. They have 2 on Thursday Night Football.
Okay.
So 2 Thursday night games. 1 in Week 6 against the Seahawks and 1 in Week 15 against the Rams. We have the 2 Sunday night games against the Cowboys and the Bills in Weeks 8 and 13. And then the 2 Monday night games are Week 1 against the Jets and Week 17 against the Lions.
Okay, so lots of primetime.
A lot of primetime. 6 primetime games, which is maxed out. As
including
many as
the Black Friday game?
The Black Friday game is the Raiders.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, that's at the Chiefs in Week 13 for Las Vegas. The 49ers game against the Chiefs is not on primetime. That's a regular ass kickoff.
Wow.
It makes sense. The Chiefs have kicked the hell out of the Niners every time they've played them.
Yeah, but it's still like the matchup.
That's it.
Well, regular season Chiefs versus regular season Niners is usually.
The Chiefs smoked them in 2018, beat them in the Super Bowl in 2019, smoked them in 2021, 2022, smoked them in 2022. Christian McCaffrey's first game.
Oh,
beat him again in the Super Bowl. Like, nah. All right.
A little tough.
Gotta know how that's gonna go.
A little tough.
The big thing with the Niners, though, is they face 4 teams coming off of bye weeks. The Raiders face just 1 team coming off a bye. The 4 teams the Niners face coming off bye weeks. Kansas City in Week 7, coming off their bye. Dallas in Week 8, coming off their bye. Seattle in Week 11, coming off their bye. And Buffalo in Week 13, coming off their bye. Yikes.
I don't think Buffalo's going to be very good, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, Buffalo's going to be, whether they're a contender in the AFC, I think they will be because Josh Allen is that effective. But yeah, they lost a lot of pieces. That's going to take a heck of a coaching job by Sean McDermott.
Yeah, I don't know who he's going to throw to. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Valdez-Scantling.
Maybe they run it more.
I guess.
I don't know.
Who did the Niners play after their own bye?
They played Tampa Bay in Week 10 at Tampa Bay. So it's one of their 2 10 a.m. kickoffs.
Okay.
Their first one is in Week 2 at Minnesota. And then their second one is after their bye week. So if you're going to have early kicks, early in the season in Week 2, and then, although that's a tight turnaround from Monday night to a Sunday morning in Minnesota. So that's not super advantageous, but it's how the schedule goes. And then if you're going to have your bye week, having all that time to ramp up and rest and then go play a 10 a.m. game in Florida is
okay.
There's worse outcomes, but this is the second year in a row the 49ers have faced 4 teams coming off of bye weeks. Last year, I believe the man who wrote this, his name's Brian Burke for ESPN. I might have that name incorrect now that I'm looking at it, but he has the rest differential.
Yes.
For every team since 2002. And rest differential is the difference in days off between a team and their opponent. So in Week 2 or in Week 1, the Niners play on Monday, the Vikings play on Sunday. In Week 2, the 49ers face the Vikings on a Sunday. So the Niners are a -1 rest differential because they played Monday, whereas the Vikings played Sunday. So that's kind of how it works. Last year, the Niners had the 6th worst rest differential since 2002.
Okay.
They had the 6th worst rest differential at -20. This year, it's worse. It's the 3rd worst rest differential since 2002 at -22. And this is not to say it's an excuse. Like, that's what I posted this on the internet yesterday, and people, oh, Niner fans already making excuses. It's not. Because they last year they lost to Cleveland when Cleveland was coming out of their bye week. Cleveland just beat the heck out of the Niners. That had nothing to do with the bye week. It was the Bengals in week 8 coming off their bye. The Bengals just kicked the hell out of the Niners. That had nothing to do with the bye week. In week 10, the Niners were also coming off their bye when they went to Jacksonville. And then the Cardinals in whatever that was, week 14 or 15, were coming off their bye, and the Niners beat the heck out of them. Like, these are just things you have to overcome. My question is, take the 49ers out of this. With the way the NFL does their scheduling, it's not just, there's like data and algorithms and different projections and things they use to put these things together. It's not just randos just going like, oh, let's put this game here and this game here. I just don't know how this happens to a team 2 years in a row. That's tough. That's a bad break. That's a bad beat.
Yeah, I get it, but we're talking about one of the best teams in football, and I think most of the time you see with the best teams in football, they don't worry about it.
Yep.
Right?
That's it.
You just have to play the schedule in front of you.
Yeah.
You know, for years, I dealt with Sacramento Kings schedule being the worst schedule, if not the worst, one of the worst in the NBA, right? I remember Zach Randolph walked in, and he said, what the bleep is with this schedule? And it's like, well, man, you're used to playing in the middle of the country where you're just like short flights and stuff. Right. But, you know, even this last season, the Kings making a last minute, 2 weeks left in the season trip to New York was just ridiculous.
Really weird.
Like a 3-game stretch where what they play? They played the Knicks and then the Celtics on back-to-back, and then Brooklyn, the Nets, and then fly home. That's not good.
It was almost like the schedule makers got to the end and were like, oops, oh, shoot, we forgot to put their East Coast trip in there. Just throw it there.
Well, but the problem is they already had multiple East Coast trips.
I know.
So as opposed to making one long 6-game East Coast trip or 2 5 East Coast trips, that's not what they did. It didn't make any sense. And it was like, what are we doing here? I mean, you're just putting unnecessary mileage on players. And you know what happens in those situations? It's what you're kind of pointing to with the NFL. What happens in those situations is players get hurt. Like the travel, the exhaustion, the wear and tear on the body, it's real. And so you're just increasing the possibility for injury in those situations. And that's something that I always point to is like, hey, look, the league can do whatever they want with their schedule, but they should in the back of their mind keep like competitive fairness and player safety in mind.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, for sure, I think that's probably more a problem for the teams who have a bye week in like week 4. Like that's tough.
Yeah,
because then you're playing, week 4. So there's 14 weeks left after that. You're playing 14 consecutive games. That's
hard.
Tough. Yeah. But the Niners have their bye in week 9. It's middle of the year. It's just, again, my concern is less that like you have to go win your games. The Niners are supposed to be one of the best teams in the league. Rest differential, it didn't matter last year. They were still the number 1 seed. It certainly shouldn't matter this year.
I kind of feel like if the NFL wants to expand the schedule, which they do, they want to expand the schedule again.
I bet they get to like 20 games in our lifetime.
Okay. Why not just add another bye week?
They have to. They're going to have to. At 18 games, you have to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why not do it now. Like, again, it's about player safety. And you still, what that gives you is it still gives you an extra week of football, right? It just pushes everything out a week. And so I'm just like, I'm waiting for the moment where they understand that like player rest is actually like almost an emergency situation for them. Yeah. I mean, think of what it would do for even concussions, like giving an extra week of rest to players who have been beat up, whether they have a full blown concussion or like are on the borderline of a concussion.
Yeah.
Then they go out and get another one. Yeah. It's just, man, I don't know.
Overall, rest differential aside, pretty favorable schedule for the Niners.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. If they go to 18 games, you got to go to 2 bye weeks. We could do a whole show on NFL scheduling stuff. We're not going to, but that's how things shook out for San Francisco and for Las Vegas. The big thing with the Raiders, they have a Week 10 bye, sandwiched between games at Cincinnati. They get their bye week, and then they're at Miami. That's a tough couple of games, but getting those split up by a bye week is a pretty big deal instead of having to go Cincinnati, Miami back-to-back weeks. Yeah. So let's shift gears. Let's talk NBA playoffs. The Celtics are moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals. The Mavs dominated last night, and James and I are going to start trying to put together like a real list of players the Kings can pursue this offseason. We're taking a look. We're going to go each day. We're going to look at a different division, and we're going to look at the teams in those divisions and players who are either free agents or could be available for trade that the Kings could pursue, and we're going to divide them into different levels too. That's coming up, so stay tuned for all of that. NBA playoffs, NBA offseason, a little more NFL schedule stuff, plenty coming up on the Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Kyle, I have an animal fact that has happened. I have an animal fact for you. A raccoon dashed onto the field at a soccer match between the Philadelphia Union and the New York City FC at Subaru Park on Wednesday. MLS claimed the creature's 2-minute, 41-second walkabout broke a league record for on-pitch animal freedom. That's a headline right there. Well written.
I love how progressive MLS is in letting animals roam the field.
A raccoon. I don't know anyone who wants to go run out there and grab a raccoon.
Oh, Soren, thank you for reminding me of this.
And no, I wrote that. I started.
Oh, did you?
The Jared Allen thing?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I started.
We'll get that.
Dr. David, I believe it's 4 straight. 4.
That's crazy. I know enough about Survivor to know that is nutty.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Wild. I don't want to do spoilers here.
Ooh.
What brand is this? It's a
Buo?
Buuo?
Yeah, show the people. Oh. I'm screenshotting that and tagging them on the internet.
Yes.
We need to get like insider stickers so you can slap one on there.
This is now my work cup. Set at 135 degrees.
135. That is the ideal temp.
I totally agree.
I had an Ember, which is a little worse version of that. And that's what on the app you set the temperature via an app, and then it connects via Bluetooth. 135 is the correct drinking temp. It's sippable. But
yes.
It's not going to burn your tongue.
No. I
think 130 is the recommended number.
I think it has like different variants. Like, I don't know. You can go up to like 150 and just have it set at 150.
Hey, while we're here to break, can everybody jump in and hit the thumbs up button for us on YouTube?
We don't do enough of that, Kyle.
No, I know. I do a really bad job of it.
I know when I give the thumbs up on the Kings beat, a thumbs up emoji will pop up on the screen. And one time it happened here, but I haven't seen it happen multiple times. So.
Do you, by chance, subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show?
I do subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show.
Did you see the title of yesterday's episode?
No.
Oh, all right.
Oh, I don't think I get it sent to me. Like, is it the Apple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Son
of a nutcracker. I am now currently looking, Kyle. Oh, happy birthday, James.
Yeah, come on.
Hell yeah.
Yo, J-Lo and Ben Affleck are rumored to have broken up again.
No.
There's my chance. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
916-909-1320. If you want to join the show, 916-909-1320. We do not have a call screener, so your call is going to ring and ring until we pick it up. So have some patience. If you do call in, I promise we will do our best to get to you. Let's talk about the NBA playoffs, where real whirlwind couple of days for Ben Affleck. His Celtics crushed the Cavaliers, a very shorthanded Cavaliers team. No Karis LeVert, no Donovan Mitchell, no Jared Allen. So his C's move on, but according to a report that I just saw on the internet, J-Lo and Ben Affleck have broken up again.
Oh, that's tragic.
Just a real bummer for you Benifer fans.
Are they married this time or no?
Couldn't tell you.
I don't know.
It said broken up, not divorced.
Oh.
I don't know. Anyways, I'm overthinking the Celtics thing. You know, I've come in here like 6 times during this run and been like, yeah, I don't know what to make of this. I don't know. Look, here's the bottom line. The Celtics are cruising through the Eastern Conference playoffs right now. Cruising against the teams that A, made the playoffs in the Miami Heat, and then B, won a playoff series in the Cleveland Cavaliers. They were playing the teams in front of them and rolling them. What do we always say when a good team kicks the heck out of a bad team? It's like, that's what good teams do. And that's what the Celtics are doing. You're not realistically going to go win every NBA game by 30, particularly when you play in the playoffs. It is really hard to win a game by that many points, especially when you're seeing a team 3, 4, 5, 6 nights in a row. So where I'm landing on all of this is that informs their not struggles, but the fact that they've had some weird kind of off games against much lesser teams than them, because I do hold them in a really high regard. That just informs my opinion of when they get to the finals, because I think they're going to. But the bottom line is, if they win a title this year, if they hoist banner number 18 or 19 or whatever number it's going to be, then that's what it is. It's not like we're going to put a caveat or an asterisk or go, oh, but they played the Cavs with a bunch of people hurt. They were going to beat the Cavs anyways. So I've been dramatically overthinking it. The Celtics are really freaking good, and they're going to have a good series in the finals, and they are still definitely in the mix to win it.
Here would be my counterpoint.
Okay.
I think that by playing a Jimmy Butler-less Miami Heat team in round 1 and Jared Allen and then Donovan Mitchell and then Karis LeVert-less Cavs team in round 2, I don't think anyone who's going to make it through, whether it's the Knicks, which is probably going to be the Knicks, or the Pacers, I don't think either one of them they're going to be a speed bump. But I'm worried that, like, it's not that they haven't faced adversity. It's that their entire season has been a coast. I mean, they beat the Eastern Conference by 14 games. So you got over in the Western Conference this battle between Minnesota and Denver where, it's a chess match, right? And then you have this battle between the Dallas Mavericks and the Oklahoma City Thunder. And again, that's been a chess match. The next round, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a chess match. And while that's happening, you got the Celtics over here playing checkers. And sure, checkers can be complicated. You could have like the 6 jump move where but it's not chess, right? And so I'm slightly concerned that when they get to the end, number one, they should be really, really healthy. They haven't even had to play Kristaps Porzingis. I know he's out, but they haven't even had to worry about that. But then they're going to get to the finals, and it's going to be like, okay, well, who have you beat? And I know that's you play the teams that are in front of you, but there's value in beating teams that are tough, that are going to give you a fight. And I think maybe the Knicks will, at least give them a fight. But I also worry that they're going to get to the finals and face battle-tested Warriors, and they're going to be guys who've
the Warriors are out.
Yeah, exactly. But they're going to be guys that haven't really played a whole lot of highly competitive basketball.
Well, but that's what I was saying. That will inform who I think is going to win the finals.
Yeah.
But I've seen there's that usual, and again, a lot of it is internet stuff. But this idea that somehow their run is cheapened because it was the Jimmy Butler-less Heat team, and then Donovan Mitchell didn't play the last 2 games. Jared Allen didn't play in the second round. In the third round, Jalen Brunson's banged up, and OG Anunoby's hurt. And it just none of that matters.
No,
and it definitely, like you said, I still need to see Boston do it in the finals. I still need to see them go perform on that stage and do the things they need to do to win 4 out of those 7 games. But it's not like if they do that, it's going to be like, oh, well, how good are the Celtics? We're like, they're the NBA champions.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of what their path there looked like. And like you said, maybe it does come back to bite them in the finals. Maybe they do coast into the finals and they get smacked up in the first couple of games because they just weren't ready for it. But I've just been dramatically overthinking it. The Celtics are
way better.
The best. Yes. Jimmy Butler and the Heat, they were beating Jimmy Butler and the Heat.
The 14 games that they beat the Eastern Conference by is a very good representative sample of who they are.
Realistically, yes, exactly.
It is.
That's it.
Yeah, they're really good, and they're going to stomp people, and they're going to be in the finals. This is what we've been saying all season long.
Yep.
I don't think and even if they lose another player, I still don't think that it's enough to set them back.
So good. Brad Stevens is the man.
Yeah, he built a winner there for sure.
He sure did. The other game last night, 104-92, the Mavericks beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. Bro, I really enjoyed watching Luka play basketball last night. And that is not a normal thing.
Yeah.
He's typically a very tough watch for me. But last night was just something different. He was outstanding from start to finish.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we talked about this a little bit before we came on the air. He played with a joy. Yeah. Like he was smiling. He was having a good time. And to me, it's a good sign for Dallas, but it's also, that's what you're kind of hoping for from Luka is like, stop with all the other stuff. Like his game itself is very good. Like, I mean, he's one of the best basketball players we've ever seen.
Yes.
Right. But the fact that he brings all this other stuff to it, I almost feel like the NBA changing their foul rules and all that stuff where he can't where grifting isn't part of the game right now. It's like, okay, I'm going to leave that behind. I'm going to leave my B acting behind.
Yes.
And I'm just going to be a baller.
It's great.
And to me, it's almost like release like ultimate version of Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Where I can appreciate, you can appreciate him, other people can appreciate not just the stats, but the way he's playing, the joy he's playing with. It's like, okay, like maybe that's it. Maybe it's been about angst and frustration and trying to put on an act all the time to try to get fouls. And that's just taking away from what is like realistically, again, one of the great players that we've ever seen.
Yeah, man. It was like last night, some switch flipped, and he went, hey, by the way, I'm the best player in this series, and I'm going to show you right now. Like, I know this isn't what happened, but it was like, oh, you think I can't do this? You think I'm just out here for myself? You think I'm performing and this and that? Okay, here, watch what happens you want to see me try? Watch what happens when I try. And that was, it was a dominant performance for him. And a 3-2 series lead for the Mavericks heading back to Dallas. 31 points, 10 rebounds, 11 assists for Luka last night. Just in control the entire game. We'll talk about what that means, big picture for the Mavs coming up a little bit later. But I want to shift gears and talk about the Kings offseason. Because I have found a way I think we can put a realistic list of players together without just trying to grab names out of thin air. We're going to go conference by conference, or excuse me, division by division, and take a look at each team and the players on those teams that the Kings might be interested in. We'll explain next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, it does appear that Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck are heading for a divorce.
Oh my.
According to multiple reports, he has already moved out.
Oh my God. I don't know what we're going to do. I thought that I got out a minute late there, but I didn't. I got out at exactly the right time. Look at me go.
Let's go. I'm
going to make a Google sheet out of all this.
Okay. You're going to Googleize it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm
Sweet.
How do you Googly?
We did have a nice evening. Thanks for asking, Spencer. We hit a little happy hour at Sienna, which is right here on Eureka. It's been a bunch of different restaurants, but it's a nice building. It was good. Well, you guys are getting a little crazy with your chatty house stuff. We didn't know it, but it's food and J-Lo /
Selma Hayek.
Yeah, Selma Hayek.
Big Selma Hayek guy.
Yeah. From Dusk Till Dawn. Scooter, $90 for a cup is really crazy, but the fact that it keeps your coffee warm all day is spectacular. That's why it and it's metal. It's I like it. It's cool. It was a good gift from the family.
Speaking of coffee mugs.
Yes?
Oh, I have to look something
up. I was waiting.
Sorry.
Anxiously waiting. Speaking of,
I bought something on eBay. And I don't know. I'm just whenever I buy something on eBay, I'm a little
leery on whether it's ever going to show up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure because I got notifications and stuff that was like, yeah, hey, Wednesday, it'll be there by Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Hey, everybody check it out. It's going to be there Wednesday. And then when I looked on the USPS tracking yesterday, it said that it was going to be here Wednesday, but then it also said that it was in Santa Clarita yesterday.
Okay.
I was like, well, then it's not
on a diet
here today. Yeah. RIP to an insane show.
I love that
show. And so I was just checking to make sure today that it was still en route to my home, and it is.
Sweet.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the best day of the week. It's Thursday. That's James. I'm Kyle. I've been talking some NBA playoffs, some NFL schedule release, but let's talk some Kings offseason because, James, we've been doing this and we've been kind of running into the same conversation every time. You and I are on the same page that the Kings need to operate with some urgency They need to put anything outside of like Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, and Keegan Murray on the table. We know that Malik Monk is priority A. Mike Brown's contract should be like priority A1.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty clear cut from that standpoint. But the other thing we've done is we've been talking about all these big names, and we keep coming across Brandon Ingram, Jimmy Butler, Paul George, and that's kind of the list. There was a report today about a quote unquote report.
Yep.
And I want to talk about this from a media standpoint, just real quick, and just a like internet literacy standpoint. The report about Jared Allen today that said the Kings were among the teams. The phrasing was could be interested in.
Could be interested in the former All-Star. Yes. The general vibe across the league, according to sources, is that Allen and Garland are the two who could become available for the right price if Mitchell re-signs with the Cavs. While Allen has been linked to the New Orleans Pelicans for a while now, sources tell Right Down Euclid that the Oklahoma City Thunder and Sacramento Kings could be interested in the former All-Star. This is according to Evan Damerel.
Okay, no disrespect to Evan here.
Yep.
By the way, Donovan Mitchell wouldn't be re-signing with the Cavs. He'd be signing an extension. He has $35.4 due next year and then a $37 million player option.
Okay.
So it wouldn't necessarily be re-signing, but anyways. How many times did you just say the word could?
It might have been more than once.
4 or 5?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Among the teams who could be interested, if those players could come available, it's just like, could. Give me a report that says the Kings are interested in. The Kings have talked with the Cavs about Jared Allen.
Yes, conversations have been had.
That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
The Kings could be. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to confirm that report. The Kings could be interested in Jared Allen or Darius Garland or Paul George or LeBron James or Steph Curry. They could be interested in all those guys. Hey, if Nikola Jokic comes available, expect the Kings to make a phone call. They could do that.
Yeah.
Cite me.
There it is. According to Kyle Madsen.
So no, this is just like on stuff like that. Make sure to check it out carefully. And it's not to say that's not to say the Kings might they might be interested in Jared Allen this summer. Maybe they try and swing that deal.
Okay.
But for now, when you're checking that stuff out, don't read too far into it when things like could or might or other caveats are thrown in that heavily.
Yeah, and like, look, we talk about this all the time. Jared Allen is a 26-year-old, like center. Like he's a 6'11" center. The couple of problems that we have right away is that he doesn't shoot the 3 ball at all. For his career, he averages 0.2 attempts per game. He's a very good shot blocker for his career, 1.3 blocks per game. Like I really like Jared Allen, and I think the metrics show that Jared Allen is one of the most impactful players that you're going to run across. He's quietly impactful.
Yeah.
And so when we talk about guys like Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively that we're watching for Dallas, like this is just the primo version of he's just like an elite rim runner. He would be perfect with Malik Monk as like a lob threat. The problem is whether or not he can play alongside DeMarcus Cousins. No, DeMarcus Cousins.
I mean, maybe
Domantas Sabonis
spaces the floor now.
Yeah. Domantas Sabonis, sorry. Yeah, and so again, you're looking at a guy who made the All-Star team when he was 23 years old. Like this is a really, really good player. But whether the Kings are going to push all their assets in on a player like this, I don't know. And I would point out too, like his contract is very reasonable. $20 million each year for the next 2 years. Like if you could get your hands on Jared Allen, that's not the only move that you could make during the offseason. So sure.
And it makes you better.
Oh yeah, it does make you better. The question is, how does it fit? How would it look?
Yes.
Can Domantas Sabonis space the floor? Hitting the 3-ball.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a much better version of Alex Len or Nerlens Noel or name that player JaVale McGee.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the better version of. It's the season. Well,
it's
the
the all-star caliber version of that.
Yeah, it's a guy who can almost average 20 and 10 in the right situation, but it's more close to like 16 and 8 or maybe even like 15 and 8 as a member of the Sacramento Kings, as just like a really, really good role player.
Yeah.
So,
and understands, and I think the thing with Jared Allen specifically, before we move on here, the thing with Jared Allen specifically is he understands and accepts the role that he has, and he's very good at it.
Yes.
Whereas sometimes you see players like that go, hey, I want to be a primary scoring option. Give me the ball. That's what he knows what he is.
Yeah.
And he knows where his bread is buttered.
Well, I would point out, like, $20 million a year for the next 2 years, like, he's super affordable for a player that does what he does.
Yeah.
And this last year he averaged 16.5 and 10.5. He's also he started 77 games, and then all of a sudden we're hearing this, like, the weird rumors. This is why I'm going to say it's possible that Jared Allen is on the move this offseason.
Sure.
Because we're hearing these weird murmurs that his teammates may not have been happy with him because he wouldn't take a shot to see if it would alleviate the pain in his sore ribs. And so we're talking about a guy who plays 77 games during the regular season, hurts his ribs in the playoffs and can't play. And all of a sudden, this can be what we call an exit strategy, where people start to say, well, some of his teammates are a little upset about him not. So you're starting to besmirch his good name at this point for a guy who literally played all but 5 games the entire season.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what it means in the long run, but I definitely, if he's available, like, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need good players.
Yeah. Yeah. So I see a bunch of people in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 discussing the Jared Allen fit. I'm going to put a pin in that for a while.
Yeah.
And if it comes down that the Kings are pursuing him, then great. We'll talk fit. I just don't want to have that deep of a conversation about it right now because he could be available. The other caveat in there was for the right price.
For the right price.
FYI, every player in every sport is available for the right price.
Yeah.
Just about. There's some exceptions.
Yeah, there's like a handful of players that,
but
like, for the right price.
Yeah, but almost every player is available for the right price.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it doesn't matter how many first-round picks you offer for Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs aren't trading him. But anyone else in the NFL, probably the right price.
Yeah. If a team called the 49ers today and said, we'll give you our next 5 first-round picks, and if it was the Vikings and said, here's our next 5 first-round picks and Justin Jefferson, he's available. Anyways, let's talk Kings offseason.
Yeah.
The non-Jared Allen edition. So what we're going to do is I was trying to get my arms around how we're going to do this year and through this summer and how we're going to pick players to point out. And instead of throwing out random players and on the fly trying to figure out what they, what's their contract status, where are they at, how do they fit, we're going to go division by division and team by team each day to figure out, hey, who on that player should the Kings pursue? Are they a free agent? Could they be available via trade? And we're just kind of discuss it that way and try and come up with a list of players that we can work off of as a show and as a family.
Yeah. Okay. And I think also, like, we're going to do it with a realistic approach.
Or to do our very best to do it that way.
Yeah. We're not going to be like, okay, what would it take to get LeBron James to the Sacramento Kings? Like, that's not what we're looking at.
No.
Okay.
No. Bottom line on that, if LeBron wants to play for the Kings, he will.
Of course.
So that's where that's at.
No, I would agree completely.
No, so when we talk about the Lakers, we're not going to include LeBron James in the conversation. So let's talk Clippers first. Let's stay in LA, but talk about the Clippers.
Okay.
We have, and we're going to go starter. Is this person a starter for the Kings? A bench upgrade, or is it a flyer?
Okay.
Where maybe they're the end of the bench, maybe they're in the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't know. It's kind of taking a big swing. We have, what do we have here? We have 4 players from the Clippers.
Okay.
The first one is Bones Highland. He is a restricted free agent, 1 year and $4.2 million left. on his deal. He's a restricted free agent this year, right?
After this year.
After this year.
So you'd have to give up something to get him.
Okay.
Or, again, you could give up a second-round pick and accept him into your biannual exception.
Right. Okay. We have Paul George, who has a player option at $50 million.
Yeah, it's 50-something.
Yeah, he will. I think he's going to opt out and sign a extension.
Well, there's a possibility of that.
Right.
Okay.
Mason Plumlee, who's a free agent, and then Brandon Boston, who is a free agent.
Yeah, Brandon Boston. He's going to be a restricted free agent. He's played 3 years there, but he's going to be like Gilbert Arenas exception like rules. So he's going to be a player that you can't. Because he's been there 3 years, they will have some sort of bird rights to him, and he will be some sort of restricted free agent going into the summer.
I see.
But we're also talking about a bit role player who may or may not make it in the NBA.
Yeah, so that would be, we'll start at the bottom here. Brandon Boston would be a flyer.
Yeah, he's a flyer.
Brandon Boston is he's had some flashes in the NBA. You bring him in. He's the body type you're looking for. He's a good athlete.
Yeah.
If he's bad at basketball, it's a low risk move.
Yep.
But I like the upside.
No, totally. And I think when we look at a player like Brandon Boston, you look at him in the same light that you look at like a Kessler Edwards. Like he's young. He hasn't really got a shot. And the reason why he hasn't got a shot is because he plays on a very good team that's historically good with historically good forwards. And there's just not a lot of opening.
Yep.
But he's got a ton of bounce. He's young. He's athletic. He's somebody who has like a crazy like wingspan and everything else. So like he's a type of player, like the mold of players that the Kings have been lacking. Whether or not he's good enough or not, we don't know yet. He's 6'6" and 3/4, 6'5" and 3/4. So in shoes, he basically plays at 6'7" with a 6'11" wingspan.
Yeah.
And he's got like crazy bounce. Like he's a nice high flyer.
Yeah. So I love that idea as a flyer. 2 bench upgrades here with Bones Highland and Mason Plumlee. Maybe I'm just dramatically overrating Bones Highland. I think he's terrific. And if they're looking for if they wind up having to look for a Malik Monk upgrade, that might be the first place I look.
Yeah, I think that with Bones, you're gonna have you can call Jordy Fernandez and say, hey, like, what did you think of Bones while he was there? So you're gonna get an understanding of who he is as a person, his work ethic, all those things, how much he can improve and all that. But he was with them. He was with the Denver Nuggets before he came to the Kings.
Right.
Jordy was, and although he's not here in Sacramento anymore, that doesn't matter. Yeah, this is like a breaking case of emergency. If you were to lose Malik Monk, this is on a list of players that we would say, okay, who could possibly replace him? And no one is going to be a true replacement for Malik.
No doubt.
But Bones at least has like the outline of a player that's very intriguing.
Yeah.
He's got sort of the length and again, the athleticism that you would want. It's just whether or not he's good enough, whether he can actually fit into it. And a player that barely played this last year. He only played 37 games, 6.9 points per game for the Clippers. But he still averages 10 points a game for his career. So that shows you that he does have a scoring knack.
I think he would be a bucket in the Malik Monk role. Now, can he distribute like that? I don't know. I haven't seen enough of it. But I think if you gave him you are the sixth man, you are going to run the second unit. This is your job. You're going to play 28 minutes a night, 30 minutes a night, whatever it is. I think he could thrive in that role.
No, I think there's a good possibility that he could.
Yeah.
We just don't know because he hasn't, he has done it. He just hasn't done it for a long stretch.
Paul George, I think is, he would be a starter, but I don't know that you want to go max out a guy who's in his mid-30s.
Yeah. He's 33 and it's really tough. And there's really no way for the Kings to max out Paul George. Like we hear Paul George and the Kings. I don't know how you could get that deal done. You could trade for him with his one. He could opt in. You could trade for him. Then you could extend him after he opts in. But I would still look at that as like such a flyer. At $50 million, you're gutting half your team to go get him.
Yeah, I get the theory. I get it on paper. Paul George is very good. He'd be in a lesser role with the Kings on a night in, night out basis. Like in theory, yes, but in practice, I don't see it. I don't.
Yeah, I'm with you. And then, the other player we have on that list is Mason Plumlee. Everyone knows
you're a big Mason Plumlee guy.
Well, I like what Mason Plumlee does as a player. So if you look at him in Charlotte, 12.2 points, 9.7 rebounds, but 3.7 assists.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I like Mason Plumlee is because he played in Jay Triano's system in Charlotte, and can step right in. And when Sabonis leaves the court, you have a player who can run some of the same stuff, that can make the passes, who is a tough guy, who doesn't mind mixing it up, who can rebound. But again, we're talking about a 34-year-old backup center. It would basically be like him or Alex Len. And Alex Len is a better rim protector than Mason Plumlee. And maybe I don't know if he's a better defender, though. I just think that, like, continuity-wise, that's a player that would fit into your system. So.
Yeah, it'd be fine.
Yeah.
I'm not super moved, but it's not like a downgrade.
No, I think it's probably a bench improvement.
Over Alex Len?
Yeah, I mean, that's where I would kind of look at it. Like,
it feels lateral to me.
Okay, but here's how I look at Alex Len,
right?
How many games this year did Mike Brown either go to JaVale McGee or go to Trey Lyles? I mean, Alex Len, what did he play? 45 games? Yeah. I don't have it in front of me. I haven't looked it up, but I'm going to guess that Alex Len played about that. I think Mason Plumlee would be in your rotation from day one and all season long. 48 games for Alex Len.
Yeah, 2.5 points, 2.7 boards, 1 assist.
Yeah, and I don't think that you're going to ever play those two next to each other unless you're playing just like a monstrous team.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I think it's, I think it's a player that makes sense.
Okay. We'll do the Suns here before we hit our break. The Suns are interesting. I have no idea what their plan is this offseason. They don't have a lot of flexibility.
Zero.
And maybe you can take some advantage of that and say, like, hey, you need to change up your roster. Here's Chris Duarte. give this a shot. We have 3 players down here for the Suns. We have Royce O'Neal, Bol, and Nasir Little.
Mm-hmm.
Royce O'Neal was a player we talked about a lot for the Kings at the trade deadline. I think that's a nice bench upgrade for you. I don't think he'd start.
I mean, there's a possibility.
Start him at the 2 and bring Keon off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you're looking at. You're looking at like the more mature version of Keon Ellis, like the seasoned veteran version of.
Okay. He's a free agent, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think he might get more than the veteran minimum, but I don't think it's going to be a lot more. Like, there was a time where he made good money.
Yeah.
But I don't think that anyone is going out there. I mean, maybe you have to carve out an $8 million salary out of your mid-level exception.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that that's what you would do for Royce O'Neal. I mean, we're talking about he'll be 31 next season. He's, again, strong, physical, doesn't mind mixing it up, average 5 rebounds, which is really nice coming off the bench or starting. I mean, he's a good rebounding guard. He's just not, 2.4 assists per game for his career. He's not like an outstanding playmaker.
Yeah.
But he's a solid 38% shooter from 3 for his career.
Yeah. Good defender.
Yeah. This is a type of guy that the Kings, if they are going to just bolster the lineup, this is the type of guy who would fit in the top 8 or 9 of your rotation.
Immediately.
Yeah.
He would. I love the Royce O'Neal idea, especially if you're getting him for a few $1 million.
Yeah.
That would be big time. Bol was my pick out of this as a flyer. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Bring in this 7'3" guy, shoot a little bit. I'm in.
Yeah, I totally get that too. He's fun, but I just don't know that he's ever going to be the stats he puts up and the player that he is are like, they don't really match, right? So I think that's always an issue. And then the guy I like out of here is kind of a quiet one. It's Nasir Little, and Nasir Little. Again, we're talking about a 6'6", 6'7" guy with shoes on, with a 7'1" plus wingspan. He was really, really highly regarded in Portland like 2 years ago, and like almost untouchable.
When you said, I was shocked by that.
Yeah, no, Portland, when they were doing their rebuild, it was Anthony Simons and Nasir Little that they were hoping to build around when they were going to start jettisoning pieces, like when they did the CJ McConnell deal. That's who they were looking to build around, and then Nasir Little got hurt. I think that there's a lot more to his game, and he specs out. We were talking about this earlier, as the same exact player size, at maybe a little bit bigger than Moses Moody.
Yeah,
and so he's on a 3-year deal that pays him about $21 million, and that's one of those deals where you could say, hey, we got a $6 million expiring contract. Would you trade it for Nasir Little? And maybe that would be a player that you could build around. Again, length, athleticism is what you're going for, and you hope that you strike gold in a player that was underutilized this last year.
That's the exact kind of move I would love to see the Kings make. Okay. Not that that's going to get them over the hump to where they need to go, but when you start talking about marginal moves, because we've talked about it ad nauseum, there needs to be some kind of bigger swing than a Nasir Little, Royce O'Neal type of player.
Yes.
But when you talk about Nasir Little and you're talking about moving, what'd you say, Chris Duarte?
Yeah. So, and I can explain why that might work, but go ahead.
So if you're swapping out Chris Duarte, who you just kind of, okay, you know what that is with your team, and bringing in Nasir Little, where maybe he's the 12th guy on your bench, or maybe he develops nicely and he's your 8th or 9th guy.
Yeah.
And you can spot start him if you need to, and maybe he develops with your team. Like that's whether it's him or a player like that. I think any player they can target like that they can get on the relative cheap, I'm all for it.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy who just turned 24, who has plenty of NBA experience. He's basically the same age as Keegan Murray.
Like 237 games.
So he's got plenty of experience, and he fits the player mold that you need. So maybe he does develop into a long-term starter at the small forward spot.
Sure.
Maybe he doesn't, but you have 3 years to look at him. And the reason why a team like Phoenix might trade a guy like this is because if they took in Chris Duarte, they could do something called stretch provision Chris Duarte. They could waive Chris Duarte, pay his salary over, it's twice as many years as a salary plus an extra season. It's twice as many years of his contract plus an extra season. So just think of it this way. He makes $6 million. You could you could waive him and stretch his salary over 3 years, and then save basically $3 million. Well, no, you would save more than that off the Nasir Little contract, which is about $7 million. Chris Duarte would only cost $2 million in this season, and so they would save $5 million in luxury tax and cap space, which is going to be a problem for them because they're way over the second apron of the luxury tax, way over. So that $5 million savings right there could end up saving them $25 million or $20 million.
And that's going to be an important thing too. We'll talk about the Lakers and Warriors after the break, but that's going to be an important thing to keep in mind while we talk about this, because there's going to be teams that maybe used to be taxpayers that under the new rules, and if you're Golden State or Phoenix, you're looking at your team going like, hey, is this a title team? Is this a team we want to hang out in the second apron for? Anything they can do to save a couple $1 million is going to matter. So as we go through this, just really try and keep that in mind. And that's something I have to do as well, because you go, why would they ever do that? But it's like, dude, shaving $5 million off of their payroll could save them tens of millions.
And it's $5 million a year off their payroll. Because again, Duarte would be stretched over 3 years. And Nasir Little has a 3-year contract. So it'd be $5 million a year that they would be saving.
Yeah.
And maybe Nasir Little doesn't work out. Maybe he does. Maybe maybe he's part of another trade down the road. But he's young. He's got experience. He might be better than the options that you have.
Yeah.
And he might develop into something that's better. So,
yeah. And that's, again, this is not to say that Nasir Little is going to get the Kings to a championship, but there's two types of move the Kings need to be making. It's that one, and then the bigger ones. And there will be bigger names, the Paul George type of names, the Brandon Ingram type of names. We'll hit all those as well. Okay. But that's not going to be the only thing Sacramento's looking to do this offseason. At least it better not be. They're going to be in a tough spot. All right, we got the Warriors and Lakers to get to. A few fun names off of both of those teams that could help the Kings. We'll have good idea or bad idea coming up. And then we're going to debut a new segment where James explains certain aspects of the salary cap to me like I'm 5.
Okay.
We'll dive into that all coming up in the second hour on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? There we go. That's not inappropriate.
What?
Saying.
Good joke. Oh, hell yeah. The big guy, Vince Bloom.
Like, look, I think what we're trying to do here when we go through this, we're trying to match up like where all of these things might, where the Kings could possibly help themselves, and whether or not that's feasible, whether it's like, we're not doing like pie in the sky stuff. I also think like Nasir Little, just how his career's gone. Maybe he's not worth it. I mean, he averaged 3.4 points per game this last year, but again, every coach has a reason why they do something.
Minutes.
2 minutes. See, now you got John Poles thinking that Thursday is the best day of the week.
He's absolutely right.
Come on. Come on. I've been trying to get through Murder at the End of the World, I think that's called. Okay. It's been pretty intriguing so far. I don't know. And again, I really enjoyed Veil so far on the Hulu.
Oh, hey there.
Huh. So I guess
Do you have a quick answer on this?
What do you expect to hear? Invites to team workouts for draft players. Okay. There was a time, Jim, where I would spend
20
my
seconds.
Weeks going to every single workout. The Kings don't do it anymore, and they don't tell us when players are coming through, and they don't tell us who comes through.
Tight.
Every once in a while, we'll get a, hey, these 5 players came through yesterday. Thanks.
Here we go. Super helpful. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the show. I see somebody on the line right now. Hang in there for us, and we will get to you momentarily. We're going through right now the Pacific Division, going through each team in the Pacific Division, non-Kings edition, and finding the players, free agents, potential trades that the Kings could pursue this offseason to either find a starter bench upgrade, or just a player to take a flyer on.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing. We got through the Clippers and the Suns last segment. We will get through the Lakers and the Warriors in this segment. You mentioned real quick before we get back to that and get to our caller, somebody at the break asked about when we can expect to start hearing about Kings workouts with draft picks and visits and things of that nature.
Yeah. So I remember the year that Kyle Guy was drafted by the Kings.
The legend.
I went to 99 prospect workouts. Well, not 99
oh my
total.
God.
I saw 99 prospects. So what they would do is they'd bring in like 2 guards, 2 forwards, and 2 centers, or a guard and 4 forwards, something like that. Like whatever so they can play 3-on-3, right? And we would go so every 6. So if you can figure out the quick math there, what is that? 6 and a 99, 18, 13, 14 draft, right? So 14 different draft workouts. Gotcha. So we were going to the arena all the time, and sometimes you get 1 or 2 players, sometimes you get 1. It kind of depends on the level of the prospect, right? But
7 if it's 14.
Yeah, maybe you're probably right.
Anyways, doesn't matter. Go on.
Yeah. Anyway, so we would go down and we would hang out. We would talk to players. Like, again, that's where you run into a guy like Taco Fall, where you're like, what in the world? This is so. The Kings under the new regime over the last couple of years have stopped that, which is part of it. Initially, I think was like, hey, we're going to not do as many because of COVID. And then we get out of COVID and now it's like, hey, we don't do that anymore, which I don't understand, because what it is free promotion for your team all summer long. Like, people right now are starved for Kings news through like May and June. Why not have reporters in your building talking to prospects every single day?
Every day.
Either way. It's almost like it's secretive, but like, we can even talk about the Davion Mitchell draft. The Kings brought in a ton of players during that draft. They never even once spoke to Davion Mitchell.
Interesting.
So it's not like we even got like misdirection there.
Yeah.
So on occasion we'll get like a text or an email that says, hey, this is who came through today, just a FYI. And other times we get nothing, and we'll start hearing it that, oh, these players drop by. So I don't know who the Kings are going to bring in for the top 13 pick, for the number 13 pick.
Weird.
But because of this draft, they should bring people from 8 to 30. And then, they have a second round pick as well, but we have no idea. Maybe we'll get some murmurs and some rumors, but it's just difficult, because we should, like, I don't know why they're doing it this way. Yeah. It's their decision, I guess. And it just like strangles their coverage for the summer.
All right. We got Don here. Don, what's going on?
Hey, Kyle, this is Don.
Hey, Don.
Hey, so like, I listen to the chat sometimes, and I notice that everybody has these high expectations for players. And I think we have to start being realistic too on there is no perfect player out there. Yes. Everybody that's out there this particular free agency period, there's going to be some flaws there, and we have to be realistic about that.
Yep. I couldn't agree more. Thanks, Don. That's a great point. Tell me what a player can do, not what he can't.
Yeah.
That's the Bill Belichick thing. It's not about what a player can't do. It's about what they can do. And every single player that we're going to talk about, you can make some argument of like, well, that guy can't do X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, Bones Highland does not play defense.
Not a lot of defense coming out of Bones Highland.
No.
Boy, that was close.
Yeah. Good catch. Good catch.
But not a lot of defense there, but he can score the basketball.
Yeah, I mean, Paul George isn't a perfect player at this age.
After that, no, you put the flag down.
You put that flag down.
I caught it. That was like I started to hold and then let go.
Oh, no.
It was awful close.
Even like a player like Paul George, he's 33 years old. He's got injury concerns. Exactly. He probably doesn't even view himself as like a 1B anymore.
Yeah.
Like, that's a problem.
Yeah. And you got to keep in mind too, when we're talking about some of these players, Nas Little, Mason Plumlee, it's like backup center. Potential rotation guy, but maybe your 12th or 13th guy on the bench.
Yeah, you're hoping for 7, 8, 9, 10, and you could get 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, exactly.
Player on your rotation.
Yeah. So, Let's try and fit the Lakers into this segment here.
Okay.
We've got 3 of them. Taurean Prince, who's a free agent. We've got Jared Vanderbilt, who we've talked about before, and then Spencer Dinwiddie. I want to start with Dinwiddie because that's the name that kind of jumped out the most to me as we were going through this. And you want to talk Malik Monk replacements? I don't know that there's a better option than Spencer Dinwiddie. I know he's older. I think he's 31 now. And I know that he had abominable playoffs with the Lakers. He was atrocious. But this is also a guy who's been a microwave scorer in the league. He's averaged 20 points a game. For his career, he's 5 assists a game. He had a stretch with Brooklyn last year where he averaged 9.1 assists per game. And I think 23 games with Brooklyn.
That's not bad.
He's a veteran player. I think that you get Spencer Dinwiddie into this type of role where he would have with the Kings, and I think you'd get a really, really high quality player.
Okay. I mean, that's possible. What I would look for Spencer Dinwiddie is like fit him into the biannual exception, then maybe. And again, this is in case you lose Monk, but we're talking about a 6'5" guy who, again, isn't known for his defense. He's a little quirky off the court. Throughout his career, he's been
the crypto guy, right?
Yes. Okay. He's been very erratic throughout his career when it comes to 3-point shooting, but he's had plenty of seasons above 40%, and then plenty of seasons below 30. And so you don't really know. My concern is that he gets to Sacramento and he turns into Ramon Sessions. And so that would be my concern, that he he goes from like a viable NBA player to not a viable NBA player like very quickly. But again, if we're talking about short-term Malik Monk replacements, if somehow Malik leaves, he would be on some sort of list.
I'm not sure if it's a good thing or bad thing that he was among the most improved player vote getters in 3 consecutive years.
Yeah, that's intriguing.
I don't know if that's good or not. He was also 4th and 6th man of the year voting in 2018-19.
Yeah, he averaged 16.8 points per game. It's just that was quite a while ago.
Yeah, no doubt. This past year, for the entire season, he was 10.5 points, 4.7 boards, and he came off the bench in 24 of his 76 games. So I don't know. I think he's an intriguing option that probably wouldn't cost an arm and a leg.
No, totally. And if you wanted a slightly bigger backup point guard than Davion Mitchell, who doesn't play nearly the defense but is much better offensive player,
sure,
he would also make sense as playing alongside Malik.
Yeah. Jared Vanderbilt, is that a realistic option?
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with Jared Vanderbilt. He missed a bunch of time with a foot injury, and there's some concerns there. The reason I bring him up, he's friends with De'Aaron Fox. The Kings tried to get him before. He signed a 4-year, 48. You could literally trade for him into your mid-level exception and relieve the Lakers of a 4-year contract. Whether they want to do that or not, I don't know.
Sure.
But if they have the financial ability to go get somebody, maybe that would make sense to them.
Yeah.
To save them luxury tax dollars, and maybe you give up something in return, but I'm not sure that it would cost you all that much. And I think he's a type of player that may work as like a young Bobby Portis in Sacramento. Yeah. He needs to improve on a lot of things, but still,
particularly offensively.
Yeah, it's still like a solid defensive, rangy defender.
Yeah,
like long, athletic, and like maybe could play alongside as a starter off the bench next to Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting how the fit would go with him and Keon Ellis. Because a lot of this kind of rides on Keon Ellis continuing to knock down threes and continuing to be a viable offensive threat. But if he regresses there, you can't play him with Jared Vanderbilt.
Yeah, especially if you're talking about starters. And I think that's like when we're talking about advanced team building, we don't know whether Keon Ellis is a starter, whether Kevin Huerter's a starter, like whether Malik Monk has promised a starting job. Like there's all these things that could happen at the shooting guard position, and it does matter that position what happens at the power forward position. So interesting stuff.
And then Taurean Prince, I don't know, bench option.
Taurean Prince is basically the grown-up version of Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
He is. And he can play the 2 and the 3. Like, why not? Like, if you were adding wing depth and you needed a player that knew how to play and could knock down a big 3-point shot, Taurean Prince makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, a lot of the complaints I saw about him coming out of Laker land this year was that he just got overused. He just got put in the wrong spot.
Yeah. There's a lot of players around that style of player. Like he's kind of a poor man's Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Yeah.
Or you could compare him to who's the guy that came over with Domas from the Pacers. Why do I always forget his name? One of the Holiday brothers. Aaron. No,
Aaron.
Not Aaron.
Justin?
Yes, Justin Holiday.
Okay.
I think.
Playing for the Nuggets now.
Yes, it's Justin Holiday. Yep.
It's some big shots.
Yeah, I mean, and so is Taurean Prince during his career. That's kind of the style of player, and at this point, like maybe you take a flyer on a guy like that, maybe you don't.
Yeah, for sure. We still got to get to the Warriors. This bit ended up taking a lot longer than I thought it was going to. We still got to get to the Warriors. We'll do that. We have good idea or bad idea, and I'm gonna have James explain some salary cap stuff to me like I'm 5. Hopefully that helps you out as well. You, the listener, not you, James. ESPN 1320. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in a second.
Yeah, like people are okay. First of all, we haven't brought up Miles Bridges yet because Miles Bridges doesn't play for any of the teams in the Pacific Division. We're kind of going through the Pacific, so you guys are bringing up Miles Bridges. Like you can't touch if you're the Kings, you can't touch Miles Bridges with a 10-foot pole. Like the dude is a serial domestic violence offender. Not once, multiple times. And not only that, but he's also like he's never played on a good team. So we don't know what his stats look like on some other team. Yeah. I don't know. Like Miles Bridges is way down on my list of players at the Kings. Like in theory, Miles Bridges would make sense for the Kings, but there are so many red flags there that this isn't like getting a guy into your system and, he's got some personality quirks. That's not what he has. He might make the Kings better, but he also might make the Kings not better at all. And he could also cost them a lot of fans.
Who is this?
Miles Bridges.
Yeah. No.
That's where I'm at with Miles Bridges.
Yeah, I don't care if Miles Bridges is LeBron freaking James.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, somebody can make that decision. It doesn't have to be your team. It's like what I always tell my boys. Like a bad decision is a bad decision. You can watch somebody else make a bad decision and learn from it and go, oh, that was a bad decision. But it wasn't you who made the bad decision. You were just there to watch it, or you heard about it and you're like, oh, that's a bad decision. I probably shouldn't do that. Like you can learn from other people making bad decisions. You don't have to be the one that makes a bad decision yourself.
Great point.
Yeah. And again, we talk about this all the time. People should remember that Jay Triano was a head coach. Was on that coaching staff in Charlotte. So he maybe has a better understanding.
It's a good call from Don.
The best is it's possible his name was actually Don.
No, I don't believe it was.
Okay, good. But he played into the bit very well.
Yeah, of course he did.
Good for you, Don.
Should have asked Don his favorite cereal. Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Good idea or bad idea? Coming up next, we'll also continue our Kings offseason discussion. We'll get to the Golden State Warriors, who have some fascinating names who could be available. We'll get to those next segment. Good idea or bad idea now, though?
Okay.
And I need to make an intro for this. I keep saying that. But what good idea or bad idea is three headlines that we weren't necessarily going to dive into. And we say whether that thing that happened in the headline is a good idea or a bad idea. Very straightforward. Number one today, looks like the Cleveland Cavaliers, among the other things they are considering this offseason, are considering moving on from JB Bickerstaff, their head coach. Good idea or bad idea?
Well, I mean, we're already starting to see sort of like the murmurs play out. There's a report from Chris Fedor from Bleacher Report that Donovan Mitchell, quote unquote, grew frustrated with some teammates' lack of maturity, focus, playoff level readiness, and willingness to listen.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to fire back on the coach.
Yep.
And so if he loses the star player, that's worse than losing the room.
Yep.
And so I don't know what that means for JB. I don't know that that's a great idea because I think they are building something. I think they just made it to the second round of the playoffs with a very young team.
Mm-hmm.
But where do you take it from there? And if you can't get your players to fall in line and focus during a playoff series, and there's frustration from a guy who you're really trying to sign to a long-term deal who may or may not want to be anywhere near Cleveland, that's probably a problem.
44-38 2 years ago, 51-31 last year, 48-34 this season. They were a first-round exit last year, a second-round exit this year, and dealt with a whole bunch of injury stuff along the way.
Yeah.
If Donovan Mitchell's out and you're hell-bent on keeping Donovan Mitchell, then yeah, you gotta move on. But at the same time, if you're gonna say, yeah, hey, we're not gonna be able to keep Donovan Mitchell around, then I think continuity matters. If you're gonna have a little bit of, if you're not blowing it up,
mm-hmm.
If you're not saying Donovan Mitchell's gone, Darius Garland's gone, Jared Allen is gone, it's gonna be Evan Mobley, and we're gonna build around him. If you're going to keep some semblance of continuity, but you're just moving Donovan Mitchell, I think you have to keep the head coach.
Yeah.
At that point.
I do, Donovan Mitchell did respond to this report, and he said, and then Cap, I'm sick of y'all sometimes. So I'm going to guess that Donovan Mitchell is not as angry and, filled with angst as everyone is leading it on to be. But I also think, he also knows he didn't play in the final two games and they got bounced.
Yeah.
So he can't really sit here and like roast Jared Allen, who missed a series, or Karis LeVert, who missed a game. Like he missed a game. He missed 2 games too. And he knows that they probably didn't have a chance either way, but they had no chance without him.
I could see in a moment where he wanted to play and couldn't, and was frustrated and was like, God, these guys aren't focusing, because he can't do anything from the bench.
Yeah.
I can imagine that gets frustrating, and maybe he vented that frustration to somebody and it got leaked that he was I don't know. Or maybe he is and he's trying to save face publicly.
It's also possible that he's showed his frustration in front of his friends, and one of his friends said something to the media.
Yeah, exactly. Number 2, Major League Baseball is suspending Astros starting pitcher Ronel Blanco for 10 games because of the sticky substance umpires found in his glove during his start against the A's a couple of days ago. One of the umpires who checked his glove said it was the stickiest substance he'd ever felt in a glove since they started doing this. Ronel Blanco contends it was just rosin, where you're not supposed to have rosin on your non-pitching hand. No appeal. They're going to take the 10-game suspension and move on with it. That's essentially 2 starts for Blanco. Good idea or bad idea to suspend players for sticky stuff in their glove?
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea, and I think 10 games for a starting pitcher is perfect because that costs him 2 starts.
Yeah,
2 plus.
Yep, that's it. It's you miss a couple, don't do it again, because it is just a massive advantage, man. Being able to up your spin rate or get a better grip on the ball, that's what the rosin's for. That's something that everybody uses. I don't know what he did or didn't have in the glove. I don't know if baseball even investigates that far.
Oh, no, they took that. They sent his glove straight to the commissioner's office. For sure. I read that.
Really?
Yeah, they confiscated the glove and sent it directly to the commissioner's office for for testing.
Huh.
Yep. They want to know what was on there.
So there was definitely more than rosin inside the glove. Major League Baseball didn't comment on what it was.
Well, Kyle, it was the stickiest substance someone had ever felt. So I don't know. Looking for the flag.
Good. No, we're good.
We survived.
Just getting after it pregame. Number 3. Looked like Luka Doncic last night. Took it upon himself to stop whining at the officials after every single play. I know what you're going to say. I just wanted to talk about it again because holy crap. There was still a little bit of floppage.
Yeah.
There was still the occasional, makes the basket and then turns and shouts at the one ref. And then as he's jogging up the court, locates another ref and barks at them a little bit. But it didn't feel, typically a Luka game feels like an exorbitant amount of complaining at officials. And last night felt like just a normal amount. I think this is a great idea by Luka. Love the rebrand. Love the rebrand for our guy.
That is what it is. It's a rebrand, and I'm here for it. I want to see what he looks like when adversity hits, and whether he goes right back to the complaining Luka, crying Luka,
or maybe it's home game 6 when they know they have a chance to close out the series, and he just kind of reverts.
I definitely I want to see if this is something he can sustain, because he needs to look at the tape as well and realize that he found his joy on the basketball court. And that's a good thing. Yeah, he's a better player when he's playing that way, when he's not filled with angst and yelling at officials 24/7.
And doing that on the road, and maybe this is part of the calculus for him, doing that on the road takes a crowd out of it. When when there's a call and you're not running over to the official, because you know how this goes in a home arena.
Mm-hmm.
Call goes against a visitor, people cheer. Star player on the visiting team storms over to the official and he's yelling, he's demonstrative. Crowd gets louder. And now they're chanting at him. And now it's a whole thing. And now I think that just takes the crowd out of the game. If you're already rolling and now, hey, you're not giving them any ammo. You're not giving them anything to cheer about. Just going to go, okay, didn't like that call. I'm going to let the ref know real quick. I'm going to go down. I'm going to hit a 3 on the next possession.
I think at some point the fans started chanting Luka sucks, and he just smiled and enjoyed it. And that's where I hope that he gets, because look, he can be one of the faces of the NBA, but he can't be that if he's just so infuriating for so many people to watch.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's great. And look, I want to see again, can he sustain this, or is it a one-time thing?
Yeah. Yeah. It feels like the Mavs have dominated that series. And yet it's going to game.
But it's 3-2.
It's so weird to me.
Yeah.
I just every time I look up, every time I've looked up during that series, it's felt like the Mavs are up by 10.
Mm.
And the Thunder have found a way to battle back and get into some games. Yesterday was ugly though. Yesterday they looked like an inexperienced playoff team. That's how yesterday looked. I think they're going to be so good though.
Yeah, see, I just kept looking at that series and look at the valuable experience that Chet is getting, that SGA, that Jamal Williams is getting, Jalen Williams.
Yeah.
Both Jalen Williams.
Both, J-Dub and J-Will.
Yeah, I just think that it's a very, very valuable experience that they're getting.
Big time.
Yep.
13 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 block, 1 turnover for Chet last night. There's sometimes you'll see a team like the Hawks that make a run with whatever they did. Was that 2019 where they made that run to the conference finals? And you're like, I don't know how much I buy this. If the Pacers wind up beating the Knicks in game 6 and 7, I don't think they will, but if they do, it's going to be like, I don't think I buy the Pacers here as this up and coming. I'm all in on the Thunder. I've seen enough already in this series.
Yeah.
That inexperience might catch up with them, but man.
Just where they're going to be in 3 years. Yeah. Where they're going to be next year. Yeah. And that's the battle. That's the battle for the Kings right there.
All right. Caller, I see you on the line. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320 is the number. Caller, hang in there. We got to hit a break, but we will get to you after the break. We will continue making our list, our offseason list for the Kings. One last Pacific Division team. It will be the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk about them. I'm going to have James explain some salary cap stuff to me. And we have the handoff coming up. Tons to get into in the final segment. You're not going to want to miss it on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. And we are clear.
What's going on, everybody? Oh, I think I have to do the spin move. Oh, spin move.
I mean, we literally have so many car commercials playing on our show.
Yeah.
Come on.
Different places.
Yeah. I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda. And we had Vince Bloom, the big guy.
Oh. I'm with you, Kyle. It's good to stretch. Kyle, have you seen this Lahaina Whaler Winter Baseball League hat?
Lahaina?
Lahaina. My bad.
No. I also love Lahaina.
Yeah. What's happening?
Oh my God, that's so fire.
Maybe Kyle's about to buy a new hat.
Are you joking? This is so sick.
Oh, look at that.
That's... Who's selling... Johnny, who's selling this? I don't want to pay $50 for it on eBay.
Yeah, that's expensive.
Oh, hang on. I have answers to non-important things real quick. Trash Bandit, yeah, it's on the list for sure. Hit Ebbett's Vintage. They have a ton of San Francisco Seal stuff. Anyways, go on.
Oh, I was just checking boxes. Start. Hey, Insiders, question about Colby Jones. Do you foresee a role with him on the Kings next season? King squad, or what type of NBA player does he project to be? Realize there are a bunch of variables. Yeah, I think this depends on whether the Kings lose Malik Monk or not. If they do, then Colby Jones is going to have to play a little bit more of a prominent role. We'll have to figure out what he is. But I also think that he can learn a lot from playing more point guard at the G League level. I think that they're doing a lot of what they did with Keon Ellis. There's a possibility that Colby Jones could be a backup point guard this season for the Kings. He's fun. He's athletic. He can guard multiple positions. He reminds me a little bit of Christian Brown and that type of player. And they do think that there's a possibility he will play this coming season. He'll have a role, but that's a coaching decision. It's anyone's guess.
Good timing. Here we go. I thought I thought somebody remade that hat. It does have to be. Okay, I see. Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Lots to get into, so I'm not going to be derailed by the hat talk that was happening in the chat at the break. We have a caller to get to, and then we've got our King stuff to get to as well. We might have to push the salary cap thing to tomorrow.
Okay.
That's an evergreen type of thing.
I can be relatively quick with it if you want. Go ahead.
Let's get to our caller, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you would like to join the program. Don, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Don? It's Don. How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Nah, it's TC. What's up, bro?
What's up, TC? What you got?
What's happening?
All right, Hammer. Hey, look, Hammer. Hey, Kyle. Hey, I'm with y'all. Hey, I see what you were saying, Hammer, when you said before about the disgruntled stars and Donovan Mitchell. when we're like, hey, so listen, there's no excuses for Monty. Monty, you have to pull the trigger, bro. With all these disgruntled stars ready to get out, Monty has to make a move. There's no patching the Band-Aid, wiping a little blood. None of that, bro. Like, you have to, like, swing right now. Like, I'd rather go out swinging for the fences. Like, bro, we try to make a move. We try to get Donovan, PG, Ingram. Wouldn't nobody do a deal with us? This is our trade packages we threw out. Nobody, like, there's none of that, like, oh, we're trying to wait. There's no more waiting there. Donovan wants out. Guys want out. We have to make a move. Kyle and him, what y'all think about that?
Thanks, DC. Appreciate you. Thanks, Don.
Amen.
Yeah, man. I that's it. That underscores every single conversation you and I have about the Kings this year.
Yeah.
We are both in the camp that, it's go time.
It is. You're right there. You're right there. You're so close.
This is it.
Yeah. I mean, if you can swing for the fences, if there is potential to make a deal, then you got to do it.
Everything's got to be on the table.
Yeah. I totally agree. This is a moment where you're like, okay, like how good of a player can we get?
Yeah.
And we're talking about some really good players. But I mean, Donovan Mitchell, like, is again, everyone is friends with Donovan Mitchell in the league. That's what I've learned. But De'Aaron Fox and him have a really good relationship. They've known each other since high school.
Mm-hmm.
They played AAU ball against each other forever.
Louisville and Kentucky.
Yeah. They're close. But everyone is also feels that way with Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell is a dude who's like universally liked. I also think he'd be a really, really good player to have on a team like the Kings where he's a 1A, and if you have two 1As,
mm-hmm.
you're cooking.
You're in a really good spot.
You are in a really good spot. So I don't know if he's ever going to become actually available, or if he's just going to go like leave after next year and go to the Knicks or whatever it is that he might want to do.
Sure.
But you need to get involved, whether it's Jared Allen or it's Brandon Ingram or it's Donovan Mitchell, whoever comes up for grabs here.
Yep.
You go chase.
We should be hearing throughout the offseason, every time there are trade talks involving a player, we should be seeing the Kings are among X amount of teams that have inquired about player Y.
Yep.
And that's just it. You have to.
I totally agree.
Yeah. So what we've been doing today, we've gone through the Pacific Division, we've gone through each team in that division, and tried to find players that Kings could realistically pursue either in free agency or trade. The Warriors are an interesting team. They're our final team in the Pacific Division. They're a fascinating team.
Yeah.
Because they're in a spot where they're probably not a title contender. They are a fringe playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
And they are well into the luxury tax where any dollars they can save are dollars that they are going to be willing to save.
Yes.
And that might be the goal of this offseason more than trying to construct a championship roster. So with that in mind, we've got a few names here. Moses Moody.
Yep.
Gary Payton II.
Okay.
Klay Thompson, we'll ask about. And Kevon Looney. Let's start with Klay, because I think we can, for the most part, take him off the table.
Yeah, I mean, it would be so incredibly difficult for the Kings to figure out a deal that made sense.
Because if he's leaving Golden State, it's because he's getting paid.
Yes.
He's getting like $28 or $30 million a year from Orlando.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that's the case. Like, I think Golden State might stay in the like $15 to $20 million a year range for him.
Mm-hmm.
And he might be back there.
Mm-hmm.
But that still puts them in a very, very bad situation with their salary cap.
Yep.
They're trying to get below the luxury tax because they don't want to be the repeat offender and then start losing draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're at $175 million right now. That they can shave that down pretty quickly. And they have some mechanisms to do that.
Yeah. I don't think Klay's an option though.
No.
I'm taking him off.
Yep.
What about Moses Moody? I don't know. I don't know where Golden State sits with Moses Moody. He's not a regular piece of their rotation, but every time he plays, he's just really effective. But he can't get regular minutes. So maybe they'll move him. Yeah. I don't know what they're looking for. I think he'd be a really nice fit for the Kings, though.
It's tough. Every time I watch him play against the Kings, I just keep wondering why he's not playing the whole time.
Every time he plays, ask any Warriors fan. Every time Moses Moody gets on the court, it's like, oh, hey, that went well.
Yeah, wow, he's really good.
DNP CD next game. Like,
like, what in the world just happened?
Did he kick someone's dog?
I don't know if like maybe there's a problem with the way he practices. Maybe there's a problem with like personality off the court. Maybe he's a player that doesn't strike someone as a high basketball IQ player, and then he gets on the court and you're like, oh, okay. He's also like, as far as defense, he's not as good defensively as some people think.
Yeah, he tries really hard, but like laterally, he's not super quick.
Yeah, he's probably more of a small forward than he is a shooting guard, and that's a problem. They have not used him like a lot at that position. Like, look, I think he should be on the list. He's, right around 6'5", 6'6", and he has a 7-foot wingspan. Like, this is a type of guy, the long athletic player that the Kings are looking for. He can really shoot the ball 3, and he could develop into a 3-and-D guy in the right system, and
rebounds like crazy.
Yeah, I'm okay with him. I think he makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
But what do they want, and how many people out there believe that he's a better player than he's been?
So he has 1 year left on his deal, and then he's a restricted free agent next year.
Yeah.
And my question with Moses is, what is what we just said? Why isn't he playing more for a team that could absolutely use him?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the question. Maybe it's a positional fit. Maybe it's, I don't know, but I'd make a call.
Yeah, sure. I think it's kind of the same thing like with Nasir Little. Like, why didn't he play for Phoenix when they needed a long, athletic, small forward that can defend somebody?
Yeah.
And so when it comes to him, like he's owed $5.8 million, and then again, you can work on a rookie extension either now or wait until next offseason when he's a restricted free agent, and you can match any offer.
Yeah.
But they've hurt his value. I don't even know what they would expect in trade for him. I mean, you could trade half of your mid-level exception for him. So $6 million, create a $6 million trade exception for the other team, and then maybe give them 2 seconds. I don't know what it is that they want.
No clue.
But like, I'm confused because they've damaged his value on the open market for their ability to trade him.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think Gary Payton II would be a really fun ad for the Kings. And he has a $9.1 million player option for this year. I'm guessing he'll pick that up. I think Gary Payton II could help like every team in the NBA.
Yeah, I think so too. It's whether or not he can ever stay healthy.
Sure.
And that's always going to be the problem.
But I'm not asking for him to start. I'm not asking for him to necessarily even play 20 minutes a night.
Yeah.
There's going to be some nights where he gives you 18 minutes. There's going to be some nights where he gives you 4. But what he does at the point of attack as a defender, what he does as a lob threat, as a rebounder, even at his side, he plays so much bigger than 6'2".
Yeah.
He's a really, really good player.
Yeah, I think as a short term, like, hey, we want to go all in on this season. Like, can we? Yeah. So he has a player option at I think it's 8.1 million. So again, if the Kings were to like look at a trade where you were trade like Chris Duarte, and again, they would maybe stretch provision Chris Duarte, and they could go from an $8 million salary to a $2 million salary. And then they would have to string it out. They'd pay $2 million a year, but that $6 million in savings might be exactly what the Golden State Warriors are looking for. And this is one of Mike Brown's guys.
Yeah.
So it's just whether it hurts the development of Keon Ellis, whether it hurts the development of Colby Jones, whether the Kings think that either one of those players can develop into something that you would kind of be taken away from. And you have to remember, he's only 6'2". So he plays so much bigger than what you think, but he's not very big. So I could see him as like a really, really solid replacement for Davion Mitchell. If Davion Mitchell went somewhere in a trade, and playing alongside Malik Monk, I think would be brilliant.
Yeah.
And even some minutes alongside De'Aaron Fox. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
And people would love him here.
Oh, yeah.
He's bust his ass every time he's on the court. Love GP2.
He's fun.
And then Kevon Looney. You've talked about Kevon Looney before as a possible backup big.
Yeah.
For the Kings. So and this is with the caveat of no idea what Golden State's plan is this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think Golden State, they have a $8 million salary for Looney, but they have a $3 million, like they can buy him out for $3 million and waive him. I'm going to guess that that's what's going to happen. And then he's going to be available for probably the veterans minimum.
Man.
And so if I'm looking at him as a player, like, would you rather have him or Alex Len? Or would you rather have both? Because in a weird world, you could have both of them where you just sign guys and, in case of emergency, he might not have anything left in the tank. But again, a Mike Brown guy who Mike Brown tried to get here when the Kings signed Rashawn Holmes and, that whole deal, they tried to get him here. Maybe it was the next year. Yeah. So they Mike Brown wanted him here. Oh, but he decided to give Rashawn Holmes a shot instead.
Right.
And that didn't work out at all. So,
yeah, man, Loon's the man. Just knows where to be. Can pass.
Great passer. Great rebounder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, well, I don't want to say great, but really good offensive rebounder.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he'd be interesting. He also just a guy who can come in and pop somebody and who doesn't mind playing 14 minutes a night.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Knows his role and is really damn good at it.
Yeah.
All right. That's the Pacific Division. I will put together like a Google sheet or something that we can share and it can be out there. So we have a running list.
Okay.
And we will continue keeping track of this as the offseason goes on. I want to start going through some salary cap things.
Okay.
And I want you to explain these things to me like I'm 5.
Okay.
Because the NBA salary cap is crazy convoluted. Because in the NFL, it's very nice. You can do some maneuvering with contracts and stuff, but in the NFL, it's like the salary cap is $225 million. Everybody can have up to $225 million.
Yes.
In salary cap. And that's it. That's flat. There's no tax. There's no competitive balance tax. There's no salary. There's none of that. It is what it is.
Yep.
There's rollover and stuff, but that's the number that every team can get to is the same. So I'll start here. We're going to do one thing a day, probably.
Okay.
Explain this to me like I'm 5.
Okay.
What's the NBA salary cap?
Okay, so the NBA salary cap is a number that's based off of what's called basketball-related income.
Right.
So it's BRI.
Right.
The players get 51%. The owners get 49% of basketball-related income.
Okay.
Now, there's a battle over what exactly is basketball-related income, and they go back and forth all the time. And we now are, there are times where we learn that maybe owners were making more. But this is a way that there's a number that's out there in space. It's based off a percentage of all the basketball related income that comes in for all the teams. And then they divide it up and like it's 51% is what the players get.
Okay.
So the number this year is going to be, I think it's either 141 or 142 million. Every team in the league has to be within 10% of that rule. So teams can't do what the Oakland A's are doing. So if it's 141 million, you got to like 10% would be like a 127. Yeah, exactly. So you have to at least have 127. If you drop below that, then you have to make that difference up. You have to pay the rest of your players at the end of the season a salary that would equal to that.
Got
right.
it.
So the salary cap, it sounds like really simple. There's 141 million bucks, but teams can go way above that by either retaining their own player. So there's something called Larry Bird rights.
So this is we will save this part.
Okay.
So the salary cap is $141 million.
Yes.
Ish.
Yes.
And you have to be within 10% of that.
Yes. And then the luxury tax is a second line that is drawn in the sand, which is at 172 million this year.
Okay.
And these numbers will climb incrementally. They'll climb 10% a year because they're going to do what they call smoothing of the new salary of the new
Instead
television
of one
money.
big spike, they're spreading it out.
They're going to spread it out over the length of a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
So it's going to continuously go up 10 million bucks a year, but also at 10% a year, but also the luxury tax is going to go up as well. The luxury tax, if you go over the luxury tax, which is 172 million bucks, all of a sudden you get really constrained on you're like all of your exceptions and stuff become smaller if you're a tax paying team.
Right. We'll do a deep dive luxury tax too.
Yeah. And then above that is the first apron, which is like 6.5 million over the first luxury tax. So 178.5. And then there's a second apron, which is 17.5 million over the luxury tax. So like 189.9. Yeah.
190-ish.
Yeah. 190-ish, right around there. So it's sort of a hard cap but it's really not. Like there's a way to go well above it.
Right. But with penalties.
Yes, exactly. And the NBA doesn't allow, like the NFL does, like these massive signing bonuses. They do allow signing bonuses, but those signing bonuses count in first year salary.
Right.
And they're part of your salary.
Right.
Where the NFL, they spread it over years and have different cap hits and stuff like that.
Right. So we'll continue doing this each day, where I just kind of pick a thing about the salary cap and we'll talk about it. I just didn't know what the number was.
The 141, 142?
Yeah, had no idea.
Okay.
Just like, what are teams working under? Like, what's the goal?
Well, and
I didn't know there was a salary floor.
Yeah, and there is a salary floor. There's always, it's, basically you have to be 90% of the cap. So, yeah. Got
it. Let's get to the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to throw some names at you that we've been talking about today as potential ads for the Kings. We're going division by division.
Gotcha.
And trying to pick players from each team that the Kings could go after.
I'll tell you right now, I like Brandon Boston.
You're in on Brandon Boston? Oh, you were listening. Kenny's a P1.
You guys.
Come on. You're in on Brandon Boston?
I like Brandon Boston.
Like a flyer.
Yeah. And Bones Highland too. That's a guy that I talked about a month ago. Like, man, I love him as a Malik Monk replacement. Like, it'd be kind of crazy. Like, I ain't gonna go too crazy, but like, I wouldn't mind them playing together off the bench. Like, Bones Highland can distribute the rock. He can distribute the rock.
We can, but he doesn't play any defense, which is one of the reasons why he's not in Denver.
GP2.
Yeah.
That too.
Everybody's going to be 6'3" and shorter. Brandon Boston, Bones Highland. Were you listening when we talked about the Suns?
No, I was in the building at that point.
What about Royce O'Neal?
Yeah, Royce O'Neal's cool. Yeah, that's a good look.
Nasir Little?
I like Nasir Little. I wouldn't see why not. I mean, these are guys that
like bench upgrades or flyers.
Bench upgrades. Like they I definitely am with those guys.
Did we have any starters in this group? Any guys that we targeted as
outside of Paul George?
Outside of Paul George.
The one that James said that I don't want to like make it like I'm against. Like I don't have a big problem if I have no problem if he were to be a Sacramento King. But Mason Plumlee. I like Alex Len. I thought Alex Len did a good job pretty much every time he played. And if it's between Plumlee and Alex Len, I feel like Alex Len might be a little cheaper. So I'm okay with keeping Alex Len.
Yeah, Plumlee's 34. I think either one of them is going to be like
the same price.
Veteran minimum. And again, you could have both of them. I also like
I wouldn't be a bad thing.
This whole weird story that's circulating right now. Again, with we talked about this a little bit yesterday, where the Kings paid Nerlens Noel $300,000 and then he didn't play in the league, and everyone's confused. What, like, it was a signing bonus. It's for years of service and stuff. Like they also, no one mentions they gave Neemias Queta $250,000 and then waived him too before he played a game. So
why are people bringing this up?
I don't know, but it's like it's been brought up a couple of times. Like yesterday, I'm just confused at why that matters. The Kings also the year before gave Sam Merrill like $250,000. Like,
Mavs legend.
Yeah, and hey, look, Sam Merrill is a ball player. Like that dude can shoot the rock, but he didn't make the final team, and there was nothing they could do. So. Like,
if the Kings want to pay me $300,000 to not play for them, I will take it.
Let's do it.
I'm in.
Heck yeah,
Monty, get it done.
I'll take a 10-day contract. A 10 days like $130,000.
Sit courtside for 10 days.
Yeah,
well, that's what you do anyway.
Stop. Not nearly as often as you do.
Don't do that.
I never sit courtside. Everyone.
I did it. Here's how big of a deal. Here's good point.
When they have the media.
Oh yeah.
Courtside.
3 years. 3 years I sat courtside.
That's
true. I need to bring that back.
This is the thing, though. This is how you know, because I got to sit courtside at a basketball game, and I made a huge deal out of it because it was like, I've never gotten to do this before. I will never get to do this again. Wow, what an experience. Kenny just casually might post an Instagram story. You'd never know because it's so casual.
I made a big deal about it, too. Shout out to the Sacramento Sings. Shout out to my man, Jay Cliff. Shout out to my girl, Jennifer.
All those people get you courtside. Yeah, man, that's amazing. He's get to do that all the time. It's old hat.
Shout out to my girl Lania. You know what I mean? Her and her husband. Those are my people too. any one of those people that want to say, "Hey, I can't make it tonight," you can have my seats. I'm all for it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Vivek, Vivek, you too. If you can't make it in any night, just say, Casey, here's my ticket.
That's one of the things. So the guys we sat next to at the game I got to sit courtside at, the guy sitting next to us, because we just were like, hey, we don't belong here. Like, this is crazy. The guys we sat next to were like, after the game, came up and they were like, hey, it was great sitting with you guys. Like, you guys were a lot of fun. Like, dope. Because, we're high-fiving, doing the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing the people that normally sit there don't do a lot of that. And we fumbled the bag because we didn't go we were just like, oh man, great, thanks. Yeah, you too, bro. We didn't like, hey, what's your name?
Yeah,
here's what I do.
What's your IG?
Let's find that big time bag fumble by us. Big time bag.
Well, you meet them again next year.
You could have been invited back.
Kenny, maybe you can get me in touch.
There we go.
I'm not in the Chase Center. They don't want me over there. I'll go to the Chase Center, though. Shout out to my people over the Chase. I'll slide in there for a game or two, or something like that.
It's fine if you can find your seats.
That's wild. You just
do you know how hard it is when you're in there and say, my buddy's at the game. Hey, yeah. Hey, where are you sitting? 210? Okay, hang on. Yeah, let me go. Okay, let's see. What portal number? What floor are you on?
I feel like I've only been to Chase Center once, but that is not the communal feeling that Golden One Center.
Nah, not even a little bit.
Hey guys, we're all here together. It's like
you can't even see. You would go to the concourse to eat, and you can't see the court.
But that's a Golden One thing. Like, most courts are like that, where you can't see. That was the open air concept.
Yeah,
it's spectacular. So it's basically like the full-fledged living room, dining room, the open floor concept.
Yeah,
a really good idea.
I really think it's great.
They did that. Yeah. Top 3 arena in the league. Maybe number 1.
We know you've been to all of them, so I'll trust you.
Actually, I haven't been to that many.
I've been to quite a few, and it's way better than almost I think than everyone that I've been to.
Yeah,
They say Pfizer Forum is 1, 2, or 3.
Okay.
Grizzlies?
The Bucks.
Bucks. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, so I've not been there. Yeah,
they
but
say it's dope.
Like, as far as like ambiance and stuff, it's not the best. But as far as like the feel, the sight lines, everything else, it's probably the best in the league.
You heard it first.
I'm doing some math. I think we have to go.
Oh, okay.
I think we gotta. I usually have this mapped out before we start. Kenny, what do you guys got coming up?
A lot of basketball, and Niner Gang General KC is back.
Oh, we're back?
I'm back.
Let's go.
I'm back.
Let's go.
Stop playing with me. Stop playing my boy Brock.
Acknowledge me.
Let's go. He's back.
Awesome.
Kenny Caraway, D-Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We will be back with you tomorrow on this very station, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Bye. See you, Chatty Gang. Appreciate you guys.
Bye, friends.
Have a good night.
Good, baby. What's good?
There's a major this weekend, huh? Is this the PGA Championship, I think? Tiger?
Yep.
Tiger said, I'm gonna try to get Jack, bro. I don't care what the hell's going on. I'm gonna get Jack.
All right, pal.
Tiger said, I ain't giving up. I'm gonna get Jack.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Where y'all at? Hey. One more time for the good times. Where y'all at today? Come on, man. It's Thursday. It's beautiful outside. We're so happy that you're here with us. Though we're stuck inside for the next 7 or so hours. We're happy that you're with us wherever you may be. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He lying. That's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We here, baby.
Yeah, man.
We here.
Yeah, man. A little windy today. A little windy today.
Wind,
Sorry, bro.
yeah, it was a lot. The wind is the most useless weather element.
That is. I'd like to know what Christina Warner.
Just notice, is that a De'Aaron Fox Cash Money or No Limit style shirt?
Fox. Yeah. Shout out D Fox, man. You know what it is, man. Shout out to
Where
the
you keep
franchise.
finding these random De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk shirts?
Facebook. No, I don't find on Facebook. That's what my mom said the other day. She got like she got something, and we're like, "Oh, that's really nice. Where'd you get it from?" Facebook.
He's probably got like one of those T-shirt makers in his garage or
Probably.
something.
It's probably, you know what's funny? It's probably his business.
Honestly, do you have a 3D printer too?
No, I don't have any of this. This one I did find on Instagram.
Everything. You find everything on it. I've stopped twice buying these 2 concert shirts for these ads. And of course I keep clicking on it, so they keep serving me the ad. But one's a 1988 Michael Jackson Pepsi tour short,
Ooh,
and the other one,
I like that.
The other one is the Up and Smoke joint. And I'm like, come on, man! Like I don't need to be doing this right now. But I added it to the cart twice and just haven't checked out. Like I'm gonna have it on in like 2 weeks for sure. But man, them Facebook.
They get you,
or those
they
Instagram
definitely
ads,
get you.
Same thing.
This one wasn't an ad. There's this I forgot the company. I gotta find it. But they make a lot of NBA shirts. They do some good stuff. I think there's some other non-Kings NBA shirts.
De'Aaron ain't even got that No Limit shirt you got on.
Don't let him know I'm wearing it.
Yeah.
Mama Fox,
wow,
don't let him know.
Kenny out here cheating, cheating the athletes. D Fox ain't getting a penny off of that shirt Casey's wearing.
We're never gonna get a Kings
Wow.
player on this show, bro.
No wonder we couldn't get Malik Monk last year.
Miss Fox, don't let him know I'm wearing this one. Winnie Hudson.
And Whitty Hutton, that's a deep cut.
Oh man,
That's a deep cut.
This side, I'll find this side. They ain't got a lot of King stuff. They got some other stuff though that's pretty cool. I like some of these shirts.
All right. I saw it when we walked into KSFM. That's a little bit of a darker room. And I just, he's wearing a Juvenile shirt or something.
I need to get it.
Now I see in clear light it's De'Aaron Fox.
I need to get a Juvenile shirt. We're at 500 degrees joint. Or 400 degrees. 500 is white.
Okay, well, welcome to the show. I got a sidetracked. My bad.
It's been par for the course.
Oh,
That really should just be the name of the show. Sidetracked.
To what you were talking about, though, somebody
What was I
needs to
talking
give
about?
a good explanation of what the wind does. Like, how is the wind beneficial?
It's not. It's annoying.
Makes
gotta
us
have-
laugh at
gotta
Chicago
have-
Bears kickers every December.
Well,
It's got to have some
Good
type
point.
of benefit. I don't
Well,
know what it would be though. Like,
what is the benefit of wind?
Well, like the wind just makes the rain worse. It makes fires worse. It
Wind-
makes everything worse.
Wind power is a clean and renewable energy. Why the wind is important? Wind is a major factor in determining weather and climate. This doesn't help. Wind carries heat, moisture. This isn't helping.
nah, that
What we're
doesn't- I mean,
asking is it useless or not? Many daily weather. This is not helping. Wind affects the climate. Wind helps drive ocean surface currents around the world. Wind has the power to move particles.
Yeah, well,
You guys are just saying words.
that's what Brand 000 says on the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. He
He said what?
pollen and it spreads seeds. Pause.
You know what, Brandon? That's a 5-yard penalty right there.
So does Antonio Cromartie, but what does he have to do with anything? Wind energy. Well, we know. All right, dude. I guess wind is a source of energy. So maybe it's not
Whatever.
entirely useless, but it sure as hell feels useless when I'm trying to walk Sprout at 7:00 in the morning and the wind stops blowing and it's hot and then it starts blowing again and it's cold. Useless.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the wind. I'm not.
But you're also a fan of humidity, so doesn't
Well,
matter.
Yeah, that's an all-time bad take on this show.
let's. I mean, the media once again twisting up words. What is this? The Athletic writing another article here could be situation. I didn't
the
say
Athletics should be ashamed.
I didn't
of
say I
themselves.
Athletics like
like
Kendrick Lamar.
humidity.
Wait, what?
The Athletic is like Kendrick Lamar.
Explain.
It just soon as something dropped, they were ready to go.
Well, that's actually that's solid.
Yeah, I didn't say I liked humidity. I said if you're gonna give me 90-degree weather, I'd probably rather like a little bit more humidity than just getting fried under a magnifying glass.
Listen, he came to the party with you. This is your boy. You
This
need to
man-
tell him to stop.
This
He
man-
always twists up his words. No, you said you liked humidity.
I said, well,
That's
I
bar
like,
for
I like,
bar what
no,
you
I like
said.
the heat, first of all. So I like the summer. I'm like, yeah, make it hot. And I said, if I have to choose between the two, I'd rather have humidity outside of, once again, getting fried like an ant under a magnifying glass.
I can't fight this anymore.
How many ants have you
When
fried?
did I
under
say,
a-
yo, no, this is just great. I love humidity more than anything in the world.
But no,
Nobody
see,
even
now
said
you look
that.
at now you being extra.
We
Are
talking
you being
about
hyperbolic?
How you doing?
No.
We're talking about being in the heat. And I said,
Hey.
well, I'm good with the humidity. I
Nah.
think that's a good look.
Okay.
Overcast, hot and humid. I'm with that. Wait, dude, I'm
No,
not
no,
even
excuse me.
backpedaling off anything. I'm
it's
saying
fine.
what I said.
And you know what? I can't even fight this because it's like this is too far back. I can't go 2 years in the
that's
past
fine.
to find
That's
this.
fine. Long-time members of the Mattress Matthews Chatty House, raise your hand if you remember Kenny's all-time bad take on humidity. That's all.
I'm
Just
I'm
just-
literally
no, no.
saying the same thing
No.
right now.
Kenny said he loved humidity. Just raise your hand if you remember that day in question.
I'm literally
it's fine.
saying the same thing now.
Look,
I don't know why you're yelling at me, pal.
maybe Jesse's wrong.
There's
maybe
nothing to remember.
maybe I'm wrong. I'm
saying
just-
it right now. Humidity is all good. I have no problem with it. Once again, in the summer, if you're giving me the choice between humidity and being fried like an ant, give me the humidity all day. I got love for that.
Okay. I just did a little survey with the Chatty House. That's what I'm saying. Well, Katrina says next Kenny is going to say sweat's greater than rain. Well,
That's a take.
well,
Sweat's greater than rain.
yeah. That's a Ramsey.
That was one of our
That's a Ramsey. Yeah, look, it's weird. Everybody remembers it exactly the way Jesse and
Yeah.
I positioned
Well,
it. But
yeah, they can remember
it's
it
good.
just the way I just said it.
No, for sure. We got
Just
it.
said it again.
No, it's
What
good.
kind of poll is this?
Kenny, don't yell at the listeners.
I'm
We need
sorry,
that.
sir. What?
What kind of poll?
Oh yeah, hold
POLL?
on.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
What the?
A
What?
tough 13 minutes for the LA Caraways there.
Wow.
That's unnecessary roughness
you
if
having
I've ever seen it.
You're having a start to the day, sir. Wow.
You might just have to hit the music again at like 12:20.
Man, Jeez. My goodness.
Yes, give me humidity. And what do I always say?
I don't know.
We had 2
You
days
say a
of Soul
lot.
Bloom last year, right? Did you want
did.
Saturday or did you want Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday was a little bit better. A little overcast. It was a little bit better.
There we go. Did you notice it was
Saturday
like,
was death.
Did you know it was like considerably cooler backstage at Soul Bloom? Like we were out with the people, we were like, "Ugh, so humid and high."
That was them special Coco Jones temperatures. It was like, hey, we got
past the fence, and we were like, no.
We have to
Not
cool
bad at
down
all.
backstage. Coco Jones is back here. Yeah, everywhere else it was just awful sweat. Awful, nasty, just clothes stuck to you.
It was Sunday was better as far as the weather.
No, that's the shoot. Sunday was a little bit better. It was. Well, welcome to the show. Celtics advance. I got a lot to say about the Celtics. Not even about the Celtics. I got a lot to say about the way people are talking about the Celtics.
Okay.
This has hit the point of borderline goofiness. And they're really putting a lot of stock in your boy and his appearances on TNT every night. It's getting a little annoying.
I know it was bad when I saw my Golic Jr. drop. Hey, it kind of seems like it'd be miserable to be a Celtics fan. All right, dude.
All right, Golic. Yeah, sit down, Golic. Golic Jr. Relax.
That was crazy. That was crazy. So I didn't see Inside last night. So like what was he talking about?
He was talking about it might not have been inside. It could have been between games.
Okay.
But I truthfully don't remember when he said it. I do think I do. It was between games. Your boy said they're the winningest. You should have heard the question he asked Jason Tatum. He asked Jason Tatum a 45-minute question about. He essentially said, if I'm gonna dumb down and not use 1,000 words and take up 45 minutes of TV time to get the question out, essentially what Draymond Green said was, "Hey Tatum, your boy Al Horford sucks. What are you gonna?" Of course, Al Horford just had the phenomenal game that he did. Your boy Al Horford sucks. What are you gonna do when better, more athletic guards and he referenced New York and Dallas and Oklahoma City and all of these other teams are left there to defend and bait you into throwing the ball to Al Horford? And Tatum, to his credit, said, first of all, we don't know who we're going to play, so you're not going to get me with that. Second of all, and then he goes on to praise Al Horford. It was the most Draymond. I got to find it. You have to. I don't know that I can. It's the most Draymond. I was staring at the TV in bewilderment. Like he asked the question. He clearly, I didn't know. He got a grudge with Al Horford too.
This guy.
He's probably mad that Al Horford's better than he is.
Well, I've been saying that for years. But
because
I'm a hater.
You gotta hear this question. I'll find it. You've got to hear it. Like it's incredible.
Why is he like this?
I don't know.
What's that got to do with anything?
I don't
bro?
know. But the line that I saw TV crews and social media running with is that no one cares that they've gone to the conference finals 3 times in a row. No one cares that they're the winningest duo of the last. No one cares because they have to win a championship. And that's not far off. I haven't said no one cares. What I've said is no one's even judging them. Like no one's thinking anything about them until they get to the finals. It's why their entire season went ignored. I got a lot to say about the Celtics. I got a lot to say about this new trend that's going on with the Athletic because I think it's ass. And shout out to Donovan Mitchell for calling it out today. Like, this is trash. And then the Mavericks. Wow.
That's big time win last night. Big time win.
We'll talk about it, man. There's a lot to talk about. Matt George not only joining us today, joining us in studio. He's going to spend quite a bit of time with us. Excited to see our man Matt George here of the Locked On Kings podcast and ABC 10. That's all ahead here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
It looks like it's right here on YouTube. So you want to do it on the show or?
Yeah, we could do it on the show.
I just put in Draymond Green interview Tatum.
I haven't really thought about it just because I feel like the Timberwolves and Nuggets have been like the two best teams by far in the West. But Celtics versus Mavs in the finals, like Kyrie back in Boston, Luka versus Tatum, like that would be. I feel like that'd be pretty good.
That'd be good theater for sure. Kyrie going back to Boston would be crazy.
Oh, shut the ho. Get out of here.
That guy,
This stupid look on his
good,
face.
he's not good on TV. He's not.
Oh, that didn't even dawn on me. Oh, okay, good.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me get it together here. Hold on.
Is that? Oh, yeah. Casey gonna call that one.
That boy Zabo want a job. Zabo want to work, boy. Come on, I see you, Zay. Do a great job with these videos. Zabo want to work.
How's this sound, guys?
I just have a question. Y'all are moving ahead now, more than likely against the New York Knicks.
How'd that sound, guys? That sound okay? Okay. What James Ham say about Luka? Is that Larry Bird? Oh, it is. Is Larry Bird doing a Geico commercial?
In the Mayhem, Allstate.
Allstate.
Larry Bird's never really back in Boston.
Ooh, Larry.
Is Larry Bird? I mean, the similarities just keep on going. Is Larry Bird your guys' Joe Montana?
I don't think he hates the Celtics. Or I don't think there's any. I don't know if there's any bitterness. Like I've never like gone back into the history of how that ended or anything.
Disconnect though, like more than what you would think, right?
I feel like Chris Webber maybe like now he's starting to come around a little bit more, but just like yeah, he's just I don't know. Like he said, legend stuff. Said he loves him, but he's just not.
Same thing with Joe. Joe has come back, for Niner stuff. But
I don't think there's any hate there. Like Joe seems bitter.
There is a disconnect with Joe in the 49ers franchise.
That's like when Chris comes back, like the city's always like, "Oh, Chris is back, and stuff like that." Like because it's like a moment, and stuff like that, or whatever. I think it's the same thing with Larry for Boston.
All right, we grabbed the interview from Game Break last night. This is Draymond Green talking to Jason Tatum.
More than likely against the New York Knicks, and then more than likely the round after that, either Joker and Murray or Luka and Kyrie. And teams are picking on Al Horford in the pick and roll. What's going to be y'all adjustment to that in these next rounds with more dynamic guards when it comes to scoring, and people just calling Al Horford into the screen and roll every time?
Hey, dude, what? Al Horford just had like 22, and that's the question that came to your mind.
I believe you had 3 blocks as well.
These guys are what, 8-2 in the playoffs at this point. They've had one game in single digits. No, they're picking on it. It's a problem.
Hey, Jason, you guys have won 7 out of your 8 by double digits. What gives?
All right, man. And look,
That's ridiculous.
I'll even concede to him. Maybe he's watched some film that I haven't paid that close attention to that because, well, they've been beating people's ass most of the time. So I haven't paid that much attention to it, but maybe he sees something there. I'm going to assume he does.
Look at the look on Tatum's face, too.
This clown. That's what he's doing.
Shout out to Tatum.
First of all, we don't know who we playing, so you're not going to get me with that. We're going to take it one series at a time. We're not looking past nobody, but this defense is a collective effort. We got to be on the same page. And we trust everybody out there, whoever's on the floor. We play team defense, and then we always talk about individual defense and your pride. So we trust everybody, even Al, especially Al, whoever's on the island to take that pride and knowing you got 4 guys behind you helping.
Well, first of all, Draymond, you're wrong.
And shout out.
OKC gonna beat the Mavs. Let's get that.
He dismissed like 4 teams in that. But shout out to Tatum for who we don't have to beat? Your sorry ass. That's why you're in studio.
And that's why he's terrible in studio, because nobody cares about your little sorry personal beefs that you have.
That was a ridiculous question.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Kenny Caraway asked that question. Damian Barling asked that question. We're never getting asked on television again. Oh, Draymond's so insightful. No, he's got vendettas against half the league because half the league can't stand his stupid ass.
No, he's sorry. He's sorry.
Dummy, man.
He is sorry role player. That's what he is. But this is why he sucks on TV, because nobody cares about your little beefs, bro. Like, nobody cares. Like, it's not entertaining. It's played out at this point because you got this, because you just the same hater you always have been. Like, it's not entertaining. I hadn't even seen that. I mean, that was a clown question, and I would expect nothing less.
Oh, he asked him another one. I kind of tuned out after he asked the first one. He asked another one. Hold on, let's see what other dumb stuff Draymond Green said to him.
Do things aside and
I missed this.
Try to get over this hump.
JT,
me again.
Yeah, it's your turn, dumbass. And I was saying, quite frankly, I don't think anyone cares anymore about you guys doing that, because everyone knows that you're capable of doing that. Do you feel like the success that y'all have had has hurt you as far as MVP voting and things go and not getting over the hump? Do you think they're penalizing you for that?
Oh, man. It's a lot of things I wish I could say, but, that's not for me to decide. Everybody has their job.
I'm okay. I don't have a problem with that question.
No,
I don't have a problem.
I mean, that's
the first one was ridiculous.
That's a good question. You know what I mean? It pertains to the situation. It's the first time you got to talk to Jason Tatum for the most part since the playoffs, since the postseason awards and all that. That's a good question, but it has nothing to do with Draymond. That's why we got that question second, because everything always got to come back around to Draymond Green. Everything always got to come back around to him. So he's gonna make sure he's in the news, he's in the forefront first, and then we can get to like the real questions and the real things people want to know. But it's always about Draymond first. Always. Don't get it twisted. With Draymond Green, it's always about Draymond Green. He masks himself as this super team player, whatever the case may be. No, he latches on to people that are better than him so he can have a nice little ride, moving forward. it's always about Draymond Green. Always.
Well, he'll make sure about it. He made sure about that yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. Every time he's in front of a camera, he's going to make it about him. Bro, nobody cares about you and Rudy Gobert. I don't care.
I think that's facts. I think one thing we need to do is stop acting like Boston has accomplished nothing. I'm not like, I understand the ultimate measure of success is a championship. I understand that. To pretend like a team that's been to the conference finals as many times that they have and has won the way that they have is nothing, or is just diminished because they haven't won an NBA championship, I don't think it's fair. Again, I understand what the ultimate measure of success is. I understand this team is they're at a point this year where it feels like this is their best opportunity to win a championship. But at the same time, you guys have spent the last 8 months hyping up Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. So if they lose to Denver, is the season a failure? Because at that point, you're talking out both sides of your mouth. Denver is this, and this for 8 years, or 8 months, excuse me. Boston has to win the championship. Like, well, if they play each other and the Celtics lose, which is it? I want the Celtics to win. I believe those statements about this being the Celtics' best opportunity to win are 100% accurate. I think them losing is absolutely a disappointment. But to pretend like this duo hasn't been successful because they haven't won a championship, to me, is incorrect.
I mean, that's what comes with sports, though, right? You know, that doesn't make it right, doesn't make it fair, but I mean, that's just kind of what it is. The comps between the Celtics and the 49ers are just they're right there. You know what I mean? Like, Kyle Shanahan is overrated because he hasn't won a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, this guy's gotten to 4 of the last 5 NFC championship games, 2 Super Bowls. Remember, I think somebody said his record yesterday or the day before, and he's like, I think it was like he's 72-59 or something. Remember when he was like struggling to get to 500 like 3 years ago? We're like, oh, he finally got to 500. This guy's blown past 500 in the last 2-3 years. You know what I mean? But it comes with the territory. It's unfortunate a lot of the times, but it comes with the territory. And then it also comes with, you know, if you ask these guys on Boston, probably, have you accomplished a lot? Have you done a lot? They'd say, yeah, we have done a lot. But, you know, our goal is that championship, and that keeps eluding us. And if we don't win a championship this year, we're going to look at this as we fell short. I mean, it's, you know, it's semantics and playing with words a little bit. Like, I don't necessarily like the word failure, but, you know, you could say we didn't reach our goals or whatever the case may be. It's the same thing. They'll tell you that. Those guys will tell you that.
I think what's funny is that, like, because obviously, yeah, Boston's come up short however many years, last 5-6 years or whatever, not winning a title and stuff like that, because they've been around and all that. But I think if they do win the title this year, like, we've heard all postseason or whatever, like this season hasn't really mattered for them and stuff like that. But if they win a ring, it's, oh, they were one of the best teams in the league. Like, it's gonna completely flip. Like, Tatum won't be not clutch anymore. Tatum won't be a bum in the playoffs anymore. Like, all the narratives are gonna flip rather than, no, they've kind of just already been what they've been already. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, but once again, that's sports. You know what I'm saying? Like, once you get that stamp of being a champion, number one, you become untouchable to a certain amount of people, and number two, like, you're proven at that point. And I've always thought that's kind of unfair. That is unfair to these athletes and coaches and teams and things of that nature. But that's part of it. Like, that's part of it on the flip side too. Sean Payton, as a coach, like, I think Sean Payton has ruined a lot of Saints seasons. I think he's highly overrated, but who's gonna say that? They're gonna say he's Super Bowl champion, right?
Yeah.
So it works. If you can get over that hump, it works in your favor in certain cases as well.
It's also kind of interesting because you look at a team like Philly that hasn't got past the second round, but like Embiid's got his MVPs and all that. Like the Sixers, like those teams don't get the same conversation. I don't think
The Clippers do.
I don't even think they do.
Oh, the Clippers are a joke to a lot of people. They're a joke to a lot of people. They, Paul George got that franchise somewhere they never been before. And what were people saying about Paul George this postseason? Pandemic P's back and all this other stuff. It happens. It happens. I ain't saying it to say it's right, but that's just. I don't think it's exclusive to the Celtics.
No, you're right. It's not. It's not. But is this the ring culture thing?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But and that's the world we live in across sports, man. Across sports, like I said, I can relate to this a little bit, because I think the parallels with the Celtics and Niners are right there, It's the same thing. I mean, you can take. They're not the same because they're player and coach, but you could take Tatum and substitute Kyle Shanahan, and they'll act like Kyle Shanahan don't do nothing, and they'll act like Tatum ain't a 1A and all this other stuff. He's been the best team or best player on one of the best teams for the last couple of years, and now this particular year, the best team in the league, and he can't get no MVP votes. Kyle Shanahan get no Coach of the Year votes. You know what I'm saying? No, nobody cares because there's only one thing. They've done pretty much everything else. There's only one thing that can take their resume to a whole nother level in some people's eyes.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of sport, championships are the measure. It is what it is. And that's what Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Brad Stevens, Joe Mazzulla, that's what all those guys face right now. How big, Jesse, is it? Let me rephrase this. Can the Celtics win the championship if Kristaps Porzingis doesn't return?
Yeah, I mean, Kristaps not being there, I feel like with Kristaps, I think they're the best team in the league, like by far. Without, like, it's more level, I think. Like, I think the Knicks can give him more of an issue or whatever, but I don't think like the Knicks are winning that series. And I think whether it's Minnesota or Denver, you can still win that series as well.
I think the Knicks are going to be able to frustrate them if they advance. And that game's not tonight.
No, it's Friday.
Man, I was ready for that.
Giving Tibbs guys some rest.
Yeah, they deserve that too because they did the every other night thing the whole way through. Minnesota and
Denver got 2 weeks off between games.
Yeah, so they earned that one. I think
Minnesota ain't been the same since that break.
No, but that's the sneaky thing about that series as well. Is not only did Jamal Murray not get suspended, but he got extra days. He wasn't healthy. He was dealing with that calf or hamstring or what it was, and he got maybe 2 extra days to rest that up and feel a little better about himself. So yeah, I think I still, even though the Knicks played really well the other day, I still look at them like it's just asking a lot of that group to go up against Boston and push them.
They're kind of talking like Kristaps might be back like sometime during the Eastern Conference Finals too.
I hate that. Sometime during, that's like they're not sure.
Well, it's just like he's on the court right now, starting to work out a bit more and stuff like that.
What was it again? A calf?
Yeah. Strain or something like that.
He had
watch them damn calf.
Porzingis was the weird one who something happened on the defensive end. He went back on the offensive end, tried to like set a screen or something or do a pick and roll, and he's like, and called out.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like there have been a couple of calf strains this year.
Yeah. They're issues, man.
Boston eliminated Cleveland. And the second the buzzer went off, the Athletic had their everything that's wrong in Cleveland post ready. So for those listening and relaying these messages to various friends of the show, let's hear what we're talking about before we start relaying these messages to other people.
Is that happening?
Oh, that's absolutely a thing right now. So shout out to my mans or whoever's relaying this message to him. I don't have an issue with the Athletic posting these hit pieces the second the buzzer goes off. I do have an issue with the fact they have all of this information already. That's not an athletic issue.
Yeah.
That's not an insider issue. That's a team problem.
Yeah.
Whether it's the Cleveland Cavaliers, we'll stick with them as an example. That article had like they had these cans lined up ready to fire. And to me, as someone who was watching Cleveland, like, man, I want to buy into this team. Like, I want to buy into their future. This team don't buy into themselves. You out here telling anyone who will listen about JB Bickerstaff and Kobe Altman berating him in front of people. You're telling anyone who wants to listen about all of these different things going on in the organization. Man, y'all got internal problems you need to fix. That stuff does not need to be out there. And the fact that, again, for what, the third straight team, the fact that these pieces have been ready to post the second they're eliminated, man, you've got a whole lot bigger issues than who your coach is. Y'all out here talking about firing JB Bickerstaff. You need to find out who's talking.
Well, I mean, and I think a lot of the times, first of all, to what you're talking about, I mean, what you said is something that when we initially had this conversation, I believe is with Phoenix, might have been with the Lakers. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But we literally said the issue isn't with the Athletic. They're doing their job. They're doing what they got to do. The issue is with the franchises. So people want to tell the whole damn story. That bothers me. But I said it when the Suns did that. Why do these? You explained why. Everybody explained why, but it doesn't make sense to me. Why do these teams think this is the way to go?
Well,
like we're just like the public is just stupid.
The thing with the Suns is, with that one, it was like I feel like I know where it came from. That was I didn't ask anyone, but again, what happened in the following days? That was Matt Ishbia. What I can't figure out is where Cleveland came from. That wasn't Dan Gilbert.
I mean,
I don't think it was Kobe Altman. Who did that come from?
I mean, to be honest, this is what it seems like to me. This is what it seems like to me. It seems because all these franchises continue to do the same stupid thing. They're all going through the same playbook, whether it's a crisis management team, a PR team that tells Dan, I'm going to put it on Dan Gilbert and all these other guys, tells them this is how you should conduct the end of the season article. Whoever it is, whoever is like in direct contact with this crisis management team, they're giving information and giving they're running them through this entire thing, the entire league every time, because they all do the same thing. The crisis management team is saying, all right, Matt, this is what's going to happen if you guys lose. These are the guys that you can contact and give quotes to. These are the stories that you can, or the narratives that you can make up or whatever. And if you just push okay on this, I'll send this out, because they're all doing the same thing, and it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Donovan Mitchell was all over this report for obvious reasons, because this, we talk about what does Phoenix have to gain from all of this. They're shaping their narratives, trying to show, hey guys, we're building a championship contender here. Cleveland, they have the Donovan Mitchell problem, right? They have to figure out like whether they're going to lose Donovan Mitchell, whether they got to trade Donovan Mitchell. If Donovan Mitchell doesn't sign his contract extension, what that means. So, he's referenced in the Athletic report. There's something on Cleveland.com that he called out, because Bleacher Report is pushing all of this stuff out. And they pushed out something about Donovan being frustrated with teammates. And Donovan quoted that like, it's cap. Like, this is all cap. Then you got the Jared Allen thing, where they said the organization was frustrated with Jared Allen because of how he handled this injury. And those are always the funniest things to me, the injury stuff. I don't know Jared Allen. I haven't talked to Jared Allen. I don't know how Jared Allen's ribs feel. Absolutely no clue. But the measurement in which a player is set to return, I feel like everyone should have learned their lesson with Kawhi Leonard in San Antonio. No one has. Jared Allen says, hey, I it's not right. Like, I can't go. Okay, we understand. Now it's second round of the playoffs. Guys, like, something's off. Like, I can't go. Now we're frustrated. Now the organization is frustrated with Jared Allen because they need him out there to win. They need him out there to get where they want to go. And we say it all the time, and I make the mistake of often using terms like assets and different things like that. Even in your own workplace, you're just a commodity. That's all it is. Because if Jared Allen was healthy and he wasn't playing the way that Cleveland felt like he should, they'd be frustrated with him for a different reason. And what would they do? Ship his ass off somewhere. Yeah. But that's my fault because I do that too.
Yeah,
I use terms like commodities. I use terms like assets. I use terms like that dehumanize these guys. Dude says he's hurt, then he's hurt.
Right. Yeah, I have nothing but respect for Jared Allen being real. You know what I'm saying? And look, man, I'm gonna try and work out. I know you guys are testing me out, in between game days and the workouts, and I can't do it. All right, that's cool. Like I don't. If you're, because you know how I am. If you're unable to go, you're a human being. You're not a robot. There are going to be things that you can't just rub dirt on and play through. Like, that is understandable. Like I said, but if you're out there, I don't want to hear, I'm a little restricted, I can't do this, all this other stuff. Like, nah, I don't want to hear that. If you decided that you wanted to play, I expect you to go out there and perform at a certain level the entire time. And if Jared has those same expectations and he's like, man, I just can't, I've tried, but I can't. That should be good enough for everybody involved. And you also think about the person's character in that situation too. That's something that I lean on as well. Jared Allen has never been anything other than a competitor and somebody that goes out there and plays hard and gives his best and hasn't dogged it. If he's telling you he can't go, you got to respect that. In my opinion, his character has earned him that level of leeway, that level of understanding.
I don't think JB makes it.
No,
I told you my man who loves the cat. Like, he told me they've been rumbling about JB's firing since right before that win streak started.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was, I don't remember if it was a win streak, but that run where they won like an obnoxious amount of games. So, and then what happens with Donovan?
JB too is also like we've seen, unfortunately, we've seen that story before. This guy's kind of a placeholder. He does some good things, but if it goes south, that's where you're going to look to make the upgrade first, is the coaching spot, because this guy, the track record is this guy isn't this great coach. You want to upgrade and elevate your franchise with a more proven coach.
I think Kobe Altman's a good general manager. I hope he's certain about the decisions he's making, if he's making them. I assume that he is.
Mm-hmm.
I hated the story about Kobe Altman and JB Bickerstaff in The Athletic today. You can't dress down a coach.
No.
You can't do that, especially within earshot of players, especially in front of his staff. Like, you can't do that. That was disappointing to read, man. Because I like Cleveland, but there was no one out there. I mean, and shout out to them. They fought. Mm-hmm. That was a game where Boston didn't win by enough. I hope it works out for the Cavs. And I hope Donovan stays there, truthfully. But it'll be interesting to see how it plays out this summer. Brian Windhurst, everyone's preparing their trade proposals. That was all over social media yesterday as well. We'll come back. Matt George is going to join us in a couple hours live in studio. And the Dallas Mavericks. Oof. Talk about that. They're one game away from another conference finals appearance.
Got to respect it.
Stealing with KC on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, it came with some. You want a slice?
No. You go ahead. I'll fill you in on this when you get back. Oh, well, Peyton, it's not their fault. It's everyone. It's the insiders' fault. It's Windhurst's fault. It's all of those people's fault. Like, I can't imagine what a Lakers offer for Donovan Mitchell looks like. Like Austin Reeves and who? Anthony Davis? Like who? I don't get it either, man. I'm with you. But don't blame Laker fans for that. Like, Laker fans get gassed up by the Lakers are going to get themselves involved in every conversation in one way or another. Whether it's realistic or not. But remember, where'd you go, Peyton? Got to make it work financially. I think the only way that would work is if D'Angelo opts in. Otherwise, I don't know where you'd get the money from. Oh, stop it.
Solve that. I don't want to tell Jonathan again. I just got it out.
Me and Kenny get out there. Oh, let's see what they got. Pepperoni's all gone.
I don't even want to comment on because I sound ungrateful, but
Like I said, I grabbed a couple slices still.
oh yeah,
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I just feel sometimes we just
Maybe take from
sometimes
the
we
other
just
box too.
Yeah, sometimes we also just kind of overthink these things sometimes, you know.
That's true. Yeah, maybe get 3 boxes of pepperoni.
Yeah.
What happened
But
to
I
just
thought
getting
the pizza was on Monday. Is this different pizza?
Yeah, this is different. Aaron just bought the travel.
Aaron did it.
Just bought it.
What happened to just getting 5 boxes of hot and ready's from Little Caesars?
Has anybody ever said, "Ugh, pepperoni"?
What
No,
was left up there? What other pizza did he get?
Chicken, veggie, cheese.
Has anybody ever
All right,
said,
Aaron.
"Ugh, chicken, veggie, cheese"?
I didn't today, but I'm sure some have.
Wait, was chicken, veggie, cheese one pizza, or that's
Yeah,
4
one-
different?
yeah.
Oh,
No, it's
that's
one
one
pizza.
pizza.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh. I misunderstood that.
But nah.
Well, Drew down that happened.
Well, I mean, yes, I like that pizza. Yes. Well, I just thought about something. I can't contain my excitement though. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So just bear with us for just a second here. Just a second.
Okay.
Jesse, you saw what I retweeted earlier this morning?
Are you talking about NCAA?
No.
Oh, the boxing game.
Come on, bro.
Yeah,
I've been. Oh
been.
my gosh, we up! It's crazy.
I've been wondering because like now I'm at the point in my home where it's like I can't just buy a PS5. It's like, oh, I got a PS5. Like, no, now I have to consult someone because like our finances and stuff like that. So I'm trying to wonder.
Or have a kid.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get that PS5 into the house without anyone noticing.
I mean, for everybody that don't know what there's a new boxing video game. It's been 15 years since a boxing video game has been released. They got a new one coming out in October. It looks fire. We've been waiting for a boxing game for 15 years. They said they got everybody in there except for right now, at least Spence, Tank, Floyd, and Inoue. So those are some heavy hitters, but there's still time to develop. And then the other thing about it is with the PS, share and everything, people will be whipping up those created boxers in 2 seconds. They'll be in the game. It'll be nothing. This is monumental. I mean, this year, 2024 in video games is just.
I'm not gonna lie, we're back up.
Come on, man. Come on. What we supposed to do? NCAA got the official release date now. The boxing joint too. Oh my gosh, bro. Come on.
I see the face you're making. This is a big deal, Dan.
No,
this is a big deal.
He excluded me from the conversation. Well, he was like, "Yo, I gotta cook here for a second."
Well, sometimes it's
he basically told me to take a lap.
Well, no, look, it's video games and boxing.
I like the box.
Okay. Well, you do like the box. Yes, you do like the box. You gonna get the game?
Come on, man.
No, you might. You gonna like this one. This one gonna go crazy. This one might go. It might go crazier than NCAA. I got the homies in the group chat right now talking about, yo, it's up.
Just as long as it doesn't look like robots trying to punch each other in the face, we're cooking.
Yeah, what's another $500? I haven't been late every day this week because things are going smoothly at my house. Let's say that. It's like one thing after another.
This is only $70 the game. Think of it.
Yeah,
that
but I
way.
don't have a console.
No, I'm telling you the other way to think of it. Like, well, yeah, I gotta buy a console, but I still have.
So wouldn't that make?
I still have until October to get the game.
Doesn't that make it $570?
If you look at it,
and then I got to get 2K for Matt, so that now we're at 640.
This dude really is the video game king. Controller Central with Damian Barley coming.
Reverse psychology yourself. Buy the games first. Like, oh damn, I got all these games. I need a console for them, and then boom, you're ready to go.
That's how you got to work that. Yeah, I like that. Or, like I said, have a kid.
Well, I'm not gonna do that. You was getting your jokes off yesterday about Jesse. Do you have a studio? I don't have a studio. Do you have a studio? I also don't. Yeah, I don't have 2 kids either.
Wow. Yeah, they'll dig in your pockets, boy. Everything.
Well, dig in your pockets, but they also have rooms. They also need somewhere to live. Man,
that's really a flex. Kenny out here providing for 2 other humans.
Right.
I don't think that's a flex. That's just life.
Look at that.
That's just life. You guys got dogs.
Barely take care of myself.
It's not the same as humans, but you guys got dogs. You got to provide for them.
Bro, my dog wakes up, eats, takes a nap, eats, takes a nap, eats, runs around, eats, takes a nap.
That's Ryan.
My dog. Dogs and young babies probably do have a stunning amount of similarities. Got to teach him to go to the bathroom in the right spot.
Yeah, potty training is around the corner.
Wear them out so they sleep through the night.
Oh man,
that's puppy. That's puppy owning.
Coco was trying to go to sleep at 7:45. The other day, like, no, wake up. We're playing fetch right now.
No, you know what time? Hey, so Ryan usually takes 2 naps. Usually like one around 11. I'm not there for that one. Well, I'm not there for either one of them. But 11, and it's supposed to be around 3:00. And if for whatever reason life is going on, she's having a great time, and we get to 5:00 and she hasn't taken a nap, oh, that's out the window, ma'am. There is no nap going on here. Don't try, and she'll try and sneak it in. She'll, I'm tired. Well, she don't say it, but I'm tired. Let me lay on your shoulder. I'm tired. We get in the car. I'm just gonna wake up, because you're in no man's land. There is no nap. There ain't gonna be, I'm asleep from 5 to 8, and then boom, now I got to deal with you till 1 a.m. No. You're up. And not only are you up, you're getting a bath.
But you're going to get a quick bath because I got to go out and get some shots up.
Well, no, the bath during playoff season, the bath is during halftime.
I'll see. That's why you missed Draymond Green.
I know. I sent her all the baths around halftime.
There you go.
Yeah. But but the bath is, that's what gets him even more. That's that version of getting him tired, of like running the dog around. So yeah, you missed your nap time, so you're gonna stay up. And not only is that the case, you about to get this good bath, and boom, try to sleep through the night. And when that happens, she only wakes up at 4:15, not 2:15.
4:15. That's fine.
You didn't have to work out at that point.
Just about. Not quite. Just about. Man, the Dallas Mavericks, 1 game away.
Gotta salute.
Yeah.
Gotta salute.
One game away. And I feel like it should be said they're 1 game away from advancing to another conference finals. I know we both kind of looked down a little bit at their last appearance, but it's whatever. They got there. Yeah. This one doesn't feel like that one. If they're able to get through one more game with Oklahoma City, this does not feel like their last conference finals appearance. This feels like they have earned their spot as one of the better teams in the conference.
This year for sure. I don't know if this is the start of this isn't what you said, but it's start of like a run of potential conference. I don't have that type of confidence in what they've built. But this
I
team
understand
this
that.
year is a conference. This team this year can get to the NBA Finals. Like I look at them against Minnesota or Denver. I wouldn't be just floored if they won that series if they got past OKC.
I'm glad you said that because I don't know what Dallas is. Like I don't know what this is.
I think that I think everything is possible for Dallas. They could blow this. They could win in game 6 or 7. They could get to the conference finals and get swept. They could get to the conference finals and win in 6. Like I think everything is on the table for this team because you never really, as good as they are, it feels like they're always, I don't know if teetering is the right word, but all right, when is PJ, Derrick Jones, and Gafford going to give you nothing? And you just got 60 points between Kyrie. Like when is that going to happen? And sometimes they're able to overcome that. Sometimes, for the most part, it hasn't really happened. They always provide some type of spark that others do. And yeah, I could see any scenario with this group.
And that was a game where it feels like the others were really good. I mean, Luka was phenomenal. Kyrie wasn't the best offensively, but I still thought Kyrie was really good last night. He just wasn't great offensively. But you got performances from PJ and Derrick Jones and Derek Lively. You gotta. This is a team that, and I think part of the reason I'm struggling to figure out, because if you said, hey, Oklahoma City is back here, I think most people believe Oklahoma City's back here next year. Back in the mix. Minnesota is back in the mix. Denver, obviously. If you told me Dallas was back in the mix, I'd probably be like, really?
Yeah, I'd be a little shocked.
Really? Okay.
I wouldn't be floored.
Yeah, they're so there. Here's where Nico Harrison and Jason the Fan Kid deserve a lot of credit, and maybe more Nico than Jason. I just had to get my joke in about him just watching the games. This team is dramatically different after the trade deadline than they were before. Like teams, the Dallas Mavericks aren't the first team to make a bunch of trades at a trade deadline. They're not the first team to try to overhaul their team at the trade deadline. They're nothing of the sort. But it does feel like they've been able to completely alter the way that they play since the trade deadline. This team, as documented in the early weeks of this season, was ass on the defensive end. They were awful. That is not the case anymore. They're not a team. We talk about Indiana feeling like they can only win one way. Yeah. This is not a team that can only win one way, as evidenced by last night.
Yeah.
As evidenced by this whole series, but really, like last night is a perfect example of how they can win in multiple ways right now, which is not something they could do at the end of January.
To me, one of the big revelations for this group and turning the season around has been Daniel Gafford. I really like his game. I really like his fit with Luka, Kyrie, everybody else, the way he defends, the way he finishes around the basket. I think he's getting him in that deal has just been it's helped change everything. And Derek Lively is really good at what he does too. And one of the guys that I thought was a candidate for Sixth Man of the Year hasn't even really been that big of a contributor in the playoffs, and that's Tim Hardaway Jr. But you're right, they have transformed this team, and I look at the Daniel Gafford acquisition as being one of the bigger ones in the league, let alone just for this team.
Mm-hmm. I think Gafford was a guy a lot of people liked here. I know this trade hurt because I really liked PJ Washington in Sacramento.
I don't mean to forget PJ. He's played phenomenal in his time in Dallas. He's been exactly what they needed.
PJ's done everything there that I thought he could do here. Yeah. It sucks so bad.
Yeah, man.
It sucks so bad. That other night, I don't even remember if they won or lost the game where he had 29. They won that game, right? Or did they lose that one? But that was the one where I like, yo, could you imagine like De'Aaron doing what De'Aaron does, Domas doing what Domas does, and there's just PJ with a nice little 29 points. Oh, man, no wonder you hate Dallas. The whole city, not the team, the whole city.
Yeah, everything, all their sports. And I got to tip, if I was very harsh on the guy, the last time they played, I got to tip my hat to Luka in this game. I thought he was really, really good. I thought he was really, really good. This was top flight. This was one of the top players in the league type performance from Luka, going on the road, getting a 31-point triple-double, and not necessarily forcing the action, but being aggressive. I thought he was outstanding. He was outstanding last night, and and that comes with the territory. I like to think I'm consistent with these guys. There are different rules and standards for guys that are looked at as being the best in the game and potential Hall of Fame guys. And I didn't think Luka was performing up to those levels consistently in these playoffs. Last night, he handled business. And that's on Sunday or Monday, whenever Denver played. I looked at what Jokic did, and I said, that's what a top player in this league does. That's what a top player, that 40-point game where he wasn't just scoring, but he elevated everybody else's game, and it came in the flow of what they're doing. I said, we didn't get a chance to get around to it, but I said, that's the difference between Jokic and Luka. Luka can put up those numbers, and it feels like it has no impact whatsoever. Jokic puts up those numbers, and it feels like it just elevates everything. Last night, Luka's numbers had impact on the entire game. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for from my top 5 players, and he delivered last night.
Yeah, agree. Something that stood out about the Jokic one that I feel like to keep that same energy vibe was we mentioned. I won't put this on you. When they were down 2-0, well, you said the series was over, so it doesn't matter.
Me and Bill Simmons said that.
Well, you could have kept that second part to yourself. I asked, like, yo, what is, like, if Luka, if Jokic loses this, like on the heels of winning his 3rd MVP, how does this change the perception of him moving forward? It's like you've given him the benefit of the doubt a couple of times here. Do you continue to give him the benefit of the doubt moving forward? It's not and I hate things like this. It doesn't tarnish his legacy, but does he start to fall into that Giannis category where Giannis had a phenomenal season? No one cared. I think Embiid is in that category now. Joel could be phenomenal next year. No one's going to care. Joel's not going to see another MVP. Giannis isn't going to see another MVP, in my opinion. Had Jokic lost this series, would he have seen another MVP? Now it don't matter. Now it don't matter because that game you're referring to put a stamp on, he may very well be the best player in the game. And certainly MVP awards dictate the fact that he is. Even when you dig deeper past the actual award and you realize, he's got 3. So we really look at like the last 5 for sure, but maybe stretch it to 6. You're talking Giannis, Jokic, and Embiid every year. Yeah. That's who you're talking about. The 3 best players in this league.
Yeah.
Jokic, Embiid, and Giannis.
When we don't think about it this way because LeBron James is still alive and playing and Steph Curry is still alive and playing. But this has kind of been their era. Embiid, Jokic, and Giannis. Like you said, you go back 4 or 5 years, 6 years, these have been the top guys in the game. And they only quote unquote only have 2 championships between them to show for it. Maybe that's why we don't think about it as their era, but it has been. They've dominated the game. That speaking of your boy and Jesse's boy, Bill Simmons.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, no,
absolutely not.
No, don't do that. Maybe you can get away with a Clayton Salco sign, but we're not doing Bill Simmons.
I ain't listened to that man's podcast in 10 years. This dude ain't missed the episode.
He did mention something. I think it was his latest episode. I don't know. It probably was. Yeah, it was because it was after Jokic won. They played that game the other day. And I hadn't thought about this. I had not thought about this, but I think it's accurate. He was like, yo, Jokic, like right now, today, is a top 10 player that's ever played. And my initial thought was like, well, hold on. 3 MVPs, an NBA championship.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about an era.
Sure.
You know, we're talking about a 5-6 year period of dominance.
Top 10
of all time right now.
Okay.
He said he bumped KD. Now KD is in my top 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know you're throwing out Larry Bird. You don't have to do this.
Larry, don't do that. Don't do that. No.
So okay,
no,
wait,
look,
I don't want to go too. I do have a follow up.
Okay.
But is Giannis?
He's not in my top 10. No.
Did your?
I don't think he.
Your boy. No,
I don't think he said Giannis. And one of the things that elevates Jokic, that it's a good argument.
Okay.
Is he's now a 3-time MVP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's rarefied air.
3-time MVP, and even KD is just a 1-time MVP.
We went through the list. There's not many.
No,
it's like 8. I can't remember what it was.
I can't remember either. But that sounds about right.
Kareem, Moses, Will, Mike, Braun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Larry Bird.
Yeah. Jay Scott in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. He says he thinks Bill said top 15. I thought I heard him say top 10. But either way, I mean, whatever. Like, I still think it's a
so
I think it's a real discussion. Like,
I'm perfectly okay with that.
Jokic might be top 10 right now.
Okay, we'd have to do this. Like, it's always difficult when you do lists. Like, you have to write this stuff down. I would just ask. So it's the one MVP that separates Giannis, because if you want to put Jokic, if we say 10, does that mean Giannis is 11? Because again, I'll say it again for the sake of this conversation. For the last 6 years, 5 to 6 years, it's been Jokic, Giannis, and Joel.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis has 2 MVPs and an NBA championship.
Mm-hmm.
Jokic has 3 MVPs. In an NBA championship. If you're putting Jokic above Giannis, that's perfectly okay, given what we just said. But Giannis can't be that far behind.
I think Giannis is like top 15, top 20 type player all time.
Yeah.
Let's get Manny. Let's get Manny. This is interesting. Let's get Manny. 916-909-1320. Manny, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up? First, if you ever need to rent a kid, let me know, D-Lo.
I don't. That's also don't ever.
Yo.
Just no.
Come on, man.
Just no, Manny.
Come on.
Hey, man, I need a break. But look, like, is this the most, like, for the Eastern Conference and Western Conference finals coming up, is this the most anticlimactic ones in a while? Because with Boston and let's say Denver goes, like, do we really believe that that either the Knicks or just pretty much cruising to the finals at that point? Like, it's not going to be. I don't see Dallas. Like, I can't see Dallas competing with them in a 7-game series. I know they've done what they've done, but I think the run comes to an end at that point.
No, I disagree. Well, how the series plays out, we will determine whether. I don't think it's anticlimactic. Like, I think the idea is. It's like WrestleMania. We want a big surprise ending. Like we knew all year it was going to be Roman and Cody.
Yeah.
Well, we want to. How are they going to get there? How are they going to do it? In the end, we got Roman versus Cody, and we got Cody with the win. Like the story along the way with the twists and turns with The Rock and Seth in Las Vegas and CM Punk and Drew Mac, all of these different things that just added to the story. Mm-hmm. But in the end, you got what some people thought was a predictable outcome. Hey, that's fine. If the end result is what we all thought all season, Boston versus Denver, it's okay. That's perfectly okay. Mm-hmm. How do we get there? It's not anticlimactic for me because I'm sure as hell, if they get one more victory, I'm looking forward to New York versus Boston. Give me that.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely looking forward. even if it's 4-0, it's not going to be anticlimactic for me. And if somehow, and I don't think this is in their DNA, Boston blows them out 4 times, okay, like that sucks, but it's whatever.
Right.
The setup for it, like I'm looking forward to it. I do agree with Manny in the sense, like, I don't think Dallas has enough for Denver. I'm not sure anyone has enough for Denver, but I really don't think Dallas has enough for Denver. But I expect Luka, Kyrie, those guys to give us something good to watch. I mean, we've watched Minnesota grab a couple. We're talking about Minnesota as if they're dead, as if they have no shot at winning a game 6
Mike
and moving on.
Expected to play today.
And I don't even with the potential predictable result, I'm very much looking forward to the conference finals ahead.
Yeah, I think the conference finals are really good. I think any potential NBA finals is I'm gonna enjoy it as a basketball fan. Like we talked last week, I think about markets, even Denver. Like that, I can enjoy it. I can watch and enjoy it. We can get them out the paint. I wouldn't be mad either, but I can watch and enjoy Jokic and Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon and what they bring to the table. So,
well, if Denver is the best team in the league and Boston is the best team in the league and they're playing each other, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm okay with that.
For sure. I'd have we can deep dive into this a little bit more, or we can skim past it. Doesn't matter. But I do have my top 10 all-time players list here, and we could figure out who we're getting off here to put Jokic on.
Bro, just say you're kicking off Larry Bird, and why are we? Yo, look at the look on this guy. You see this guy?
Come on.
Look at this guy. Why do you hate Larry Bird?
I do feel like it should be KD.
And you know what he's thinking? You're gonna treat it like the draft. Well, you got to boot a white guy off to put a white guy on. That's
I do. In all fairness,
all Europeans are Dirk.
It should be Kevin Durant.
Well, let's talk about it. I'm curious because that's your guy. Where is KD currently?
KD's 9. Larry is 10.
Wow.
Larry done a lot of work these last few months
Jokic,
to jump KD.
Wow.
Jokic,
you are
Jokic
really sour on Durant.
Jump Larry. And go straight to 9.
So you're going to okay. We'll talk about it. An updated version because I got more questions.
Okay, yeah.
Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I want to know who's number 1 on that list again too.
Oh, do you want to know now or then? What? I
want to know if you got the right answer.
What?
Hey, you know what I did? This doesn't need to be on the show, so I'll say it here. I never do this because it was so long ago, but and I wasn't going to sit through another Draymond Green show. After the game, I watched Backlash, the France Backlash.
Oh, how was that?
It was fucking incredible. The crowd made that. Like, I don't know if the show, I truthfully don't know if the show was good. I didn't watch all 3 hours. Like I skimmed through some of it. That I've never seen a crowd so electric that the performers like were stunned. Like when Kevin Owens came out, like Kevin, you could see him like because he was the first one out. He was really taking this in, like, wow. Randy Orton borderline didn't know what to do because like the crowd was singing his song. And he almost wasn't quite sure what to do. And when he did a big build up for the and shout out to the new director they have. He's phenomenal. He got the furthest camera view from the angle of the turnbuckle.
Yeah.
And when he hit the pose, the entire crowd of 11,000 some odd people did it. Phenomenal presentation. Naomi, Jay, AJ, Cody. Like it was so good.
This is probably not fair because, as you're saying, they were electric for everybody. But I remember seeing somebody got like a crazy pop. Was it Jay?
All of them did. Like literally everyone did. So the two to me that stand out were, I mean, Naomi's reaction was incredible, but the two that stand out was Jay, because they were really into that entrance. And shout out to the crew in Cleveland who tried to mimic it but the crowd wasn't really sure what was going on and didn't follow. And then AJ. So they announced AJ, and I think they started doing like some sort of soccer chant. And the camera was shaking all over the place because they were stomping. It's like, you hate to do this to those guys because of how hard they work. The show's worth watching because of the crowd. Yeah. No, it was really good. I must have been packing or moving or something. I really wish I could have watched that show live. That would have been an awesome show to see live.
What's the next premium live?
Is it King and Queen of the Ring? I think.
They're doing the brackets right now.
Yeah.
Who I think it was in here. Somebody said people were expecting Jay to win.
Jay's got to show me something, man.
Dude, just stick him back with Jimmy when he's back.
Yeah, Jay's match with Damian was okay. Like it wasn't bad. I feel like Jay's struggling a little bit. I feel like WrestleMania was really like that was tough because he in that match. I don't think this is the case with Damian, but in the match with Jimmy, he's like the leading man in that match. You know what I mean? Like he's got to be the one to carry it. And I think about, well, what's been Jay's great match? It was Roman. Like it was the Roman story. And he's had a couple of those, but it was the Roman story. I need Jay to show me something. If he wins, great, but he's got to show me something along the way. I need him to have a
mid-card Jey Uso.
I'm real like his match with Jimmy was so upsetting. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You're telling no story right here. Just kicking each other in the face over and over again and not selling it. Come on, man. I feel like JR just complaining about everything. Like, come on, man. By the way, Leezy, I saw your message. I'm starting Monday. Right. If y'all see me drink one of those in the middle of the show on a Monday, get your shit off because I got to stop that. Hey.
So I
shout out Cool Mo D.
Shout out Cool Mo D always. I didn't see any of this.
Mm-hmm.
This just we can spend 4 seconds on this.
Okay.
I didn't see it. I just saw the headline, maybe saw a tweet with the caption. I guess the topic of the day today was, can Stephen A score a bucket 1-on-1 versus James Harden?
No.
Stephen A says he could.
No, he couldn't.
So that was
didn't Stephen A just rip his hamstring trying to take a three on camera?
No, man. Why do people do this? Why do people do this? So stupid.
Could Stephen A get 3 dribbles down against James Harden?
Could he do it against any NBA player? The answer is emphatically no. No matter how good you think you are, you can't do anything against an NBA player if they decide you can't do anything.
Stephen A, yeah, I could score on an NBA player.
Could Stephen A score on you?
Yeah, but you're a basketball player.
There's a difference. No, that old man can't score on me. So he definitely can't do nothing against you. And mind you, like as good as I think I am, I'm not an NBA player. So
no, but you're still a basketball player.
Yeah, but if I don't think that Stephen A can score on me, how are you going to score on James Harden?
He's not. He's not scoring on James Harden. He's not scoring on Angel Reese. He's not scoring on any player. He's not. And these conversations are so lame.
But that was topic.
You know how many guys I've been around and say, "Oh, I think I could take a WNBA player." Oh, no, you couldn't. They would beat your ass.
They can go for real.
That was a topic on television.
Yeah. Well, now look, mind you, I didn't watch it, so I don't know.
Sure, you didn't.
Well, I don't really watch. That's when
you don't have to do this anymore. You watch First Take and listen to Bill Simmons, bro. Do you?
No. First Take. That's not my time. That's when Ada Twist is on, so I don't get a chance to watch First Take.
Admittedly, because of the NBA playoffs, I have gotten back into my habits of get up.
Yeah, I've been waking up at 6. That's when the puppy wakes up. So yeah, Get Up is on the TV a lot now.
Yeah, it's tough.
Actually,
Pat
to be
McAfee
honest,
later on, I guess.
There's no sports on TV in the morning. It's all Ada Twist or Moana. And
Moana.
I put my little earbuds in and I'll listen to what the streets are saying. But that's I don't watch none of the morning shows.
Is Moana Disney?
Yeah,
I think that's the best Disney movie ever. I love that.
Moana's fantastic.
I did not like that movie.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like I saw it in the theater, went with my fiance and their friends or whatever. It's like, okay,
No,
like I did that.
Moana's
Okay, well, I admit I didn't see it in the theater.
Moana's fantastic.
I love that
Moana's-
movie.
It's definitely up there. I have to think about that. But it's well, okay. Calm down a little bit. It's not the Lion King.
No, the Lion King. It's one
different
eras.
eras. Different
No,
eras.
it's 1 and 1A.
It could be top 5.
It's 1 and 1A for me.
Moana's fantastic. I love watching that movie. They did a phenomenal job. And Coco is Pixar, right?
No, Coco's Disney as well.
Oh,
I can't give that a run
whoa.
back. I watched that
Whoa,
once. I'll leave the
whoa,
room if it's
okay.
on.
All right. Well, we just not crown Moana's ass so fast. Because Coco is there.
Wait, that's Disney?
Yeah.
Oh,
Coco
I don't think
was
I've
the-
ever seen Coco.
Oh,
What's the
I shed a couple of thug tears for Coco.
Oh man, Coco is the one.
what's the Jamie Foxx?
Oh,
Soul.
Soul is fire too.
Yes, is that
Soul.
Disney?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
Soul's top 3.
Never mind.
As far as these new movies, Soul's top 3.
I retract my. Right now, we got a triple threat match between the Lion King,
top
Soul,
5.
and-
Top 5. Those are all top 5. I still think Aladdin is great too.
Okay.
Well, I don't like the way you respond.
Well, no, I don't like Aladdin. Aladdin
was
doesn't mean anything
fantastic.
for me. Like Aladdin, like you could watch Aladdin as an adult.
Yeah.
Okay, because I
Aladdin
feel
was
like
good.
the
I
Lion King
haven't tried
transcends
to,
everything. Like you can watch that
Yeah,
whenever,
Lion King.
and it partly because they had actual lions in the last one that came out. Soul is a story, man.
Soul is
That works as a
fantastic.
kid, an adult. Have you seen Soul?
Yeah, I'll rewatch Soul. Like we could throw
Yeah.
on Soul. I'll rewatch that anytime.
Soul is fantastic. Then they have another one. Excuse me, I don't think this is Disney, but damn, the chat might know. What's the one? It's relatively new where the girl is trying to control her anger and she's fire and she ends up like falling for like a guy who's water. And she's to take over her dad's store. She has to learn how to control her anger and stuff. It
Sounds like something I need to watch.
That
sounds like a movie I need to see. Chat, what is that movie called?
Oh,
It's
it's
like Elemental,
Inside
they're saying.
Out. It's
Oh,
Inside,
Inside Out?
Yeah. Oh no, it's not
No.
Inside Out. It's Element. That's what it is.
I was
You
gonna
guys
say
are right.
I've seen Inside Out.
Elemental or Element.
Elemental, there it is.
Nah, that's a hell of a movie. Inside Out is really good too.
Yeah, Inside Out is great.
We are keeping it a buck though. Shoeless drops and Toy Story.
That
the
is
go.
Disney.
Yeah, well, I don't remember the ones after the first one.
I'm
How
not
many
gonna
they
lie, like the Toy Stories after they're kind of Sandlot-ish,
have?
where it's like, all right, yes, this is the Sandlot, but I mean, I'm not gonna acknowledge.
And
it.
Several
nobody's gonna-
years later, Bernie intends to retire and give Ember the store once she can
Ember,
control
yeah.
her fiery temper.
Nah, it's a phenomenal movie. They did a great job, and then the way it ends too. It's,
Her Oh, I
man,
gotta
they-
watch
they,
this.
They get to you. They get to you.
Oh, come on, man. Okay,
They
yeah.
get to you.
Would we get a copyright strike if we just watched a Disney movie this summer? on the stream?
Probably.
Well,
Yeah.
find
yeah,
out.
probably.
I bet you we could hold that audience though.
July 11th. Let's find out.
Movie day with
Oh,
D'Lo
yeah.
and KC.
August 9th. Let's just go ahead and see what happens.
Or maybe we all watch the movie. We just talk about it as we're watching it, like we commentate it.
I'm watching this. A watch along with D'Lo and KC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
I'm
movie.
watching. I might
Yeah.
watch this. There's only one game tonight. I might
Yeah.
watch this tonight.
It's a good movie. And then, well, No Love for Monsters Inc.
Oh no, see that's what's the thing. There's different eras. Monsters Inc. Like now we're just talking about like that's Monsters Inc. is better than these ones and stuff.
See,
like that.
now-
I like the older Disney movies
Monsters
than these
Inc.
ones.
is
You
fire.
also have to like. There's probably a lengthy stretch of Disney that I didn't see any of these.
True. And look, the ones that I've seen, the kids come into play. Like I've seen them
Right.
kids.
Yeah.
so-
Like and I don't, as we outlined, don't have that.
Yeah. What is now? This is my one too, and I don't think this is Disney. It might be Pixar. I think it's actually DreamWorks. What is Zootopia?
I think that's Disney.
Oh, Zootopia is fire.
See, I'm a big
That's one of my favorite movies in the last 15 years.
So we've got like 10 movies in the top 5.
Yeah, we gotta throw Shrek in there as well.
All right.
Ooh. That's DreamWorks, though, ain't it?
Yeah. Either way, that's top
So
5.
It
pound
is,
for
but it's not a
pound.
top 5 Disney.
Again, now
Pound
we're
for
at,
pound,
we're at like
pound for
20 top
pound.
5 movies.
It's like the NBA. NBA top 10 players.
We were trying to
Got
rank
25.
all-time great NBA guys, and we got to the Disney and Pixar movies instead.
I got to watch this Elemental
Oh, they
movie.
said Zootopia is Disney? Ooh.
It is. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Ooh, Zootopia, man. There's so many life lessons in there, boy.
I don't think I've seen Zootopia.
Zootopia is transferable to everybody in life. Hell, with the kids, everybody in life could be watching Zootopia. Woo! That's one of them ones.
Seen it? Yeah, I don't think I've
You
ever
like
seen
Zootopia.
It.
Zootopia is a good movie.
I gotta start with the one with the girl with the fiery temper.
Yeah, Elemental.
I need to watch that.
That's a great movie. They did a great job.
I just need to open up that Disney Plus app and just.
It's actually Disney Plus is actually kind of overwhelming.
Yeah, it's kind of weird now because it's like, oh, Disney Plus kids movies. Wait, here's Shogun. Like, watch this or
Wait,
whatever.
I think Blackish is on Disney Plus.
I think it
Everything
is.
is on
Yeah,
Disney
Grownish
Plus.
is on there too. I saw that
Yeah.
the other day. I put that in my list. I gotta see the final 3 seasons of Grownish. I hadn't seen that. Still haven't watched the final season of Black. Did I tell you that the boss like a couple weeks ago was like, I think I'm ready to watch it.
That's ridiculous. I would have sneak watched this whole thing when she was asleep. I can't believe. So for some reason, I thought you hadn't seen the final episode. You hadn't seen the whole season.
No, I hadn't seen the whole season.
All right,
man.
What's the rule on that? Like, if your partner wants to hold on watching on a show or whatever, like, do you watch it without him and kind of just lie, or you got game is the game? I gotta wait.
Well,
come on, Jesse. You can't have a relationship built on a lie.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. I wait.
Hey, that answer determined is
I'll dump this.
100% predicated on if you're the man or the woman. Because if you're the man, you better wait.
That's
if
facts.
you're the woman, do whatever you want.
It's facts.
I come back later. Hey, I was thinking maybe we could watch this movie together because I waited for you. Oh, I've seen that twice.
No.
I thought you said we were gonna wait, babe. I'm not waiting. I wanted to watch it.
You thought we were gonna.
Okay.
What do you
All
think
right.
I do all day when your dumbass is out there hosting 2 radio shows? I'm not supposed to watch movies no
Out
more.
there playing radio with your friends.
But once again, let me try that. Let me try. No, I watched it already without you. Oh yeah, we ain't never watching anything
word?
together.
Yeah. Oh, word. Okay. Yeah. Remember
Never
that next
again.
time you want Chipotle.
So yeah, Jesse, you have to wait.
I was just trying
Crystal
to find
can
out.
do
I
whatever
was
she
just trying to
wants.
find out. I wait, but
Crystal can do whatever she wants.
Crystal's already told her family you're out playing radio with your buddies.
honestly, she's out there saving lives and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm out here
That's
talking
the
about
worst.
the Celtics and all
Yeah.
that.
When your significant other does something really impactful.
I go,
in
hey,
life.
babe, how was work? Oh, it was this, and that. Oh,
yeah, we ranked Disney movies for 25 minutes.
I was hanging out with your friends today.
Sometimes I get asked, hey, how was the show today? And I just get embarrassed and go, it was fine.
I'll just do the dishes, babe. Don't even worry about it.
It's fine.
No, hey, look, I'm texting you guys this week. I thought it was hilarious. I even got in trouble for showing this. She did not find it as funny as I thought as I thought it was.
Oh yeah, that's funny. Oh, that's a shoot. Well, we got to show this, though.
You can show the people.
We got to show the.
No, it's a shoot, man. This is what happens in real life. It just is what it is.
But though, if you can't read it, it says when your girl jokes on you and when you joke on your girl. When your girl jokes on you, it's laughs, laughs, laughs.
We're gonna get in trouble now.
When you
I don't
joke
play
on
this
your
game
girl.
no more.
When you joke on your girl, it's serious business.
Has Crystal ever heard this show?
He does sometimes.
I was about to say, I doubt it.
Yeah, no.
Crystal's not messing with the show. She said, I've got better things to do.
She's just happy I'm doing radio, whatever.
It's just... Hey, how was the show today? Oh, it's fine.
Like, oh, I'm on my way home from work, whatever. We need more paper towels, jerk.
Jeremiah says, Jazz about to call in and berate us
Oh,
again.
man, I don't want no problems. I don't want no problems.
You losers can't come to my turkey drive. Look at all the poor guys in the chat. Yeah, that's facts, though. Can't do that. Can't do that.
I got almost in trouble for showing her that meme. Or that
You were the second. You were the second picture on the meme.
We just say, hey, I thought this was funny. Oh, you did, huh?
What's funny about it? Funny, haha. What's funny about it? Man.
Oh man.
In any
Good
event.
times. Good times.
What a
So
day.
so KD's getting moved out of the top 10 all time.
Okay, so let's do this. This started with a conversation about Nikola Jokic. Number one is LeBron James. Yeah.
Number one is Michael Jordan.
Number two.
Don't look at me like that, Jesse. Number one is Michael Jordan. Stop playing.
Number two is LeBron James.
Number two is LeBron James.
And number three
is Kareem.
Okay.
Number four is Wilt. Number five is Magic.
Okay.
Number six is Shaq.
It's a lot of Lakers.
They would get these players out of nowhere. Okay. Half of them didn't even start with the Lakers.
It's true. Lakers stars are pretty much bought from other places.
Half.
Talk about
none of the ones you just named.
Well, Magic did.
Magic. That's right. You said Magic was 5. Yep.
7 is Kobe.
Hornets legend.
Wow.
7 is Kobe.
Wow.
8 is Steph.
Okay.
9 is KD and 10 is Larry Bird.
Man.
And I feel like Jokic got to.
So let me ask you something.
He's got to jump Larry and take KD.
Why are we taking you? Why is KD out?
Jokic 3 MVPs. He's got 1 championship. Yeah, the 3 MVPs is, and it's tough. It's kind of subjective because
how many does Duncan have? 1, or does he have 2?
I think he has 2.
I think he has 2 also.
Yeah,
because you didn't say his name.
No, I don't think Tim's top 10, man.
Giannis. This was my problem with the whole thing. Like we're talking about a singular MVP separating them, and now at least in the scenario you just presented, you have Jokic at 9, Larry at 10. Giannis better be at 11.
Well,
which means you're booting KD even further back.
And here's the deal too. And I'm almost delaying the inevitable. Like Larry's not going to be able to hold off Giannis. Yeah, when it's all said and done, Giannis is going to be a top 10 player we've ever seen.
Larry has 3 MVPs in a row and 3 championships or
3 championships.
3 championships.
Giannis would have 2 MVPs. He has a DPOY, doesn't he?
I think he does.
He's got 2 MVPs, a DPOY, and a championship. And then like some of the numbers he's gonna end up with are just gonna be kind of ridiculous. Like the rebounding and points numbers that he's gonna have.
2020. That's why you forgot. Defensive player. No one remembers anything.
Doesn't count.
Yeah,
it doesn't count.
You know why I do remember that is because
who was Jokic the MVP that year? 2020.
Who was it?
It had to have been, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
No, it wasn't. Because 2020. That was the birth. That was the birth of Skinny Jokic, wasn't it?
In the bubble,
remember
Giannis Antetokounmpo was the 2020 MVP.
Yeah, that's right. Because 19 they lost to the Raptors. He was MVP that year too. They lost to the Raptors in the conference finals. They were up 2-0 and lost to the Raptors.
Wait, who was?
Giannis. Yes, that's how
he won them
back
for the second year of a row.
Yeah,
second year in a row.
Because in 19, that's when they lost to the Raptors in the conference finals. That was his first MVP, and then the next year, and he
won them the same year.
What?
He won the MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year the same year.
Yes. Oh, man.
It was only 4 years ago when we forgot that.
Wow.
Hey, Kobe was a long time.
Who's done that? Time. Two guys have done that.
Hakeem and
Jordan's
done
88.
That.
Jordan, yeah. I mean that look,
and we already forgot. It was 4 years ago. We already forgot he did that.
To your original point, though, we forgot a lot of 2020.
Well,
yeah, I feel like we did forget, but I feel like it's just because there's a lot that happened.
Yeah, we don't even know. Like,
I don't even know who won the World Series that year.
Who did win the World? Oh, just fake.
Oh yeah, the Dodgers won the summer ball tournament.
I love that neither of you went along with the bit and just were like, "Oh, the Dodgers won."
That's a
I was trying to help y'all out.
We can't forget that fake World Series. We'll never forget that one. That's one. That's one we'll remember.
What was the redhead's name? Oh, he got COVID. He's just out there. He's just out there with his team.
Yeah, Justin Turner
taking the picture. Hey,
but we don't really talk about it anymore. Like the NFL is like COVID. What is that? No,
no.
Just spread you guys
fans.
out. Yeah, they were just like, we're not doing this.
Oh yeah, we're social distancing in the stands. There's just a mere 40,000 people here.
Thursday kickoff, Texans Chiefs, fans in the building.
Oh yeah,
it was lit for the NFL.
Oh no, it's safe though. It's outside. You can't catch COVID when you're outside.
It was lit. But like so Giannis has 2 MVPs, right? And I don't want to we're having a discussion. The fact that you did that in 2020, that almost feels like another MVP.
Winning them both.
Yeah, like you were hands down the most dominant player in the league at that point. So that's why I say, I mean,
all NBA first team 5 straight years.
Come on, man. Like, look, and I don't know how many. Larry's probably got like 9 or 10, but yeah, I feel with leaving Larry at 10 and not having Giannis there, I feel like I am kind of delaying the inevitable.
Well, I feel like Giannis eventually leaves Milwaukee and probably wins something somewhere else too.
That might not help. That might not help the discussion. Because I feel like whether you're saying it out loud or not, that's part of your issue with Kevin Durant. Larry Bird, 3 NBA championships, 3 MVPs, 9 all NBA first teams. Interestingly enough, all in a row. He never
dominated the 80s.
He never made a first team after 88. He was all second team in 90.
Sounds about right. That's when he started to fall off.
Started to break down a little bit. Started to break down. Kevin Durant. 2 NBA championships. 2 NBA Finals MVPs. Of course, he was the MVP in 2014. 6-time All-NBA first team.
Is Giannis already at 5?
First team?
Yeah.
Giannis is already at 6. Excuse me. Giannis is already at 6 straight. This year hasn't been announced yet. I expect
it's going to be 7.
Giannis and Jokic will have no issue both making that. Let's look up a couple of things here on Nikola Jokic real quick. I'm not. Yeah, it's not Larry's time yet to move out of that list.
It's coming.
I think the
Giannis is going to get him. I think Giannis.
So why not now? Why is it Jokic over Giannis? Is that I can't get off of that one point.
The 1 MVP.
That's the reason.
Right, yeah, I would say so. Even though I just said Giannis is 2020.
Nikola Jokic, NBA champion last year. Obviously, he's staring at another one. Giannis Antetokounmpo is not. 3 NBA MVPs. 3 All-NBA first teams.
Only 3.
19, 21, and 22. You're
kind of spitting right now. With this Giannis. Why isn't it Giannis?
And so it's a part that it's a part of a story we can tell now that won't be told as in history, because in history, when Reese and little Jesse have their show, they're gonna do what I'm doing, and they're gonna pull up Wikipedia pages. They're gonna be pointing in the sky like Will Z does, and they're gonna get all of these drop down stats in front of them, and the story won't be told that the last handful of years it's been 3. The league and the MVP voting has been dominated by 3 players. This year was a little bit different, with Shea and Luka getting in the conversation. but it's been primarily Joe, Giannis, and Jokic. So even with Jokic winning, Giannis is right there. When Giannis is winning, Jokic is there. Joel winning, they're both there. They're all clumped up, and we're willing to, because of one MVP. Now Denver goes on to win 3 more series, including the one that they're in right now.
Yeah,
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Because there's no question they're winning because of him.
Yeah.
Everything Denver does is because of him, at least this late in the season, is because of him. But right now, I don't know. I'm just I'm okay with it. I just feel like you better have Giannis really, really close.
So as we're going through this, and I'm looking at this list right now, I think regardless if it's today or 2 years from now, 10 years from now, Giannis is going to be a top 10 player to ever play the game. Jokic is going to be a top 10 player to ever play the game. That's going to get KD out.
Yeah,
That's going to get
KD's out.
Larry Bird out. Here's my question as I look at this list.
I got more questions, bro. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, now it gets crazy, and it almost gets impossible, because we think, we believe as a collective basketball community, Wemby and Ant-Man. Maybe I'm the only one that thinks Ant-Man, but we believe Wemby for sure is going to be a top 10 player to ever play. Who's coming out of this list?
I can answer that. Well, no. So
Wilt Chamberlain, get the hell out.
Definitively, don't do that. What?
I have a question, and I feel like it's fair. This is gonna piss. I'm really sorry. I think very highly of this person.
Do you have a minute?
Yeah, I'm about to say, can we? Yeah.
It seems like you got something here.
No, come back and I'll just piss off half the audience.
Let's talk about Elemental again real quick for another minute.
Did you have Steph in that list?
Yeah, Steph is 8.
Double checking.
Steph is 8. Yeah, when we come back, I'll run down the list again. And Good Kid Dad City in the Matthews Masters chatty house, Luka probably will be looked at as somebody that's going to be a top 10 player too. So that means another 2 people or another person, 3 people may have to leave this list. Outside, like we already got KD and Larry Bird out of here. Like in 20 years, KD and Larry Bird are out of the top 10. 3 more people may have to leave this list. That is crazy.
I'm very excited. Dame, we don't know who or what Dame's going to talk about.
I have no idea.
The tables have really turned
here. People off. I don't know what he's talking about. This is crazy. This is crazy. I done peered into the future, and I don't even know how they talk about basketball in 20 years. This is crazy. How can you do this? How can 3 of these guys be off the top 10 all-time list?
I'm so excited. Can we go to break now?
You can go to break now.
It's called a filibuster.
That's a pro right there.
Yeah, that's a good call right there.
Oh, David Garcia, don't do that to KD. Don't even do that. Don't do that to KD. Oh man, I almost don't even feel comfortable taking KD out. Damn. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. No, act like you didn't see this when we say it. Act like you did not see this.
Is Derek White fitting into all this?
Zay, you know what to do. You know what to do. We spent 5 minutes talking about kid movies, Disney movies. Let me see if I could, while we're here, if I could give Zay a little bit more content. I don't know if it works the same way. Bruh, for real, bruh. For real. Yeah, it's fun. What? So look, I'm gonna be vague. I was thinking about that too, and I was like, everything's gonna change. Yeah, like I think it has to, and I think. How do I say this with everybody listening? Yeah, I'll just text you. I'll just text you. I'll text you. That's what I was literally just thinking about this like this morning or last night. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. Like, no, we gotta be first. We gotta be first. You know what I mean? But then the crazy thing is, what does that do for the other situation that we have? I don't know, because yeah, you go to get me to be here 10 hours, you got to pay me a lot. Oh yeah, here we go. Zay, record. This is Kevin Garnett, Anthony Pillar. No. See. Kevin Garnett started that one. Anthony Pillar, he retaliated, and that's something you can't do. But you've got to be careful if you're Kevin Garnett. He started it with a shoulder pump earlier, and Anthony Pillar was the one that responded to it. Al, you've got to see the replay here. You see KG, he gives him that right there, right? You see right there, that started everything, and Anthony Pillar just reacted to that. Now, you can't do that either, but no, look, right there. See, KG, he responded. He started it. Anthony Pillar responded. Good kid, Dad City, always shenanigans when the Kings are out of the playoffs. Jesse, you ever had Shake Shack?
I think I have once.
It's good. People kind of go a little over the top about it, but it's good.
Just had an interesting conversation with the tribal chief.
Well, that seems to be going around.
Everybody's having interesting conversation. Well, yeah, I think D'Lo and Casey stock is pretty high, is what I think. Sorry, correct that. ESPN 1320 stock is really high right now.
Got another bar graph, so.
Oh, that bar graph is wild.
Yeah.
But see, this is what I've been telling y'all for a long time. It's like, I told you we have real competition out there in this building. Now we're beating some of them. When you start beating the other stations in this building, that's where everybody's like, oh, okay.
That's to do the meme where they lean in their chair.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun because we've been building this for about 3.5 years too.
Yeah.
It's dope, man. Yeah, we built this thing from scratch.
It's crazy.
Chatty House and Dr. David, now Zay and Ramsey and Big Al.
Shout out Big Al. Where you at, Big Al? Come on, man. Holla at me. You stole me some donuts, big dog. Marie's Donuts. No, I'm messing with you. Big Al. I'm messing with you, Big Al. You know you're my guy. But it's funny because like with me and Jesse were just having a conversation.
Well, I saw that text. What the hell is going on?
I was just saying, he's probably gonna need some context.
I was like, Aaron, I gotta go. Something's going on. Hey, Mrs. Mac-10, that bar graph is wild.
Oh man.
You need a microscope to see it. Is it in there? Wait, do we have it? Yo, all right. Y'all wanted the bar graph. There it is. Woo. Lord. Y'all wanted the bar graph. You got to go to ESPN 13. You got to go to YouTube to see. There it is. Yeah.
Hold on. No.
Yeah, that's tough. There's the bar graph. Damn. Goodness gracious. What was going on in here while I was gone?
Nothing we can talk about on the show.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I got you. I got you.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
We'll talk about it.
I talked about the future radio show hosted by Reese and Jesse Jr. and how, those guys, I think for Jesse, your greatest player of all time is LeBron James. Yeah.
Yeah. It was always like Jordan or LeBron, but it's Bron for me.
Yeah. And I don't think like there's nothing outrageous about one of those two guys being, the greatest player of all time. But I think for people like the dope ones, myself, you, even though I think it's LeBron, but I won't fight.
And I can understand.
Yeah, but I'm not going to fight somebody for it because if you said Jordan, I'd be like, it's probably Jordan.
Right.
But we lived through it, and I think there's a certain point where what you live through gets drowned out. And you were talking about names, and we're looking at accomplishments right now. When we were factoring in like the greatest players of all time, I lived through what this individual does. I don't know that Steph's spot is solidified.
So hold on. Let's because before we went to break, for anybody just joining, I have my top 10 NBA players of all time list. We've been talking about Jokic being on there now, and he kind of replaces KD, who I have at number 9. You brought up and you were spitting, why isn't Giannis on there? And I said he's not on there now. I'm probably just delaying the inevitable because I've always believed, and nothing has made me feel any different. When it's all said and done, Giannis is going to be a top 10 player of all time. So that will replace Larry Bird, who's number 10. So we got Jokic and Giannis in the top 10. And then I said, well, what about
I knew I was going to lose Drew down. I knew it.
I said, all right, well, we're looking at guys right now as we project 20 years down the line, 20, 25 years down the line. And everybody, the basketball community is like, yo, Wemby's going to be a top 10 player of all time, maybe the best we've ever seen. People look at Ant-Man and be like, yo, he might be one of the best we've ever seen. We were talking about face of the league and era, and he can have his own era. Then I forgot, and it's fair, Luka is looked at by some people as top 10. So I asked the question, who's coming out?
Luka's not a top 10 player right now.
No, but I
top 10 player of all time. Sorry, for those who
tuned
in, to top 10 of all time.
When his career is done, I think there will be an argument for him to be the top 10 player of all time. So let's just assume those three, Wemby, Ant, and Luka, are in the top 10. Who the hell comes out?
So that's why I ask, is Steph solidified? Like, I think there's a handful of guys on your list that are written, and I'll use, I don't remember who said it in the chat. Might have been Soren. I don't remember who it was, but it's a good analogy, or it's a good way to frame some of this conversation. They're written in pen, right? Like I see Steve. Steph changed the game. Can't debate it. Yeah, no doubt. But we lived through it. Like, we know that. What happens when you're removed from the changing of the game? What happens when you didn't live through that influence anymore, and you're just you're doing what I'm doing. You're looking at a Wikipedia page, and you're trying to figure out 2 MVPs. Man, he's won 4 NBA finals. That's great. But I'm sorry. That doesn't matter though, right? The 4 NBA finals? Because Bill Russell ain't on this list.
Well, it was like the finals, but also he's the best at putting the ball in the hoop. Like,
no doubt.
Like, I think that'll hold his legacy too going forward.
But we're living through it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's right, and I'll say as well to that point. If Larry Bird can fall out, then Steph Curry can.
And again, Steph Curry is a top 10 player of all time. Right now, this second, I'm not questioning that.
I'm with you.
What I'm trying to figure out is, like, I don't think Magic falls out of this list. LeBron sure doesn't. Michael sure doesn't. Kareem sure doesn't. I think you'll probably get generational arguments with Wilt Chamberlain. I think you could have the same generational arguments with Wilt Chamberlain you have with Bill Russell.
Shaq might fall.
Shaq's gonna fall out, I think.
Shaq might be one of them.
So Shaq is another one of those guys who I think is a lot like Steph Curry. When you're not around for it, when like Shaq was a dominant big like we've never seen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now the definition of a dominant big is changing.
Mm-hmm.
The dominant big gets 10 assists a game.
Mm-hmm.
The dominant big shoots threes. The dominant big in San Antonio brings the ball up the floor.
Mm-hmm.
The definition starts to change. I think, and man, I don't want this to come across the wrong way. Kobe could have fallen out of this list.
Mm.
I don't think he will anymore.
I know,
because his legacy, like once you get, again, I'm gonna keep him in the conversation of Shaq and Steph, like living, a different generation talking about these individuals. Kobe, because of the tragic way we lost him, is always going to be revered differently.
Mm-hmm.
Like the love for Kobe Bryant will always be expressed differently because we lost him. Mm-hmm. And I think, right or wrong, in this discussion, that's always going to be factored in. And I don't have a problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm stuck a little bit on, I like, moving guys in, that's always the thing with all-star snubs. Okay, this person was snubbed. Who are you taking out? Because someone had to have made it that doesn't deserve to be there. We're talking about the greatest of all time. All of these guys deserve to be there. Mm-hmm. It's tough. I don't think there's more than 4. Because I said Magic, Michael, LeBron,
Kareem.
Mm-hmm. I don't think there's more than 4 on your top 10 list right now that are written in pen and aren't moving.
Everything you said about Kobe makes sense, and I agree with it, and I understand. I think he's closer to the Magic, though, because of the 5 titles.
Okay.
He's got 5 NBA championships.
Mm-hmm.
And even aside from the other stuff that you're talking about, the legacy stuff, that's going to be tough to beat. Like when somebody's trying to move him out of a subjective top 10, like, yeah, but he's only that. But Ant-Man only has 2 titles. So Kobe's 5. You know what I mean? Like that's what's
in Sacramento though. Ant-Man has 2 titles when he came to Sacramento.
Because he loves Sac.
Yeah,
he loves Sac. He's gonna play in Sacramento at some point.
Kobe Bryant, 11-time All-NBA first team.
Yeah, I think Kobe's on that. I think you could add another one.
A pen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Kobe's there.
But you agree with Wilt? Like Wilt will always be subjective because of era.
Yes, because I don't think people look at it the way I look at it.
Because why don't you have Bill Russell on your list?
I don't think he was a good enough individual player. He was a great winner, great leader, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But an individual player, he wasn't as good as these other guys. Now you could he might make the argument, or people watch, he could have done the same numbers as Wilt did, but he wanted to win, and that's fine. That's understandable.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't. Like Wilt did do those numbers, and Wilt won some championships too. So, yeah, Bill is the ultimate winner, the ultimate leader, but he's not a top 10 player of all time, in my opinion. I think the way I see this playing out as we talk through this, I promise you, I didn't think about this till we started talking about this. I think Shaq and Steph could fall off. And of those 3, I think only 2 of them will end up actually being a true top 10 player.
Shaq, Steph, and
Shaq. Well, that's what I'm saying. Only 2 are going to fall off. Of the 3 futures,
the
Luka and Wemby, I think only 2 of them actually get on this list.
So what's funny about the future part of this conversation is this is what we said about Kevin Durant at a certain point, that he'd get to this point. And
technically he did.
He in pencil. You know what I mean? Like we got to erase that one and write in someone else. But yeah, how this all it's fun because it's all subjective and everybody has different opinions. Like I see a lot of people talk about Tim Duncan. There are people fighting, Soren's asking how many All-NBAs for Steph. Remember, I'm only doing first teams. I'm not doing total All-NBAs. Steph was 4.
4 first teams?
9 total, but 4 first teams. Like Giannis, again, this all started with Giannis and Jokic. Giannis already has 6, with the likelihood of 7 coming in a week or so. And it'll be 7 straight. Jokic, I can't remember what we said about Jokic. I think it'll be 4. Yeah, it'll be Jokic will be all NBA first team. It'll be his 4th. Yeah, it'll be 4. Why is that? Oh, because I'm like, why has he won 3 MVP? Why doesn't this line up? It's because 2024 hasn't been announced yet. I don't know. It's lists will always be subjective. The greatest of all time will always be subjective. And like when you get to this point, you got to make difficult decisions.
You got to make tough decisions.
You got to make
and there's going to be into your pin argument. There are going to be guys that Reese and Lil JT didn't see, but they have reference for them the way we have a certain reference for Wilt or Kareem. Like I saw Kareem on the Lakers at the end, but I didn't see Lou Alcindor, right? And it doesn't matter that we didn't live through it. Like their numbers, the stories that were told about them, they supersede actually watching them play. And I think LeBron is obviously going to be that. I think Mike will still be that. I think Kobe will be that. And those guys would have never seen them play. But it's like us. How am I going to leave off Will? How am I going to leave off Kareem? You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't see Lou Alcindor, but I was like, I didn't see him at UCLA. All this like, but how am I going to leave him off? I'm not going to do that. I think there's guys like Kobe, Jordan,
and that's LeBron, what I wonder about. That's where I kind of get. I'm getting flustered by this conversation, to be honest with you, because I'm not. Larry might have a stronger argument than Steph right now. But like, the idea is top 10. You had a ranking like I just, man, like 9 All-NBA first teams for Larry Bird. But what I wonder about Steph, though, is what you just said about Kareem. Kareem is arguably the most influential basketball player of all time in terms of how the game changed and evolved because of him. Shaq has a case. Like there's a short list of guys. Steph is in that conversation. It's a completely different conversation than Shaquille O'Neal and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar / Lou Alcindor. It's a completely different conversation. But the gist of the impact on the game is exactly the same. And I guess I hope in the case of Steph Curry that story gets told forever. Because if it does, he's in pen.
And look,
but if that story gets lost because Trae Young, I keep get like Trey Lance gets stuck in my head. Trae Young, because that style of play, Dame Lillard, is so regular now that the story gets lost. Like then I think part of Steph Curry's legacy gets lost. But as long as it is pointed out that Steph was a massive influencer of a generation of basketball, the likes of Michael Jordan, the likes of Lou Alcindor in terms Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in terms of their impact on the game, he's in pen. But if that story gets lost, I don't think that he is.
That's a phenomenal point. Also, Steph has the resume component that I just talked about with Kobe, where it's like, even like if you feel like Kobe got romanticized enough, if we get to the nuts and bolts of it, what is he? 4th, 3rd all-time leading scorer, 5 NBA champions.
Bean?
Yeah.
I don't.
The resume is strong enough to keep him there as well. Steph has that same thing. 2-time MVP, 4 NBA champions, the greatest 3-point shooter of all time. So
I don't think
or
it's as
Luka,
strong. I don't think it's as strong as Kobe's.
4 chips. So like when we get
Kobe got 5,
and that's why I have him in Penn. Because now, like, let's think about it now. We're still doing this show. We come on before Reese and JT.
Wow. Okay.
we lead into them.
Still trying to get the Kings to come over here. Still, Kings like, no, we'll just stay on this station. That station's turned to dust at this point. The Chatty House still walking around in their hidden message T-shirts.
But we fast forward, and Ant is at an unbelievable
Dave Garcia
career.
Jr. just thinks of a design and a T-shirt pops out.
Ant has had an unbelievable career. Luka's had an unbelievable career. Even Wemby's had an unbelievable career.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to start to ask the question, all right, how many rings did you get, though? 2 not going to get it done, Luka, because Steph got 4. Kobe got 5. Ant, 1 ring, 1 MVP? We ain't seen nothing like you before, but
yeah,
this guy got 4.
So
how am I gonna put you over 4?
So the rings are sketchy to me. Like the
all those guys outside of, and Katie's got 2, and Jokic has 1 right now, and Giannis has 1 right now. They all got what, 2 plus? It's almost like 2 plus got to get you in the conversation.
Does Wilt have 2? I don't know that he does.
He might just have 1.
I feel like I think he got his. I feel like he got
the one with the Lakers. Was his first one?
I thought so. I'll look.
It sounds right though. It sounds right.
No, he has 2. I'm sorry. He won in 67.
Bill Russell must have took the year off.
Sir,
he must have took the year off. This is the only time he beat Bill. Beat the Celtics. Yeah, but
sure, was he on the Warriors at the time or the 70s? Oh, yeah. No, there's a San Francisco Warriors and a Philadelphia 76ers.
Well, he definitely didn't. Well, maybe he didn't. No,
because he played for both of those teams, didn't he?
Yeah, I thought he came over with them to San Francisco.
Chamberlain had been the star of the Warriors since joining the team in 59, but was traded to the 76ers in the middle of the 65 season.
Oh, so the San Francisco Warriors was before Philly. Is that what they're saying? That don't sound right.
No, they were in existence at the same time. The San Francisco Warriors.
And he was traded to Philly.
Right.
Got you.
So he was just trying to figure out who the champion was. Philadelphia was the champion. The Philadelphia 76ers. That's the other title that Chamberlain won. Game 1. Game 1 was 141 to 135 in overtime. Adam Silver adjusted the rules of the league in the middle of the season because people got in their feelings about how many points were scored. And in the 1967 NBA Finals, the 76ers in San Francisco Warriors played to an overtime game of 141-135.
Goodness.
Game 3, regulation, 130 to 124. Game 4, 122 to 108. Game 5, 117 to 109. Game 6, 125 to 122. Rick Barry had 44 in that one. Nate Thurmond had 22 rebounds. Wilt Chamberlain had 23 rebounds.
Nate Thurmond was a problem. I remember getting my Nate Thurmond history on when I was working for the Warriors. It was a problem.
One player in this entire series had double-digit assists. 1. And he did it twice. Well, guess who it was? I don't expect you to know the 76ers and Warriors roster. It was Wilt Chamberlain.
That sounds about right. I was about to say, I forgot who was it. He played with another. It wasn't Billy Cunningham. It was somebody else.
This is so stupid. This is so dumb. Wilt Chamberlain in game 1 had 33 rebounds and 10 assists. I don't know how many points he had because I'm just looking at the leaders. Good. In game 2, Wilt Chamberlain had 10 assists and 38 rebounds.
See, those numbers, that he did. People can talk all they want about the competition or whatever. Nobody was doing anything close to those numbers. And if you cut those numbers in half, it's still a Hall of Fame career.
Through the first 2 games of the NBA Finals, Wilt Chamberlain was averaging 35.5 rebounds.
Come on, man. Come on. And
That's
like I said,
ridiculous.
This is what I always say about Wilt Chamberlain. Just cut his numbers in half.
That's ridiculous.
So if you cut the numbers in half, be like, because the talent was better, we'll cut it in half. He averaging what, 17 rebounds? 17 rebounds. Come on, man. Like, nah, Wilt is in Penn. Wilt is in Penn. If you're a student of the game, Wilt is in Penn.
Okay.
A lot of people like Shoeless 99, and it's a compelling argument. It's a 13 straight All NBA and All Defensive Team, 5 rings, 3 Finals MVP. Tim Duncan is top 10.
Wait a second.
I'm not gonna make an argument against Tim Duncan. I don't think he's top 10, but I can't make a argument against him. I think Kobe is ahead.
I guess what it comes so that's who you like. Who do you remove to put Tim Duncan in? And shout out to Shoeless for understanding the assignment, because I had to look.
Mm-hmm.
He said 10 All NBA first teams, 10 straight All NBA first teams, or he said 10 All NBA teams. I had to look to double check. It was first teams.
Yeah.
Man,
it's
tough.
It's an argument.
That's not straight, but that's tough.
I can't make an argument against Tim Duncan. All I can say is I just don't have him on the top 10.
8 All NBA defensive first teams. Like, okay, so here's why.
The first thing I think of, and once again, I don't really have a good argument against it, is that was a lot of that was a dreadful time in the NBA as far as scoring and.
But he still did this in a league that Kobe Bryant was in.
He did it.
He still did it in a league LeBron James was in.
Yes.
He was like, there's LeBron, you don't have to think about it.
LeBron played at the same way Dr. J played when Jordan played. Like I could say Jordan did that against Dr. J. Dr. J was pretty much finished at that point when Jordan was playing. LeBron had just started.
Yeah,
Kobe had been around for a long time.
Tim won 2 titles against LeBron James.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. He wasn't Finals MVP on that second one, but
he's got 3 of them.
He was still great.
So now, see this whole day has gone to hell. This whole day has gone straight to hell. There's no scenario where Jokic should be over Tim Duncan. This is ridiculous. I quit. Hey, get Reese. Reese can have the show now. Like the longer we talk, the worse this gets, because now I don't want Jokic in the conversation. I want Tim Duncan in the conversation.
For Kevin Durant.
Yeah, Kevin Durant's out. Sorry, pal.
See, it's a dangerous game when you play the all-time list.
I think
KD is gone.
Off the top of my head, I feel like Larry would have to go.
No, I think you're wrong. Who
would have to go?
KD.
Yeah, KD gone.
So Tim Duncan is in.
Tim Duncan's in, and I think Tim Duncan's ahead of Larry, and I think Jokic might be ahead of Larry.
Man, why do you hate Larry Bird? What did Larry Bird do to you?
I don't hate
Larry Bird. No, I'm not. No, you know what? I should have deaded this an hour and a half ago. Jokic isn't top 10 yet. Absolutely not. That's it. That's how this conversation ends. Jokic ain't top 10, so we don't have anything to worry about.
So what's your top 10?
I don't have one.
It's
probably
like Giannis.
Similar.
It's like I said with Giannis, we're just delaying the inevitable. With Jokic and Giannis, we're just all right. We won't do it today.
So here's what I'll do with your list.
Be there.
Here's what I'll do, and
those guys aren't even 30 yet.
Jokic can't be in yet.
Okay,
and I'm booting KD
for Tim Duncan.
Like Tim Duncan's accomplishments are absurd. He just wasn't exciting. That's what it is. He wasn't Allen Iverson. Tim Duncan is a top. Shoeless, you're absolutely right. He's a top 10 player. There's no debating that. It can't be debated. His accomplishments are too great.
His accomplishments are great. Though it's a different time. That's all I'll say. And I won't take away from his accomplishments.
I'm sorry. What decade did Tim Duncan play in? It's a different time.
You're treating him like he's George Mikan.
What are you talking about?
Saying, like,
was he Bob Cousy?
I'm
was he playing against plumbers?
I'm not. Another Bob Cousy shot. I'm gonna look right now, and we'll see if KD, how many times KD averaged more.
Dude, we ran past the break. Did you realize that?
Yes, I realize it. I told you this whole show has gone to hell, all because you listened to Bill Simmons again. Kevin Durant's a 6-time. No, I can't. KD can't be on this list no more, man.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue against. Damn. That's kind of crazy.
What?
That's
what?
That's Tim Duncan for his career is 19 points per game. KD is 27.3 for his career.
Cool. Okay, I can play this game too. 10 All-NBA first teams for Tim Duncan. How many KD got?
I don't know.
Because I don't think either one of them's making another one. 8-time all defensive.
But like I said, it's a different time as well. It's a different time. I
don't even know what that means.
19 points a game?
Why do you keep saying it's a different time? Like he played in a different era.
19 points a game was good enough for an MVP?
No, it was good enough for two of them. How many? What did he?
When he won the MVP, he averaged 23 a night, 23 and 13, which is phenomenal. KD's putting up 27 a night for his career.
Why are you so hung up on scoring? Who's a better defender, KD or Tim Duncan?
I'd say Tim Duncan, but KD, who was the best? Who was the best defender on those championship teams in Golden State?
Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was the best player on those teams.
Yeah, and he was a hell of a defender.
Yeah, no,
he was a hell of a defender and a better scorer.
Bro, I didn't say he was Tyrese Halliburton.
No, a hell of a defender and a better scorer.
I didn't say he wasn't.
I think it's a little. When you talk about players, I'm not going to go against Tim Duncan. I'm just going to say it's a lot closer than people.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. And don't say people. It's me. I'm sitting right in front of you.
You're not the only one.
Me and Shoeless.
How much money did Tim Duncan make in his career?
Come on, man. Stop playing. Stop playing.
I see you working.
Stop playing.
Although I'm going to need to see your search history.
Oh,
no, don't even turn this around. We play King. I went a whole month and a half with losing. All right, don't try and put the steroids on me.
KC said it's a different era. Let's find out what this different era was worth. Oh boy, Tim Duncan, the former number 1 overall pick in the 1997 draft. Fun fact, represented by Jim Tanner, who was not an agent, he was a lawyer. The first NBA player to hire a lawyer and say, I'm not giving you a percentage, I'm giving you an hourly fee.
Did Ray Allen do that too? Somebody else did that too, huh?
I don't know, but Tim Duncan was the first and Jim Tanner was the first. 19 seasons in the National Basketball Association for the big man out of Wake Forest. Give me a second here. His highest grossing year. Got it. His highest grossing year. Let me double check. Yep. His highest grossing year, 2009. He was 33 years old. He earned $22.1 million that year.
Dude, we're really gonna have to do math for this one.
Yeah, this one's crazy.
$22.1 million for Tim Duncan that year, who played, by the way, until he was 42 years old.
It's crazy.
For the San Antonio Spurs.
Wow.
19 NBA seasons. It's crazy he played till he was 42, and he only played 19 seasons. Former number 1 overall pick in 1997, in perhaps our toughest pocket watching to date.
This is tough.
Kenny Caraway looking to end a
3-game streak right now.
3-game losing streak.
It's nothing crazy.
The winner of this takes the lead in the series. KC, career earnings for the 19-year vet out of Wake Forest, Tim Duncan.
Let me get that highest grossing year one more time.
I got you.
You should have been listening the first time.
It's $22.1 million.
Gotcha.
I'm going to go for Tim Duncan's career earnings. $237 million.
$237 million.
That's a good guess. That's a good guess. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of in that range. I don't know if I want to go 250-ish or
Jesse Tapia.
Go higher. Go higher.
22.1 is the peak in 2009. 19 seasons for Tim Duncan.
This is tough. I really genuinely don't know where to go here. I think I'm gonna go 230.
230.
Your boy's back. Your boy's back.
A fantastic outing from both participants. But it is Kenny Caraway with the victory.
It ain't so.
Your boy is back. Ain't no 9-game losing streak around here.
Your
boy is back. Kim, your boy's back. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
With arguably his best performance to date, with a guess of 237 million. We're going to check his search history. A very Keith Smith-like performance.
Oh, man, come on, man. I'm out here, man.
$242 million.
Yeah, I still would have lost either way because I still would have went like 250 or something. I think.
242
Might
million.
be the best guess in pocket watching history.
It's pretty damn close.
Well, let's chill out. I mean, Kelly Oubre was last the other day. I went 67, he was 65. All right, let's not forget who the real king is.
The score now 16 to 15.
Let's go. Hey, we should do this. Matter of fact, you talking about the season's too long? Hell, 1st to 25.
No, we've set the season to run till August 1st.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy though. Me and Casey aren't 100 million off anymore. This feels right.
No,
Whatever.
you
Like
guys
Casey got a dub today. Yeah.
Now, I didn't think you made a lot of. Now, the thing for me, when I broke this down, and probably the same thing with Jesse because he was right there, is he didn't make a lot of money, but 20 years, he made about $10 million a year for 20 years. That's how I got the 200. He said he got the 20 the 1 year, so I'll put a extra 30-something million on that.
What I was really curious to see how you guys would approach this is I specifically said he played till he was 42 for the San Antonio Spurs to see if you guys would catch his salary. When you look at his year's earning, for those on the radio, it pyramids. So that 2009, that 22.1, I think it said it was, that was very literally the peak, about a little less than 10 years, about 10 years in, a little over 10 years in. And then it just goes down all the way until he's 42 years old. In his final season in 2018, he earned $1.8 million.
Damn, I wouldn't have guessed that. That's crazy.
His first
I didn't
season,
think he'd be able to make that amount of money.
His first season was $2.9 million is the number one overall pick.
I was way off. I thought he made like $8 million.
His last season was $1.8 million as a 42-year-old future Hall of Famer. And so it went 2006, 7, 8, 9, 17 million, 19 million, 20 million, 22 million. Then 2010, 11, and so on. That 22 million, 18, 17, 9. Then he had a couple of years at 10, and then it starts to go way down.
20 years in the league, man. Shout out Tim Duncan.
But I think a lot of that is the Tom Brady contracts where he took
the max.
deals. Yeah. Well, no, I'm speaking more of at the end.
Gotcha.
I want to stay here, want to play here. I know I'm not the player. This is my organization. I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I'd be curious to see if I can find. This might be a part of the premium subscription now, but I'd like to see what his final contract was.
Did he do? You think? I wonder if he did a bunch of, not a bunch, but maybe like 2-3 straight 1-year contracts.
So it's labeled. So it says 2 years. It says 2 years, 10 million, which means that retirement year. So he didn't retire in 2016, or he didn't retire in 2018. He retired in 2016, but it looks like they paid him through 2018, and instead of $5 million a year, it was just 1.8. That's what it was. But he earned all that money.
Yeah.
I have so many tabs open right now I got Kevin Durant tabs, Larry Bird tabs, Giannis, Jokic, Steph, Bean, Wilt. Man.
So here's
because you listen to Bill Simmons.
Here's one of the things I was looking at. And points isn't everything, but it is a little bit. Tim Duncan in his MVP season averaged 25.5 points per game. This second one, he averaged 23.3. Outside of those 2 seasons, there's one other season. Only one other of those 20 seasons did he average more than 23 points per game.
This is Tim
Duncan. Kevin Durant, he averaged he's only averaged less than 23 points once. That's kind of crazy. His rookie year, he averaged 20.3.
He's the top scorer ever.
He averaged 20.3. And he's never dipped below 25.
You're just making noises now. Will you stop it?
Here, I'll help you out. Wow.
I need to look at something, but I think is this right? No, it wasn't. Okay,
I mean,
here's the correct list.
Twin Mattress Rory says Kenny is always going to favor the score.
I think he's right.
Yes and no. Like it's not like it's not like KD is averaging 24 and Tim Duncan's averaging 22.
Is Carmelo Anthony a top 10 player of all time?
No.
Is Dirk?
No, Dirk kind of just misses. Dirk's closer than Carmelo, I think, though.
Karl Malone?
Who?
Yeah. Yes or no?
So no, he's not.
Okay.
No, he's not. But now,
don't act like you don't know what I just did. I know you know what I just did.
No, but I'll say this, and I'll ask you this: if Karl Malone wasn't such scum, would he be looked at differently? Because I think he would be.
I don't know that everyone looks at him the way we do. That man was at the All-Star game.
Yeah, we know the NBA doesn't.
Like, NBA don't care.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I mean,
I don't know. I think he's probably one of those guys who's buried in the Jordan era. Like, he won those MVPs, but he lost the finals.
Yeah, one of the greatest scorers and rebounders this league has ever seen.
No doubt.
And I don't think he's top 10, but
he's third on the scoring list.
Yeah, if we're being fair, and
KD is 8,
and maybe I'm not capable of being fair when it comes to Karl Malone, he probably should be higher on people's in people's mental Rolodex than he is.
I'm looking at the list and I'm telling myself it's wrong. Carmelo Anthony's the 10th leading scorer in NBA history.
He had top 10 last year. Yeah.
Man. Yeah. KD is 8. He'll get to 6.
Who
he might get to 5.
So I'm thinking those 3 of the top
those are 3
10
top 10 scores that I just named
aren't considered top 10. The rest are, right?
Bron, Kareem, Kobe, Jordan, Wilt. Oh, and Shaq.
Yeah, so you get that. You got consideration for top 10.
We can't blow through another break.
Oh, we got another one.
Yeah, we got to go.
I was gonna say we gotta go
real quick. There's a difference between KD and those 3 guys that you mentioned. We'll talk about it.
This conversation's never going to end. Matt George, if he hasn't turned his car around yet, will be with us coming up in about 15 minutes. Stilo McCasey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I feel like we've solved a lot here today, huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's tremendous. Tremendous. This is fun. Y'all see Roman Reigns is going to have his own Jordan Bloodline shoes. That's cool. Scooter 916. I don't know where you're getting that from. I don't think that's a thing, bro. I don't think that's a thing at all. That one was, that's not a thing. Well, Timothy 2000 makes a great point. You got to put Tyrese in there. Tyrese in the top 10 of all time. Russ, I didn't live through that, man. Like, I respect it. Obviously, I didn't live through that. I can't speak to his impact. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing, man. Whoever brought it up, I don't think that's a thing. The whole rundown is trash at this point. The whole thing. Nah, Chris ain't a top 10 player of all time. That's my guy, but he's not a top 10 player of all time, unfortunately. And Drew Down, I love Steph, man. Love Steph. If the proper story about Steph Curry is told for eternity, he'll never miss out on a top 10 list. Scooter, I haven't had a chance to enjoy it, man. This is a lot. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of new homeowners can attest to this. There are things that just unpack, and I'm so like, it's a lot, man. It's overwhelming. My hope is I have one last room that needs to be done, and I hope to do that tonight and start enjoying it tomorrow, because truthfully, I have not had an opportunity to enjoy it yet. It's been wearing on your boy, but almost there. Yeah, Scooter. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, this is always interesting when you kind of split the eras a little bit and try to do, two lists that way. Question is, if Steph is top 10, who comes off? Well, in this conversation, Sniggy, no one does. Because KC, we're working off the list KC created, and he already has Steph in. So no one comes off the list, but I think with Casey's list, he didn't have Tim Duncan on it, and I think that's probably off.
Kim says she wants to play pocket watching.
Hey, let's pocket watch Kimberly. Somebody Google Kimberly's net worth.
What did I do to deserve it? Been playing on this since I came. I swear they're gassing me up.
Go ahead.
So you named those three guys, Karl Malone, Dirk, and Carmelo, as other top 10 scorers. The difference between them and Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant is a multiple-time champion. And essentially, I'll flip that kind of discussion just a little bit. If we look at history, Kevin Durant would be the only multiple-time champion in the top 10 not to be considered a top 10 player.
In the top 10 scoring list. Yep.
So like that doesn't guarantee him being a top 10 player, but everyone like the Warriors would be like, oh, you just lean to scoring. Well, I mean, history leans towards scoring. You know what I mean? I think Tim Duncan is possibly a top 10 player. Like I'm not gonna make an argument against him, but I think he's a Bill Russell-like figure. It almost feels like if you have Tim in there, you got to have Bill Russell in there. Bill Russell was Tim Duncan was a better off. I didn't watch Bill Russell, but I think Tim Duncan was a better offensive player than Bill Russell. But it's like the same almost, right? It's like not overwhelming scoring, great rebounding, great defense, and winning.
All right.
Which look, a lot of people have Bill Russell in the top 10.
You know what's fascinating? I need to understand how this worked in the 60s.
What's that?
Bill Russell won 5 NBA MVPs. He made all NBA first team 3 times.
That's just stupid.
I'm sorry, what?
That's so you know what it is.
As a matter of fact, no, I don't need to research anything. I could see it right here.
You know what it is.
In 1958, he won the MVP award. In 1958, he was named All NBA second team.
It would have like a lot of it don't make sense. But what did Wilt do that year?
1958.
Yeah, he probably like if he didn't win first team, Wilt probably should have won MVP. Because I'm sure that's kind of what happened is the years he couldn't make first team was because Wilt did something crazy.
I wonder if I can look at the history.
I mean, it was probably just really best player, best team back then, huh?
19, what do we say? 58?
Yeah.
55, 56, 57, 58. Okay, this is stupid.
Well, they didn't do a lot of things right back then.
So I'm just looking at 1959. 3 Boston Celtics were on the first team.
Not enough.
Russell, Cousy, Sam Jones?
Russell, Cousy, Bill Sharman.
I didn't know Bill Sharman was on the Celtics. I thought he was a Hawk. I'm thinking of Bob Pettit. I take that back.
Bob Pettit was a Hawk, and he's the one who beat Bill Russell for that spot the year Bill Russell won the MVP. How can these people say he is the best player in the league, but not the best at his position?
That's ridiculous.
This is incredible.
That's ridiculous.
So it turns out members of the media have been jackasses forever.
A lot of Bill Russell disrespect today.
Wow.
We love you, Bill. We love you.
These all NBA first teams are the same every year. There's just like one guy that jumps in that's different. How many of these things did Bob Cousy make? Jeez almighty, he made 10 of them.
It was a 10-time first team?
Yep, 10-time first team.
Well, salute to him.
Former Kings coach.
Former Kings coach. Former actor, too. Blue Chips. So,
1961, Wilt got Bill Russell. In 1962, Bill got Wilt. That was first and second. And then it's like the media agreed. Wilt gets it one year, Bill gets it the next. Yo, okay, I said that as a joke. I think that's what happened. Starting in the 1959-1960 season, it goes Wilt, Russell, Wilt, Russell, Wilt, Russell. Then it goes Russell, Wilt, Wilt, Russell, Russell, Wilt, Wilt, Russell, Wilt, Russell.
That's absolutely what they
Wilt,
did.
Russell. Oh, and then Wes Unseld gets in there. Oh,
Shout out
Willis
to Wes
Reed.
Unseld.
A Willis Reed reference. Yeah.
Shout out to
Oh
Wes
boy,
Unseld.
and then here comes Lou Alcindor to change
Oh,
everything.
boy.
My goodness, man. The only guy that beat Lou Alcindor was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. My goodness. That's spectacular.
I love the NBA.
Let's get Mitch. Mitch has called like 7 times. He just wants to talk. What's up, Mitch?
Yeah, I got shit to breathe, I'm tired and hard. My grandson's killing me. I need help.
Well, I can't.
He's running
help
you ragged, Mitch. He's running you ragged.
You're damn right. Every time he sees me, he smacks me. He's got a good uppercut. Terrible twos already. He's only 22 months.
That's their job, man.
The Giants do.
Well, we beat your ass last night. I know that much. And look, let me set the record straight. Didn't nobody not take your call when they were winning, all right? We had a guest on. That's the reason why we couldn't get you on. You know, I don't never duck the smoke. But like I said, beat the hell out of you last night. Boy, we beat the brakes off them Dodgers last night, boy.
It takes a good pitcher. It takes a real good pitcher to stop. He didn't win the MVP, Mr. Shohei Ohtani. Back-to-back in different leagues. I don't think it's ever been done before.
Hey, we know he might win MVP. We know he's not winning the World Series MVP. We know that for sure. That's one thing. If he win the World Series MVP, it's gonna be like Jerry West winning the Finals MVP. We know that's how that's gonna go down.
Oh, I'm thinking about the league MVP. See, baseball has it right. You have an MVP in both leagues. That's why it's so hard to do, best plays in all these sports, especially top 10. But I would throw out all the Celtics stuff. That's just me, though. That's just me.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
It's just him.
By the way, there was a Google search done on Kimberly Taylor's net worth.
Oh, snap.
Do we have a number for that?
We got a number for it. Where'd she go?
Oh,
hey, can we wave her down? Okay, we need to, because this was done. Yeah, hey, you just open the door. No, just open the door and yell at her. No, it's fine. Yeah. Hey, Kimberly. Hey, come here. No, you come here. No, this is good. This is good. Matt George is here. You got to hit the music and everything. Hey, we were doing a pocket watching segment where we were trying to guess how much you were worth.
But real quick, let her know we're on the radio. Don't cuss.
Oh yeah, we're live on the radio, by the way, just as a thing. No, it's just live on the radio. Does anyone want in on the Kimberly Taylor net worth pocket watching?
Yeah, I want in.
Okay, where you at?
22 million.
22 million.
I'm gonna go 15. This is house show pocket watching, by the way.
This is the house show. Yeah. The internet says you're worth $24 million.
Hey, count it.
The internet says you're worth. Look, the internet says you're worth $24 million.
That's a win.
Congratulations. You do it for the love of the game.
I feel like we should have more food around if Kim's worth that much.
You do it for the love of the game. When someone says we want the Mortons of pizza, we can afford that.
Oh, that's the only reason why she didn't agree to that, because she doesn't like it.
Thank you, Kimberly. I didn't know that. No one told me.
That wasn't our thing.
Oh, okay. No, it's good. We're gonna come back.
Him
Matt
is a
George
baller, though. Like
$24 million. That's tremendous. Thank you, Kimberly. We're gonna come back. Matt George is here. He's in studio. Matt, I wish I could tell you what we're going to do next. I have no idea what it is, man. But I do know D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. We'll be back here on ESPN 1320. Oh, that was good. Yeah, that's good stuff right there.
Matt George, what up?
What up? I didn't know she was rich. She charged me for parking.
See? That's why she got rich.
That's how she got there.
That's how she got rich.
It's about time.
I know, right?
It's about time. I'm wearing this during the summer. I don't care.
Love it.
This too.
Love it.
Everything.
So are you working? You look like I thought you were off.
No,
today.
I spoke at a Jessup University event.
Oh, very nice.
Hey, guest speaker, celebrity guest speaker, Matt George.
Gave the commencement speech at graduation.
Nothing like that. But let me tell you about the Bible a little bit. Okay, hold on.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you about the good word.
D-Lo has been a part of one of my sermons while at dinner at the
that was epic.
Center, and I'm pretty sure I pushed him further away from you guys.
That was epic.
William Jessup, D3,
D2,
NAI, D2.
NCAA D2 starting next year. I was just in there. They're getting the whole gym redone. They're rebranding everything. KCU to prove. They got the new court, the new colors, the new logo. They're working on it right now, fixing up the whole gym.
I like that.
It's gonna be sick.
I'm gonna have to check out a game, man.
Yeah,
we'll check out.
You should.
I used to get in buckets.
Yeah.
Back when
Wow, you used to give the Lord buckets. Wow.
He would want me to.
No.
He would not want me to take it easy on him. Yeah, back when they were in the Cal Pack.
Yep.
I think that's when they first started.
So you played in the old gym, which was the warehouse.
I think so. Yeah, because
on that court, I went to the dead spots.
I went to the new gym like 5-6 years ago, and that's not where I played when I played against.
Yeah, no, because the new gym opened when my freshman year there. That's when the new gym opened. That's why I went there because they.
Where is it at again?
It's just off of 65.
It's Rockland, right?
Yeah, 65 and Sunset.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
Yeah, Sunset.
It's very close.
Shout out William Jessup. Shout out to
it's just Jessup University now.
Jessup, that's right.
Jessup.
Shout out to Sac State golf moving into the Big West. I said basketball needs to be next, and nobody responded. So they need to make it happen. They need to listen to me.
I'm closing these damn tabs.
We really played radio today.
Man.
I've been late to the party because I normally listen religiously, but I got in the car, and 2 minutes after I got in the car, D'Lo said something about turning the car around and not coming anymore. So
well,
I'm counting on you, Matt.
For what?
We somehow went like 2 hours on Jokic being like a top 10 player of all time, and then like who moves out, who moves in, what guys are written in pen, whose legacy is going to get lost, whose
you're in
isn't.
the off season, aren't you?
Then we went
That's
25 years into the future, and we're like, well, these guys are definitely going to be top 10.
That's
so
like
who
a
goes
mid-July conversation.
That was after breaking down top Disney movies.
Oh, see, that we got to revisit that. Y'all lucky. I was tempted to bring the PlayStation in today.
We brought up the PlayStation today as well, actually.
Yeah, because they got to use. Well, I don't know if you care about this, but they got a boxing game coming out. First time in 15 years, new boxing game coming out.
Oh,
it's lit.
The UFC games are fun, so I'm in.
Well, the boxing game isn't EA, so we'll see how they do. I got one of the UFC games. It was cool. It was cool. I don't love it, but it was cool.
How does a boxing game not get redundant? Like press X to throw one kind of punch, press square to throw a different kind of punch. But there's no kicking, there's no ground game.
No, you gotta learn how to stick and move.
Head movement with the stick.
Get your get your jab in, get out the way, all this other stuff. You got to move up the ranks, all this other stuff.
Okay.
And then you level the punishment, body blows, things of that nature. It seemed like when I was playing UFC, nothing really had an effect. Like I'd knock somebody down, they just get up. You know what I mean? Like I'd start to do punching, and it didn't really have an effect. Maybe that's because I didn't use the ground game and all that other stuff too.
Yeah,
I was a striker.
Yeah, UFC. It's the most fun way to play. Ground game and video games is terrible. It's boring, right, D'Lo?
Did y'all see Magic's tweet?
Oh no!
I don't think he meant for this to come across the way that it did.
Wait, what?
Congratulations to Steph Curry on winning his second BPWA Magic Johnson Award, honoring a player who displays cooperation, grace in dealing with the media and fans both on and off the court. By the way, Steph, I had fun hanging with your mom last night at the Sparks home opener.
Wait, who said that?
Magic.
Yeah, Steph's got to fight Magic, bro. Like he has to fight.
Irvin, what are you doing? Oh, Irvin, that's hilarious.
Oh,
had fun hanging out with your mom. And it doesn't help that we all know that Steph Curry's mom is a baddie.
No, that's a diss. I don't care how he meant it.
Single now,
man.
Too. Actually, I don't think she's single.
Congrats on winning my award. I got the better one.
Right? God bless Magic Johnson, top 5 player of all time,
Shout out to him.
top 2 tweeter.
Shout out to him. He stays relevant.
Mark Wong in the chat said that someone replied with the Michael Scott and Pam's mom picture or whatever for that one.
So for those on the radio, Magic tweeted, congratulations to Steph Curry for winning the Magic Johnson Award, honoring a player who displays cooperation and grace in dealing with the media and fans both on and off the court. And then for reasons known only to Irvin Magic Johnson, he closed out the tweet by saying, by the way, Steph, I had fun hanging out with your mom last night. Sparks home opener.
Dude's got Riz.
Oh, man. And that voice you hear is our man, Matt George. ABC 10 and the Locked On Kings podcast. Matty Ice, what's up, man?
Back in studio. I had to drop by.
Love it, man. That not only do we get you in the studio, we get you for an extended conversation here to talk basketball, talk Kings, talk Disney movies, talk PlayStation.
Now we're talking.
All of that good stuff. Before we get to the Kings and some of the off-season content, one thing that we talked about, we didn't talk about as in-depthly as we did some of the things going on with the Celtics and Cavs. Dallas is one win away from another conference finals. One thing we did talk about was this team is different than they were in January. I don't know what they are. And to eliminate something Casey said earlier, I don't know where this team is going in like a year. But right now, they're playing great basketball.
Yeah, I mean, they're a picture perfect example of recognizing what their weakness is outside of the very, very top. Because Luka's Luka, Kyrie's Kyrie. You're just gonna live with whatever those two guys do for you, right? Like, and those guys can both do a tremendous amount for you. To where I couldn't imagine being a defender and game planning to try and stop the Dallas Mavericks. And I have a night where I hold Luka Doncic to 25, and like holding Luka to 25 is holding Luka to 25, and then Kyrie goes for like 32. It's like, what do I do? And then both of those guys can go for 40 at any given time as well, plus the supporting cast of characters. But I mean, Dallas, it's kind of a painful example for us here in Sacramento with how the trade deadline can completely change your season. But Dallas was a completely different basketball team after the trade deadline. Their top stayed the exact same. For the most part, their roster stayed the exact same, but they had a glaring issue and they went out and they addressed it and they did what needed to be done short term to address it. And they're reaping the rewards of they're about to knock off the number 1 seed and have a good chance to make it to the NBA Finals. I don't think I'd pick them to win it necessarily, but I would never be a team going, I want to face the Dallas Mavericks in a best of 7 series. Why would you? Because they've shown that they can beat you defensively, and they've got 2 guys that if they have to carry you on their back for a game, they can do it at the same time, or one can take the night off and the other will do it for them. Like, that's what's crazy about this Dallas team, and I give them full credit because the first 2 times the Kings played the Mavericks, they rolled them. Dallas was not good because Dallas could not hang defensively with what the Sacramento Kings were trying to do. And that was the Kings at a B-level offense compared to last season. And now look where they are because they addressed what they needed to do. Take notes, Monty.
And look, we get our jokes off or whatever, but we also got to stay consistent, and we got to salute Jason Kidd and the job that he's done.
For sure.
Any other time a team is doing good, we salute the coach or whatever. It's got to be the same with Jason Kidd.
Still going to get mine.
Oh, no, the jokes are still
okay. I just want to make sure.
No, that's not.
They give credit, but I'm still going to get my jokes
The jokes
off.
are still happening. They're going to live for the end of time. But he's done a good job, man. He's found a formula with this team. And for whatever reason, I feel him and Nico might have worked together with revamping that roster. Because remember, they got Grant Williams and thought they did something in the offseason. And they pivoted off of that real quick, saying, man, this isn't it. This isn't working. And got some guys in here that they thought would work for them. So, I hate the Mavericks, but I'm not a hater. They've done a great job in turning their season around.
I think there's just a good sense of buy-in with that team right now as well, because that report came out of that anonymous executive, whatever, that the team is happier to play when Luka Doncic is out of the game because they can touch the basketball or stuff. I feel like only stuff like that comes out when you're trying to find a reason to cut a team's legs out from underneath them when they're shining. Because on the floor, it shows the exact opposite. Now, I know Luka has the ball in his hands. Basically, it's crazy that Kyrie played with LeBron James and Luka somehow finds a way to take the ball out of Kyrie's hands more than LeBron ever did, which is crazy to think about. But it's not done in a way that's like, give me the ball, Kyrie, and get out of my way. It's like, I'm the guy. A lot of this runs through me. Kyrie, you're definitely a part of it. Everybody else is a part of it. I'm still going to get mine, going to get my assists, going to get my rebounds and things like that. But you don't need only me, all the time. And that's how my focus has kind of changed this playoffs. Is in the past, I would have said Luka Doncic has to be the greatest player in the league if the Dallas Mavericks are going to win a championship.
Yeah.
He still has to be really, really close, but Luka Doncic can be really, really, really good, and that team is good enough around him to win enough games to have a shot.
Well, part of Luka being really, really good too in some cases is pulling back. And that didn't need to be the case last night. But you go back a couple of nights ago, it's like he doesn't do it very often. I think I feel like he was 7 of 17. That's the number that's standing out in my head. And they wound up winning that game.
Right.
And that is an example of him being great. Like, there's growth in Luka Doncic. We questioned now a game. That's great. We questioned whether Luka can play like that for an extended period of time. Can Luka adjust the way that he plays to make his team better? And I think there have been a handful of examples this postseason that show maybe he can. Now, can he do it long-term for long-term success? I'm not sure. But this is the first time where I'm like, yeah, maybe he actually can do it.
I think a breakthrough moment for Luka too was he had a quote. I can't remember what loss it was or what game it was, but he basically said, like, I'm letting Kyrie down. I got to help Kyrie more. Like, I thought that was a very transparent moment from Luka. It's the right thing to say, but it's from a person that I wouldn't expect to say it. And very similar way, like Anthony Edwards has received a ton of praise for after, what was it, game 3 or whatever game it was. And he immediately in the locker room, first thing he said was like, that's on me. I didn't play well enough. Like, I didn't bring the right.
Yeah, scored 44 the next night.
Yeah, exactly. But
like
you have this still, lack of a better term and not said disrespectfully, you have this kid in the league who's still very in the early stages, who not only has taken the mantle of the leader on this team with veterans on it, but also is wearing a Michael Jordan-esque shadow at this point. And he's the first guy stepping to the camera with all the personality that he has and going, yeah, it was because of me tonight that we lost. Like, and people praised Ant for that, and rightfully so. Luka kind of did a lot of the same things. Like, man, I mean, I know he's got his reputation for complaining. I'll always get my jokes off about Luka as well. But for Luka to step to the podium and say, man, I am the leader. I am the guy on this team, but I'm not helping Kyrie enough.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty telling.
Speaking of, did you see what he said last night about the officials?
Oh boy.
No, he said I have to, like, I made an effort tonight to not do that. Like, I have to stop talking to the officials during the game.
Yes,
like,
please.
It is like, it's not going to change anything, and I have to stop doing that. And I guess it was a conscious effort for him to not address the officials the way that he normally does.
I mean, I'll call cap on that a little bit. It definitely does change things. He's officiated very differently than a lot of people. His complaining has bought him a lot, but he still does it too much.
Did anybody catch at the tail end of the game where SGA is going to the basket? Luka bumps him and fouls him. They call a foul. And Luka's like, hey, review that. And they're like, all right, Luka, we'll review it. Clearly just bumps the hell out of SGA. No surprise. Wasn't overturned. It's like, yo, what are we doing? You just lean your – I don't even know why they agreed to that. But I know I'm pretty harsh on Luka on here a lot, right? I'm pretty – and the frustrations that I have with them, they're not going to change after one game.
Sure.
But – number one, I do think he is one of the great talents we've seen in this league ever already. And number two, and I've been consistent with saying this, Dame, I was like, Luka seems like a good guy. Like, he don't seem like a bad guy.
Well, he called Kyle Matson.
Well, that was uncalled for. No, that was really it. Yeah, nerd.
You didn't hear that story?
Oh
yeah, he called Kyle Matson out his name. Kyle, in his 49er boys, the Nick Wagner and Chris Biederman were sitting courtside, like feet on the court, courtside.
I remember
for Warriors.
Sit down, Kyle. Put your hand down.
Yeah, 49 for Warriors versus Mavericks.
Yeah,
and there was some sort of review and Kyle and Luka were by each other, and Kyle said something, and it had something to do with the call to Luka Doncic, and Luka called him out his name.
Like, knew his name.
No, he called him out of his name. He called him the.
Oh,
well, he called him the P word.
Oh,
he said, he just looked at him and said, P.
Is it wrong for me to be jealous of that as someone who may not have made 2 songs about the dude? I'm jealous of Kyle. How did Kyle get that before me?
No, you got to hang with courtside Kyle or courtside Ken.
Courtside, well, I didn't know courtside. It's courtside Kyle.
I do have a somewhat courtside experience, and I actually got the opportunity to tell Chris Webber about this when he was here in Sacramento. When I was my uncle was a season ticket holder. It's his fault that I got hooked into Kings basketball. And one day we're sitting there, and they like the dancers come through, and they're upgrading seats, and they give me, I was probably like 10 years old or something like that, give me a pair of these tickets where it was courtside, but not the traditional courtside. It was the baseline, but right at the corner of the Kings bench.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't tell you what happened in this game because I was staring at the bench the entire time because my hero, Mike Bibby, was right there. All these guys were right there. Chris comes out of the game, and I've told Pete Youngman this story too, and sits on the ground, and Pete Youngman starts stretching him out, and Chris leans back and is leaning against my legs as a kid, getting stretched out. And when he stood up, I was soaked because he was a sweaty, disgusting creature. But it was a unbelievable experience. That's my only courtside experience, is having Chris Webber lean on my legs while he got stretched out.
Did he say sorry or anything? Like, oh, sorry, little fella.
He didn't. He probably thought I was the chair. He didn't care. I was in his territory. I left that part out of the story when I told him, though. I just said, "Hey, Chris, I sat right next to you, and you leaned on me." And he was like, "Oh, cool. Shut up."
All right, weirdo.
You gonna ask me a question?
That's it. That certainly is an interesting courtside.
I mean, I'm not
that's a courtside Matt story. That's courtside Matt.
I've been there once, and I got there through pity from a dancer as a child. You get there.
I only been there once too.
You get there balling out. You sat,
bro. Why? Don't do this.
Only one time have I been courtside. Stop.
Okay.
This guy.
Fine. I don't know why he lies to us.
It's all right.
It's fine.
We'll be at the top of the concourse doing work, and
that's what
I'm
we'll
sitting
be doing.
right there with you guys. I'm standing right next to D'Lo the entire time.
Yeah. First off, y'all never sit down. Sit down. Like
I can't. I don't like sitting down. I like to move around.
You're sitting now.
I just pace back and forth.
How do you do a 4-hour
I hate
radio
this.
show?
Well, I don't like. Well, I do a 4-hour, but what do I do for KSFM? I stand up.
You got a standing desk at home? I heard those things.
I had one, but because I'm not sitting there as much anymore, because we won't do any shows from home. I don't.
I'm told those things are life changing, but I'm not committing to that. Standing, no.
I think it just depends on how much you work at your desk. Like if I don't know. We talked a lot about Dallas today, as if OKC's just done. As if it's all over for Oklahoma City. I don't think that it is. I don't think it's all over for Oklahoma City or Minnesota.
This is just we're having a conversation type question, because I don't even know if I believe this, but does it say anything about OKC? Like, what's going on? Like, I don't think so. I think they need to figure out the Giddey situation.
Yeah.
I think he is expendable, and his lack of shooting, and it happens often. Last year it was Jared Vanderbilt, where these guys are like really good and people really covet them, and then you get into the playoffs and the other team doesn't have to guard them at all, and it kills everything that you want to do. And this year Giddey is this year's Jared Vanderbilt.
Yeah. I thinking about OKC. OKC could lose and be eliminated, and there's not a scenario where I'm not feeling great about OKC's future, because this is their first year, and look where they are. Like, first year in the playoffs, look where they are. Chet is really in year one. Shea is not going anywhere anytime soon. Even Giddey, like, if there's doubts about Giddey, which that might be the route that they go to upgrade, if that's what they decide, sure, I have my own doubts about Giddey too, but this is just year one for them. They're not going anywhere, and they're in a position with their treasure trove of assets that, like, a way to improve the number one seed is very, very possible and clear for them. Like, that's, if I'm OKC, of course I want to win right now, and of course I'm going to be disappointed to lose, especially to the 5th seed Dallas Mavericks. Like, I'm going to feel like, oh crap, that doesn't necessarily feel good. But I think OKC fans and Thunder fans can go into this summer and this offseason going, oh, we're going to be just fine. We're going to be back. And even if they decide to run everything back, and they get back in this position again, I expect them to be better next year in the playoffs than they are this year, just through development and natural progress. But I mean, that OKC is a team where in a blink of an eye, they can ship out a handful of assets, and suddenly the next biggest name is on that roster, and nobody's surprised by it. So they're just, I think OKC is in not just the best position in the NBA, maybe one of the best positions in professional sports, period. Of, you're really, really good, you're really, really young, and you have all the assets that you need to add whatever you want.
Like, the youngest team in the league or the youngest team in the playoffs? I mean, obviously one would mean the other.
I think they're the youngest team in playoff history to win like the number 1 seed and to make it this far.
Oh, it was one of those baseball stats where there were like 10 caveats
Yeah,
to
it
it.
was very young.
Yeah.
I remember reading that or saying something like that on the air when they made it to the first round period. They were the youngest number 1 seed in NBA history. I know that for sure, but I don't know about anything today.
Progress isn't promised.
Nah, and I keep thinking about what you said yesterday, and you're 100% right. We all just assume everybody else is going to get better, except for the Kings, right?
Yeah.
Like the Kings are going to regress, not only from last year, the 3 spot, but now being a playing team, they're destined to fall behind everybody, and just everybody's just going to get better. And I think like you, Matt. I think OKC is set up really, really well, but I mean, injuries or other people not sleeping on them and all this other stuff. I mean, there's no guarantee that they get back to the same. The West is just as hard for them as it is for everybody else.
All the things you used to diminish Sacramento a year ago, you could do this with other basketball teams.
And I think like you
don't, but you could.
Forecasting injuries is always there's always the assumption of a team will perform their best, quote, if they stay healthy. But I think that would be the one thing I'd be afraid of most if I'm a Thunder fan or a member of the OKC Thunder is Chet Holmgren is obviously a massive part of what you're going to be doing going forward. And he is the build, and he already has the history of health issues. And he is a player that with his size and his length and the type of player that he is, injuries can hurt him a lot more than maybe they could hurt a guard who goes through the same kind of situation. So if I'm OKC, like there's fears of getting hurt, which they lose SGA for a good portion of the season. Of course, that's going to have a massive impact on them. But if Chet Holmgren is your guy going forward and your SGA Chet Holmgren core is the core that you think you can win multiple titles with, there's always going to be, for me, just naturally with who Chet is, there's always going to be a concern of my franchise could dip with the health of my star center.
Watching this conference shake out over the next handful of years will be interesting because you think Oklahoma City is good, right? You think that Minnesota is good. You know Denver is good. But I feel like there are elements to Minnesota that's you talk about your confidence in Oklahoma City. I don't have that same confidence in Minnesota.
I agree.
I have confidence in Minnesota, but I don't have that same confidence. I look at them like, yeah, I could see a couple of things. Maybe it doesn't work out. It's not Anthony Edwards. It's not Ant-Man. It's not Anthony Edwards. I don't see. But there's a few things that I wonder if this drops down a little bit.
What do you think is more likely with the West? That it stays this way for a long, long time with the parity of the league and how many teams are super, super talented and loaded with talent, or that it crashes completely? Like, what do you think is more likely? Because
stays the way it is.
I feel the same way, but there's just so much talent and it's at such a high level that what happens if the next generation just isn't as good? And I just wonder. I
think we always worry about that.
Well, this is something that I talked about a couple weeks ago, that it was a little tongue in cheek, right? Like I was being a little facetious, but there's a little truth to it. They might need to get rid of conferences, at least for playoffs. I was one of the people who 20 years ago, when the West was so dominant and the New Jersey Nets were coming out of the East,
right?
I was like, nah, man. Like you guys remember they were having that same discussion back then. Like, this isn't fair. The West is loaded and da-da-da-da. Like, man, it'll balance out, man. Like, just like back in the 80s, the East was dominant and the West was weak. It'll balance out. 20 years later, it's not balanced out. And it's not going to. Free agents go to the West. Like, they go to LA, they go to Phoenix, they go to Dallas, hell, they even go to San Antonio.
Those teams also draft better.
Then there's always one or two like really bad teams in the West that seem to get the top draft picks.
And it's Victor.
Like this ain't gonna change. I know they won't change. They want to eliminate conferences for the playoffs, but I mean it kind of sucks. Like this is not going to change anytime soon. It's not gonna. Chicago's not going to be a free agent destination out of nowhere, and it's probably going to even get even worse once Vegas and Seattle get in the league.
I can't remember. That's a good point too. Yeah, especially Vegas. I can't remember when the narrative switched from, because for a long time on Locked On Kings, I'm sure you guys and we had these conversations for a while too, it was the Kings are trying to put themselves in a position with the next crop of teams to wait for the Warriors and the LeBron James Lakers and the whatever team Kevin Durant's on, that generation to take their exit, which is what they're happening right now. But it turns out 2/3 of the freaking conference, maybe 2/3 of the league was waiting for the same thing. The Warriors had their dynasty, the Cavs had their dynasty in the East. And it felt like, okay, the Kings were trying to put themselves in a position to where, well, the Warriors declined, the Kings have ascended. The good news is that's happened. But the bad news is everybody else is ascending at the same time. That's what's crazy about the NBA is it's a great thing for Adam Silver and it's a great thing for the league to have so many stars and a great thing for fans of just basketball. But for a team like the Sacramento Kings, where this team has arguably the most talent they've ever had in just terms of pure basketball talent and athleticism, and they're still a couple rungs down the ladder of legitimately a championship program. It's just crazy.
And think about the just the unfortunate nature of, like I talked about, like things that are in people's control that keep the West on top. Well, there's things that are out of their control that is made the West even stronger, right? Like Minnesota gets Anthony Edwards, the Spurs get Wemby, the Mavericks get Luka, OKC gets
Zion,
Pelicans get Zion, OKC gets Shea. Like all of the next generation, all the players in the next generation
went west
are in the West. None of them are in Toronto. So
and then there's the Tatum,
and then Kawhi leaves Toronto to come to the West.
Right. Then there's the Tatum and Brown Celtics that I'm almost rooting for to win and have success, because one of the two of them leaves, they're coming to the West. They're not staying East.
Yeah.
After a lifetime in the East, LeBron comes west.
Unless, I mean, if Jaylen Brown wants to come to the Sacramento Kings, I ain't saying no to that.
Right.
That's like my dream player in Sacramento.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
I don't think we can.
Well,
he's also owed like $500 million.
I'll pay it.
Well,
Kenny,
you got
can pay
that
it.
kind of money.
Oh, come on.
You got the. Stop it. Kimberly has it.
Who has marble floors?
They're not marble. They're. I don't know what. They're
Is that in the old house or the new house?
the new one. It's not. Don't listen to him.
See what I'm saying?
It's not. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's that though.
I'll just wait for my invite. And
Oh, you're gonna get it? Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
no.
I'm
I gotta
gonna
put.
get it.
I gotta put stuff in the right place first, and then everybody
don't
can
need
come
stuff.
over. We'll come back. Jake Fisher. Jake Fisher didn't really report anything on Mike Brown yesterday, but he kind of speculated based on evidence about what may go on with Mike Brown's contract negotiations with the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about that with a man, Matt George, who's hanging out with us the rest of the hour. I'm JR right now. We're going to take our last commercial break, folks. We'll come back and we'll go all the way till the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let me ask you guys a question. Everybody here in the chatty house. What do you think happened at Stonehenge?
What is that?
What happened?
Stonehenge is
like how they got made?
The stone circles?
Yeah.
No, that's the one where the stones are on top of the stone.
Yeah. What do you mean?
happened? What happened there?
A bunch of cavemen got bored and started stacking.
Really?
I don't know.
What do you think happened, Kenny? It seems like you got a theory.
The theory.
Okay, aliens.
That makes the most sense.
The guys.
Let's get into the pyramids then. If we're
that
doing
makes
this.
the most sense.
Wasn't it the same guys, the same architects as the pyramids?
See, we don't know who did the pyramids either. How they did that?
No, there was I watched it. God, this is so stupid. I watched a documentary on how they did it, and it involved like a water-based elevator system. It's wild. I'll try and find it and send it to you guys. But it's like the engineering behind it is actually absurd that they figured out how to do that.
We watch Ancient Aliens a lot, and they talk about the pyramids, and they like kind of. I haven't seen your documentary, but they like do the people who believe it was aliens. They're like, all right, if it wasn't, this is how it would have to be done with manpower. And they just talk about it, the way they presented it is like it's kind of far-fetched that
sure
men would have been able to do that.
I have such little comprehension of how any of that architecture works that I'll believe anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think aliens can be just swept under the rug though. Stonehenge is great. Like you know Stonehenge. This Stonehenge. Like, come on, man.
Are you a
what are we doing here?
theory guy?
Not necessarily, but some of it's like we can barely do this stuff today. How are they doing it? Generations ago.
Are you the guy that actually thinks there's some crazy stuff in like Area 51?
Nah, I mean, I don't go that far.
Okay.
I don't know nothing about that.
I don't either.
I don't know nothing about
Are
it.
we in or out on Bigfoot?
Huh?
I said, are we in or out on Bigfoot?
Bigfoot ain't real.
You don't think there's some 8-foot hairy guy out there?
Bigfoot ain't real.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think that is a man-made tall tale.
And nobody ever caught a picture of Bigfoot in 4K?
Bro. And that's what be killing me about. So like these little they be doing this now today with like it's not, I forgot the name of it. It's like unexplained something. So like it's current situations like, look, I saw a shadowy figure in my backyard. It's 2024. And I can't get no 4K footage. Everything's a little blurry. Everything's a little off to the side, and you miss. Like, stop, bro.
Do you remember that part of Hard Knocks this last year when Aaron Rodgers started talking about his alien story on Hard Knocks? Did you even watch Hard Knocks?
I'm not watching anything that involves Aaron Rodgers.
They devoted a whole segment of Hard Knocks, an episode, to Aaron Rodgers' alien story, and it was the exact same thing. It was like 2023, and it was blurry footage of something in the sky. I'm like, this is
Aaron Rodgers is the biggest fuck off on the
I mean, I should have known the audience that I was asking that question too. But
yeah, no,
I do believe that there are some probably basically monsters in the ocean. Like,
the ocean is
like
crazy.
there's a statistic out there of how much of the ocean is actually completely unexplored. Like y'all get down that deep and that dark, there are 100% world-ending creatures down there.
The ocean is
they can
crazy.
Stick to themselves.
I mean, I think they are aliens, quote unquote aliens. Like, I don't think we're the only living creatures in the galaxy.
Oh, I agree with that.
That's crazy. I just don't know if they hover over downtown Denver in a UFO. I don't know if they do all that, but I don't know if they built anything.
Big Jokic fans.
I don't know if they've come to Earth and built things or not. I don't know nothing about that, but I do think there are other living creatures in the galaxy. I do believe that.
I discovered an ocean phobia that I have, and it was when during my vacation last year on my cruises, we were in Cancun and we were just swimming, and I realized when I dove off the boat into not the ship, just a different boat, dove off the boat into the water, like just one of those pontoon boats that they have out there, and I realized everything was just dark blue and I couldn't see anything all around me. And while I was coming back up to the surface, I realized, and then I got to the surface and I'm up there and it's like land is right there, but I'm treading water and I realized like I have no idea what's around me and underneath me.
Yeah.
I'm good. Like,
yeah, no, the ocean is terrifying.
I'm good. And I never thought of it like that before because I was like, the ocean's great. I love to swim in the ocean. And then I realized what I'm in and what anything could be around me. And I'm like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't mess with the ocean at all.
My cousin's she was in the Navy. She just got out of the Navy, and one of the exercises she had to do was the man overboard exercise, where they take you out into the deep, deep, deep ocean, no land around you, and it's like an exercise where you and a bunch of the crew get out there, and you have to get in the ocean and just float on your back in the ocean for a period of time to simulate like if you fell out of the ship and they had to rescue you and stuff like that, and you're just free floating in open ocean. Absolutely not. No. And I've seen pictures.
Reason number 4,000, I didn't join the armed forces.
Absolutely not. Nah, thank you. Yeah, dead man's float, I think is what they call it. Yeah, absolutely not.
Well, you come up with a new name for that.
I don't like that name. Jeez. Goodness.
I thought the whole point was to avoid being the dead man floating. The hell? Matt George of ABC 10 and the Locked On Kings podcast with us here in studio. As many are, they aren't in studio, but they're in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, your locally owned and operated mattress retailer, where they got a massive Memorial Day sale going on right now, where you can get special 60-month special financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required.
Man, look, I'm already set. I got to go to the location out in Elk Grove, right over there, by that Walmart off of Bruceville, and I got to get me one of these mattresses, man. I really do. Last night, because my 1-year-old every 4 a.m. or so decides it's time to get up, scream, yell, just so daddy can come get me, and then I can get a bottle and go back to sleep. I was like, man. And then she ends up in my bed, right? She ends up me in my wife's bed. I was like, we need a new, better mattress that's going to put her to sleep, and so I can get some beauty rest. And I was like, I got to go to Matthew's Mattress. I have to, because this can't keep going on this way.
MatthewsMattress.com. You can find out the location nearest you, and they'll help you put your baby to sleep, apparently. Like, I know they help put me to sleep.
I'm ready, man.
Because this week has been hell for your boy, and the only thing that's gone right are those hours that I'm getting to sleep, thanks to Matthew's Mattress being the only thing that went right on Saturday when I moved. They said, hey, you ordered this mattress on Thursday. We'll get it delivered to you by Saturday. No problem. Brought it in, got it all set up. You could order a mattress today and have it delivered at your house tonight. Go to MatthewsMattress.com right now. Find the location nearest you. Tell them D'Lo and Casey sent you, and ask them about that special 60-month special financing.
It's in the name too, but I'm a supporter. I'm a customer.
There we go.
Mattress.
There we
I
go.
like it.
Yes, indeed.
I like it. I like it. I like
I
it.
felt like I had to. It's like a requirement.
Yeah, you gotta
Where do I go?
Gotta support.
There's only one place I can't go.
Yeah, gotta support the Matthews all over.
Come on, man. That's
all
Matt.
over the-
Stick together.
Matthew's
region.
Mattress, Matthew George, Matthew Dellavedova.
Belly.
Gotta let it ride, man.
Stop there.
Gotta let it rock. Jake Fisher wrote about Mike Brown yesterday. Again, it's not shade. He was talking about the coaching situations across the league, and he referenced Mike Brown, and he was talking about, Mike should be in for a pretty substantial, bump here. Like, when you talk about what Mike has done in his coaching career, not just in his stint in Sacramento, but his coaching career, he deserves, upwards of, $9-10 million per year. Matt, you think this? I know you guys asked Monty about it at the exit interviews. Is this something you think gets done this offseason?
Yeah, Monty kind of hinted at, like, the conversations will happen.
Mhm.
And so, and that's no surprise to anybody. And even Mike was asked about it, and Mike did the correct answer, basically saying, like, as of now, I'm under contract. I got a job to do. I'm focused on that. Those
And he is under contract next year too.
Right.
Like, there's a weird, like, mutual opt out at the end of all of this, which
Correct.
has led people to believe, oh, maybe that year gets tossed
pretty much,
and they come up with a
for an
new deal
extension,
this season.
But even then, the last year on a coach's contract might as well not exist. It's called a lame duck year.
Yeah.
Like, no coach wants to ever get to that year. Once you get to that year, it's either you got me, you keeping me or not, and let's move on. Let's get it done now, or let's just agree to part ways. I had Kyle Madsen on Locked On Kings last night, and at the very end of the podcast, he asked me, he goes, like, are you concerned at all about a Mike Brown extension not getting done? And without hesitation, I was like, absolutely not. Like, I think this, I have to be careful the way I say this, and I truly don't mean this in any kind of, like, hostile way. I don't think the Kings organization is stupid enough to get that wrong. Like, and I mean that 100%. Like, look at your history as an organization.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the history of the 16-year playoff drought and the revolving door of coaches. And then Mike Brown comes in and in his first year corrects that. Granted, other things had to go right as well. You made some right roster decisions. You made a big trade that ended up working out for you. Credit. You still needed a coach. You needed a leader. And Mike comes in, and not only does Mike come in and get you winning, Mike comes in his introductory press conference on day one, delivers a message not just to Kings fans and Kings media. I think delivers a message to the entire organization of every organization has a soul, and it only works if everybody buys in and does their job. And this is Mike coming in and goes, I know what this organization's been. I know what your reputation is. I'm taking this job. It changes, and I'm going to be a part of that change. Lo and behold, we see what's happened. So I don't have any fear or any concern at all of Mike not getting extended, because I think it's staring them in the face. It's like, you can't get this wrong. Like, you have to extend him. He absolutely deserves it. Your history in Sacramento plays a part in that. But even if you want to ignore that and just judge him based off of the 2 years here, I know what happened this season, but Mike Brown has proved right basically every single playoff game that's being played. Every single time there's a playoff game and the final score is 107 to 102 or 98 to 95. Mike Brown's being proved right. What Mike Brown has been saying and what he said all this season is I'm willing to take steps back offensively and a step back short term to start to build a foundation defensively. The foundation, by the way, which is what we saw the final third of the season. Like, that's how he believes he's going to win. That's how he believes you win in the NBA. He's won championships before, so he actually knows that. We don't here in Sacramento. And again, every single playoff game, there's a few that have gone to the 120s or high 1-teens, but almost every single playoff game, every single playoff game, he's being proven right. So he's the right guy for the job. He's saying the right things. He clearly has the respect of the locker room, the organization, the respect of the entire league. The Kings would be stupid not to get that deal done.
So do you think, like, do you believe, both of you guys can answer this, there's going to be like some good faith negotiating going on in here? Or do you think maybe Mike Brown takes advantage and Mike Brown's representation tries to take advantage of everything that you just spoke about and says, all right, I need that Coach Bud contract. I need that Monty Williams contract. And while I still think everybody would side with the coach because it doesn't go against your salary cap, all this other stuff. You got it. Pay him that. That probably also isn't in line with, like, I don't want to say what the resume says he should be getting, but we know Coach Bud and Monty are outliers with their contract, $10, $11 million a year. That's not usually how it should go. Do you think that Mike is going to understand that and say, all right, I'm not going to hit you over the head with what I'm asking for, but I do want to be compensated fairly?
Yeah, market definitely dictates what you're asking for, right? So if this is the new status quo for coaches, then go get yours, Mike, right?
If I'm representing Mike, I'm pointing, Monty feels like the outlier for sure. That's desperate times, call for desperate measures. But if I'm representing Mike Brown, I'm pointing right at Mike Budenholzer's contract. And it's those two, in terms of their career accomplishments, are nearly identical. With one glaring exception for Coach Bud. But win percentage.
That might be a $2 million exception.
Exactly. But what are we talking about? We're talking about a contract negotiation.
And that's what I asked. So you think there's going to be a negotiation or be like, you see what he got? I ain't going.
No, no, the league doesn't work. No, I don't think any walk of life works like that. That's why you have agents. It's so Mike doesn't have to do this with Monty and create bad feelings. The agent is there not only to get you the most money possible, put you in the best position, represent you, do all of that stuff, but it's also there to be a buffer to protect your relationship with your boss.
When you say good faith, Kenny, do you mean like in Mike being willing to take a discount or not being paid what market value is for a coach in the modern NBA to stay in Sacramento to give them a discount? Is that what you meant by good faith?
I'm kind of thinking about like what Damian just laid out. Like, you could say a new market value is 10 mil. Like, if you got this amount of wins and all this, that's the new market value.
And I'm representing Mike Brown. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and
if I'm Mike Brown, I'm saying the same thing.
And a negotiation would be like, no, we understand that, but hey,
no, it's a negotiation.
8 million is like what we were thinking of. Like, can we work something out? Or is the representation like, no, you see what the market value is?
See, I think Mike can walk around and in these negotiations, like, puff his chest out a little bit and go, who you gonna get instead?
And that's what I mean when I say take advantage of the situation.
And I don't mean,
but that's not taking advantage, in my opinion.
I think it is taking advantage a little bit because the Kings aren't. Matt just laid out all the reasons why they can't let him go. You know what I mean? Like
that's showing his worth, though. That's not taking advantage.
But
that's because the Kings aren't the Clippers.
But what are you taking advantage of? Are you taking advantage of the money that Budenholzer and Williams got, or are you taking advantage of the Kings' history?
Both.
That's what I would take advantage of. It's like, look where you were and look where I got you immediately. You played a part in that, but you still need a leader. You still need a guy to do the job. I'm clearly that guy. You're not going to go back and get Adelman. and my coaching staff is being poached and is going to continue to be poached by the rest of the league. Jordy's gone. So you're not just making him the interim head coach and getting rid of me. Like, who are you going to, if I'm Mike, I'm puffing out my chest of like, you're just now as an organization starting to become relevant again and starting to get to a point where you can hopefully consistently be good.
But let's be clear though, Mike doesn't do any of that.
Yes.
His agent does.
Sure.
His agent goes to the Kings and says, look at what my client did for you. I think that's a really, really important distinction. Look at what my client did for you. Look at where you were. Look at where you are now. I don't know. Like that's just part of the game.
Right. And that's where I said,
and it's his agent's job to know what Mike Budenholzer makes, to know what Steve Kerr makes, to know what Monty Williams makes, to know what every coach in the league makes, to know what JB Bickerstaff is about to probably lose his job at like $5 million per. Mike is a lot closer to Mike Budenholzer than JB Bickerstaff.
Right. So and this is what and we're having a conversation here. I love Mike Brown. If it was my money, I'd give him the $10 million just because I like him.
Oh, you got it.
Right. Well, I definitely don't. I don't have no Damien marble floors, big screen TV. That's not me. But we're having a conversation here, right? We're having a conversation. And this is what I mean when I say a good faith negotiation, right? All the things that your agent is doing and saying, he's right in saying that. If I'm the Kings, I'm saying Coach Bud makes $10 million, $2 million extra because he has a championship that you don't have.
Yep.
I'm going to give you $8 million.
Yeah.
That's what I want to give you. And agent takes advantage. No. Do you know how ridiculous this franchise would look if you I said 10 and I'm not going off of that. And that's what I'm worried about. I hope it's a true understanding of the situation. Like quietly, he doesn't have to say this to the Kings, but agent, all right, Mike, look, maybe you can't get Budenholzer money because he's got the ring. He's got the ring. And we're going to say that together in this room so we understand it. I'm going to try and get you to 10.
Yeah.
But we got to understand that's the difference. But if they're both like, nah, the Kings would they're a joke if they let me go. We're not going any lower than 10.
See, to me,
that's what I'm kind of worried
about.
Yeah,
I don't think that I certainly don't know. I'd be shocked if something like that happened. I think your other scenario is closer to reality.
I think Mike Brown is part of the list of money that it in my opinion is already spent, or if you want to be serious, it has to already be spent. And what I mean by that is like, because this is a part of the question that Kyle threw out when we were talking about on the podcast is, Kyle has this scenario in his head, and I understand it completely, where Vivek or ownership or whoever's signing the checks or whatever, or they're hesitant. Like, I want to see if we can really truly get to where you're saying that we can be. I want to see if it was more than just a flash in the pan type thing. So I'm going to wait as long as I possibly can to get that payday until like I have no choice but to give it to you based off of your results on the court. And I have a problem with that mindset because I also could see it applied to the players. And that's where I have the biggest issue, because look at the state of the Western Conference. I know there's like TV money's coming in, the salary cap's going up and all that stuff. I have already accepted, and I think Mike or Monty McNair should already have Vivek primed, and he should already accept the fact that if this team wants to be serious and contend in the window that they're trying to contend in, which Monty McNair's own words said, we are built to win right now. Those are his words, not mine. Then Vivek's going to have to go into the luxury tax. Vivek's going to have to go into the pocketbooks because you just paid Sabonis. Fox didn't agree to an extension so he could get an even bigger bag. You got Keegan coming up. You're trying to pay Malik Monk right now. Like, spending money is a requirement to build a good enough team, especially in the state of the Western Conference right now. If you're not willing to do that, you have to move on from Fox or Sabonis. That's the only route that or you have to say bye-bye to Keegan and bye to Malik. And then what are you with Fox, Sabonis, and a not good supporting cast, right? So there should already, in my opinion, it's easy to talk about when it's not my money, but there should already be an expectation, or at least a conversation hopefully has been had between Monty and Vivek of, hey, let's forecast this down the road. If we are where we want to get, or specifically if we, to get to where we want to go, the pocketbook has to come open. I'm not saying a blank check necessarily, but you're going to have to pay these guys to even put yourself in the conversation. You can't wait until you're firmly in the conversation and almost guaranteed to win it to then be willing to put the money on the table. And I think the same is said for Mike. Like, Mike is part of it. Give him the money now.
I agree. I mean, that's part of the game that you're trying to play here. If you want to be a winner and you want to say, if you're Vivek, and want to say you're so upset when you're not winning and all this other stuff, and be so mad and when you're a losing team.
Yeah.
If you want to be a winning team, this is part of the price.
And if I can also
literally,
I'll also preface everything that I just said because I see some comments in the chatty house just to be perfectly clear.
They're talking about Stonehenge in the chatty
That's
house.
true. They are talking about Stonehenge too, which I'm interested in that conversation as
Chatty
well.
house brought to you by Matthews Mattress. One of a kind.
There's been no indication throughout Vivek's tenure here in Sacramento that he's not willing to spend the money needed.
Right.
Like that, he's had his issues, but that he's been consistent with. He'll spend money. He'll go. It might.
Yeah,
be
but
for
I'm
the
not
long-
going to overpay Shavano Heald to
sure.
go win 29 games next year.
I'm not going to overpay Mo Harkless.
Yeah.
Also,
Mo Harkless, we hardly knew you.
Also, we better same thing too with the Oakland A's situation that and the A's coming to Sacramento. I know Vivek has dreams of MLB baseball in Sacramento too, in hopes of that. That can't play any part of how you run the Sacramento Kings either. Especially,
I don't think.
And I don't think it will. But people are going to naturally draw those comparisons. Imagine if Vivek is so focused financially on baseball that he takes a back seat with the kid. That's not going to happen. That shouldn't even be a scenario.
Yeah, I don't think that it is. Those are different bottom lines.
Sure,
those are not the same thing.
And like you said though, Matt, I don't. We've never seen Vivek in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's unfair to say, oh, he's not going to spend because he never has.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like Damien said, those teams weren't worth going into the luxury tax for. This possibly is,
right?
And we'll see how he behaves now.
But I feel like you're going to have to go into it before you have the guarantee that it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just that's the reality of the NBA. And just because you're in the luxury tax doesn't mean you're stuck there forever.
Right.
If you go for it and it doesn't work, then you move on from Fox and you move on from Sabonis. You get back under that line and then you start over. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I'm not trying to speak that into existence, but just because you go into the luxury tax doesn't mean you're doomed to stay there forever.
You got to believe in your guys. You got to believe in what you're building. From the Domas, De'Aaron, Keegan, Malik aspect to the Mike Brown aspect. You've got to believe what you're building as an entire franchise. But the situation with Mike feels like a big part of it.
Yes.
Because, 48 wins to 46 wins isn't a drastic fall off. And if you want to if De'Aaron Fox wants to take the podium and say, we hit our free throws like we're supposed to, we're winning 4 or 5 more games, and you want to blame that on Mike Brown, it's a tough look, in my opinion. You could blame Mike for a lot of things. You could be frustrated with Mike for a lot of things. That, though, that's not one of them.
Yeah, I don't think anybody should look at the Kings and think it's a Mike Brown problem.
No, I chuckle because yesterday we had talked about this team, and Matt, I'll get your opinions on this, and talked about them like staying pat, running it back 2.0, right? And the possibility of that. And I've always said, I don't want them to. I want them to go get a big fish like a Brandon Ingram or something like that. But if it happens that they kind of run it back the same way, maybe a piece here or there, like a random piece, but essentially the starters are the same, I said it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. And people who look at it as like, no, you just saw that and you made the play-in. I always say, well, that's where they ended up. That's not their ceiling. And it's not their floor either. Their floor might have been outside of the play-in, but that's just where they ended up. Like if they did the same thing again, that doesn't mean you're going to get the same result. I think this team has a ceiling. This team, as currently constituted, as a 5 seed, like might be their maybe a 4. You know what I mean? But it's ceiling of 5 or 6 seed, and the new 2 9-game losing streak. You know what that is now? Well, if they would have just lost to 2 of the worst teams in basketball, and if they would have only blew 2 of their 20-point leads, they would have been a 6 seed. Yeah. That's the new 2 9-game losing streak. But it is kind of true. Like,
well, you and Jesse are familiar with 9-game losing streaks.
No, lose streak over. I'm about to start cooking.
Well, it's not a streak. You won 1.
I said,
it was an impressive
win.
win.
The losing streak is over.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to start cooking.
No, it was an impressive win today.
I'm back.
Very good.
But no, that like, do you feel that way about like running the team back? Like, nah, we've seen how that is. That's not gonna get you where you want to go.
I think there's two sides of that coin because, like we talked about last week, I think Mike and Monty have already kind of prefaced us for that. And I'm not saying that they're committing to just running it back again, but Mike made it very, very clear. He said, I think this is we should have won 50, 51, 52 games. And the difference was, he mentioned injuries. He mentioned some of those bad losses. He mentioned some blowed leads. And whether it's the right thing to say or not, like, I understand how he and Monty and the Kings can look at this roster, especially if they believe, and I asked Mike about how sustainable he felt the defense was. If he feels the Kings can play 82 games of defense or a full season of defense the same way they played the final third of the season, I think they believe that if you run this roster back, exact same, and that's never going to happen, but let's say they just copied and pasted this roster to next season. I think a lot of Sacramento Kings fans would be concerned, frustrated. I think the Kings would be killed by it killed for it nationally. But if they play defense at the level that they were playing for an 82 game season from basically start to finish, that doesn't mean there's not going to be a bad game here or there because they're human. But like if the last third of the season was October to April, I understand why Mike and Monty might feel like, yeah, this is a 50+ win team and we're better than we were last season. That being said, the other side of the coin is, you said your ceiling might be a 5th seed. Yeah, that's cool. That's better than what they finished this year. Mike Brown entered this season talking about contending for a championship. That's what he talked about coming into this year.
Yeah.
Aaron Fox said the same thing. Running this team back, they're not a championship caliber team.
Yeah.
Even if they play defense for a full 82 games, like, they lead the league in defense. I tell you right now, if the Kings led the league in defense with this roster, I still don't think they could win a championship, just because playoffs are different and like the star power and the offense are required. And I just don't think it's there. But you add a Brandon Ingram and you get 82 games of that defense, and Brandon Ingram hopefully buys into that. You have more length and size and athleticism, another scoring option. Maybe my ceiling is a 2nd seed now or the 3rd seed. I can win a title as a 2nd or 3rd seed in the Western Conference the way it is. I can look at the Dallas Mavericks. Dallas Mavericks could win a title as the 5th seed because they got 2 superstar offensive options and then a defensive buy-in from everybody else. Like, so if you're serious about contending, you got to make a move. If you're in it for the build, you can run it back and still feel pretty okay with it. I just don't think your words match up with your actions in that sense. And to me, this offseason is about getting your roster and your words on the same page, which is, we're trying to build this way. We're trying to win this way. We're trying to do this. Now get me the personnel where on paper and the eye test shows I can do the same thing.
Is that your move? Is that your upgrade?
I think it's the most obvious one at this point in time.
Brandon Ingram one?
Yeah. I'm making it very, very clear. I'm not even close to considering Keegan Murray involved in that deal whatsoever. And I don't think that
I don't think for Ingram you'd have to, because
I
think reasons we talked about. The
contract
isn't just
the thing is,
conducive to what
teams are looking for Brandon Ingram. I know he has his issues and he has his concerns, and the last year of his contract is part of that. Brandon Ingram, in terms of his measurements and his size and his scoring, is everything this Kings team needs. And every team wants more of those guys. That's why Keegan Murray is the one being asked about in every trade conversation, because they want more of those type of players. If Ingram is the one that's made available to you, I have my reservations and concerns about him. But if Ingram is the one made available to you, you have to aggressively pursue it, because I'm not in the Jimmy Butler idea. I'm not in those things. Like, if Ingram's available, you have to try. You have to go for it. But the difference between this offseason and I think past off seasons is Monty doesn't get a pass for trying anymore. It's either you get it done or you don't, but we're going to judge you if you don't get it done. There's no, Pascal, we didn't get the Pascal Siakam trade done because Pascal wasn't going to re-sign here. I understand the decision behind that and why you didn't want to take that risk, but you got to do something. You don't get the benefit of the doubt of, it's the same thing. Kyle brought this up with the San Francisco Giants. You don't get the same the benefit of, we tried to sign Shohei Ohtani. We tried. It's your job to get it done. It's your job to improve the roster. That's where I look at this summer. And if Brandon Ingram is that route, go for it.
Well, Farhan's just a flat out bum of a general manager. So that's
a big difference.
He's terrible. But yeah, I'm like stuck, you know, on both sides. Like I'm stuck in the middle of this situation because I want them to be aggressive. I want Monty to go after it. I will actually, this is the flip side. RP flip side.
Good
this is the flip side of it. I also don't think he'll get the benefit of the doubt if he's ultra aggressive and it don't work. Like nobody, if he goes and gets Brandon Ingram, gives up whatever assets outside of Keegan Murray that he has to, Brandon Ingram plays 25 games and they don't make the playoffs again, nobody's going to be like, well, hey, we can live with that because you were aggressive. They'll be like, no, get this guy out of here. We missed the playoffs again. And that's the unfair nature of it all, right? You know what I'm saying? So, like, I understand waiting for the right moment. If you don't feel Brandon Ingram in a trade for him is the right moment, still keeping, your ace in the hole as far as your next move, keeping that there. I understand it, but I'm like everybody else, man. I want him to be aggressive. If Brandon Ingram is really, truly available and you have a real shot to get him, I'm saying roll the dice. And I probably would give Monty the benefit of the doubt if that didn't work, because I remember what I'm saying right now. I want you, by all means, go get him. Do what you got to do. And if it doesn't work out, I could say, man, sucks it didn't work out, but you took a chance. I give you a salute for even taking a chance.
But I
don't think a lot of people will do that, though.
He's already kind of done that. And he did that with the Tyrese Halliburton trade, which was his first ever draft pick as a general manager. Like, people forget, he didn't inherit Tyrese. He drafted Tyrese.
And the Chatty House brought up a great point, by the way, as it pertains to our earlier conversation. You forgot to include Tyrese Halliburton as a top 10 player of all time.
My bad. Well, I mean, it's either him or Tyler. I don't know.
Tyler's not a top 10 player of all time.
Who shows up tomorrow, Tyler or Tyrese?
Where's the game?
It's in Indiana.
Tyrese.
Like all the other role players on
Indiana. It's only
Indiana.
Tyler in New York.
Like all the others on Indiana.
This man called Tyrese a role player.
I didn't call him that.
Yes, you did.
I asked the question, is he?
Okay, that's fair. You asked if he was a role player.
Yeah, his role is the star of the team.
Is he really?
Who's the star?
Stars travel. Stars travel. Where was that game last?
Don't beat up Matt.
Where was that game last night? In OKC or in Dallas?
What?
It was in OKC or Dallas?
Oh, it was in Dallas last night.
No,
I'm sorry. It was OKC. That's
and Luka, a true star, showed up in OKC. That's what stars do.
So he pulled the numbers.
Okay.
And there's that and you got it. You see, you're not getting the whole story.
I really wish you tell the whole story here.
We were watching the game together during the KSFM show, and Casey was like, "Man, that adage about role players on the road and at home, that's real. Like, look at the way that these guys are playing on the road versus the way that they're playing at home." The Knicks Pacers, yeah. Well, the next day, this guy comes in and hits me with is Tyrese a role player? And then starts throwing out Tyrese's road and home stats. And it was like, well, damn. So I thought a fair question is Tyrese a role player? I thought does Tyrese play like a role player? And the numbers.
It's like me when I say
the numbers.
I'm not calling Draymond a scrub. I say he's playing like a scrub.
Right. That's right. I got that from the Book of Caraway right there. Chapter 3, verse 16. Thou shalt indirectly say a player sucks.
So I did for clarification purposes. I don't think Tyrese is a role player. I think he's better than that.
Yeah, but the numbers
are nasty. The home and road splits in these playoffs are nasty.
So I went back to Luka's first ever playoff series, which was against the Clippers in 2020. I didn't even realize this.
Yeah, that was the wrong one to look up.
His first game his first career playoff game at the Staples Center, 42 points, 9 assists.
That's the only game De'Aaron didn't beat, right?
Yeah,
wasn't De'Aaron's the second highest?
It was tied for second highest.
But He turned the ball over 11 times. So he's
that's Luka.
So he's a scrub.
That's par for the course.
Funny enough, his worst game was his first game at home in that series. He only had 13 points in game.
He's the
3.
anti-role player.
But then he had He had 43, 17, and 13 in game 4 at home.
He went crazy.
Oh my God.
He went crazy. They lost that game too, by the way.
Yeah, so maybe Luka and Tyrese aren't necessarily on the same page, but this is Tyrese's first
I think
playoffs.
the discussion is like if you want Tyrese to be a star, you got to talk about him like he's a star. You got to criticize him. You can praise him when he succeeds
I'm
for
for
sure.
that. I'm for
but you
that.
got to criticize him when we got tagged. I'm sure you saw it in Kevin O'Con man's tweet about Tyrese, and it's like, all right, you if as long as you cover him fairly, that's fine, because this has been going on a lot this season, and it was interesting watching the game. What did we just finish? 5? Watching the game 4 highlights versus the game 5 highlights. That was a different Tyrese Halliburton, man.
The energy was there.
And now the season's on the line. Yeah.
You know, he talking about this guy can't guard me and all this other stuff. And then you come
doing the whole.
Yeah. Like, and then
all right, bro.
You come out in game 5 and you
can't disappear like that.
Coach Stan Van is like, yo, why are you passing the ball? Like, shoot the ball.
No, Stan Van said, why are you passing the ball in the air at the rim?
So, and the only
man's up there ready to finger roll. Oh, I'm gonna go over here.
You did the Tyreek Evans?
The only pushback I would have about him, it being his first playoff, which I mentioned as well too, it is his first playoff, is his issues have been there since we met him.
Yeah.
And he said since life. They've always asked me, you got to shoot the ball. You got to shoot the ball.
They all said
forever.
the same
so
thing.
like I don't know if that's going to change in his second playoff appearance. This may be who Tyrese Halliburton is.
You're right. You're 100% right. I'm on board with almost everything you said until the role player part.
I said he's not a role player. I said he's better than a role. It was
a way to spark an hour long discussion.
I love it. I love it.
But he's that's unacceptable. Like I don't know if I can call him a star player.
Well,
I don't know if he's a star.
One thing I do like about Tyrese, which what I think makes tonight's game interesting, is you go back to game.
Friday's game.
Oh, Jesus, that's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yikes.
Game 1, like 6 points or 6 shot attempts or something ridiculous like that. I got to be better. I got to respond. Comes out. He's more aggressive, has a hell of a first half, kind of dies the second half, but point being, he knew he couldn't do that again and then did it. And I think we talked about this yesterday. He's probably just one of those guys who needs to be reminded over and over and over again, hey, Ty, don't shoot the ball 6 times tonight. Like in the tunnel, hey, Ty, let's go, baby. Don't shoot the ball 6 times tonight. Shoot it 20.
Here's the truth that we like really all that needs to be said in this scenario is put the Kings in the Pacers position right now, where the Kings are in the second round of the playoffs. And it's Domas who has that really big game and follows it up with a really crappy game. And he's getting dragged through the streets. But let's take it even a step further. If Fox did that,
come on, man.
Fox is getting torn to shreds.
Oh, Fox ain't ready.
Right. Which we're never worried about Fox only taking 6 shots, by the way, or 6 threes, by the way. But that's what we're talking about here is Tyrese has always kind of had this darling label, and he got that darling label because people did 360s after being wrong about him in the draft. And then they're like, oh, he's so good now. We make up for that and we praise him. And I love Tyrese. I'm rooting for Tyrese. I'm wishing him the absolute best because in addition to a great basketball player, as you guys know, he's a great dude. Yeah. Also, he's a WWE fan. So he's amazing in my book.
Yeah.
But he got hyped meeting Booker T. That was a good video.
That was a great video.
Shawn Michaels tweeted him on draft night. Do you remember that? He got drafted and Shawn Michaels tweeted him congratulations, and like Tyrese freaked out about it. I remember that because Jason Jones and I like geeked out about it. I'll find it.
I don't even think
I didn't
knew
know
that happened.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
I'll find it because Shawn Michaels tweeted him and he's like, "Oh my God, HBK, thank you so much for the love." It was really interesting.
That's what I would have said too. HBK.
But anyway, like
Brandon Nunez. What?
We all know how what?
Ooh. That's oh yeah.
I don't know. Huh?
We all know how
Tyrese
Tyrese
is
is
supposed
talked
to say
about.
his name either. Jeez. They bought everybody from us. Jesus Christ.
They might not be allowed to say my name anymore.
Well, I heard.
That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy.
Matt George is the boogeyman over there.
Matt George is Kendrick Lamar.
They not like us.
Matt, hey, I told you Matt was the one who alerted me. When you text me about that record, I didn't know it was out. I was trying to get stuff done. I, again, made the mistake of putting my phone down for 5 minutes. And I said, oh, Matt George just texted me. Kendrick might have just dropped the best track of all of them.
And you went,
what?
No.
I was like, did you just hear? Like, I was confused. And then I did a quick search and took a listen. Was like, all right. Still think Euphoria is better. But Matt might have been right because
this one's
only one of those two songs is the #1 song in the country.
But also, what does it tell you that was the only track out of all of them that I texted you about because I was so excited about it because I could have a little fun little dance to it.
There you go. Well, I mean, hey,
I got me to move.
He made a bop.
He made
a bop.
He made a club hit.
He did. The
big club goer, Matt George.
Yeah, I don't know what the club is.
Big club. Matt leaving little Artie at the house so we can go party. Man,
sorry, honey. Going to Tiger.
Going to the club with KC.
Come on, back up. Pull up on me, man. Come on.
I think our show is over. Yep, our show is over. Thank you so much for being with us, Matt George. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thanks, guys.
Make sure you check out the Locked On Kings podcast. And, of course, Matt's fantastic work over on ABC 10. And we'll see you here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Timberwolves.
Man, that's fun stuff. Hey, KC's not here tomorrow, so tomorrow won't be nearly as fun. But tune in anyway.
You guys are gonna have a good time.
All right, guys, you know the drill. We got to shut down. Yeah, I feel like you could attach this message to like 4 out of 5 shows of the last 3
When are we
weeks.
not gonna have a wild show? What is it gonna be like? No, that was a good
Probably
solid show.
opening night. Opening night of the
I'm
NBA
still
season.
more like y'all say it's the best thing ever. I'm still mortified by the Chase Center segment that I did when everything went.
Oh, no,
that was phenomenal.
So if this
That
is
was
wild,
phenomenal.
Oh, that was
That was
incredible.
great.
I'm still mortified.
Oh, that
by
was so
that
good.
segment.
The more chaotic, the better, honestly.
Yeah.
Those were 2 days of hell for me on this show because that happened, and then the Tony photobomb. was
Oh, that
back-
again,
back to
2
back-
all-time moments.
back to back.
The
days.
Tony photobomb. That's an all-time.
I love that man.
Tone is here. What up, Tone? I seen him not too long ago. Like
I
10
sit next
seconds
to him
ago.
at every Kings game. I love that man and enjoy sitting next to that man all the time. When I tell you I cussed that man out when I saw that video. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
you gotta. We're not a button up
Oh,
radio
man.
show, man. You showing off the wall that blocks the view at the Chase Center.
No, the
is
wall that I hit my head on.
or that one. That's incredible content. It's
That was
so
good stuff. That was some good stuff. I enjoyed
hit
that.
my head on that wall because I was there it was during the California Classic when we were there, and I was booking my tickets for Summer League. That was the Keegan Murray draft. I was booking my tickets for Summer League, and I stood up really quick because I got excited about being able to go, and pow, right on the roof of that overhang.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Oh man, well I'm sure News 10 gonna be your Val station, huh?
Huh?
Valkyries.
I call them
Golden
the Vals.
State.
I already shortened the name, the Vals.
The Vals. Hey, they can have everything but the beam. But yeah, let's put them on ABC 10. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Zay got to see his mom today because Kenny didn't do any impressions.
No, he did. He got one in. He's talking about tomorrow. He got one in.
Yeah,
he got one
okay,
in. Doc
okay.
Rivers was breaking down Anthony Peeler and Kevin Garnett.
All right, guys, we got to run because we got to talk in about 5 minutes. So we will see y'all tomorrow.